新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. We have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是混乱一口烟，2个人影都看不到边，为什么小时怠慢，让你也逃不 我的手指参与一个丢下一个，火人数无电，一个是左右摇摆轻松。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this! Just call it a day!
啊，这可这位轻敌不哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya!
新春到，好热闹！这个百姓市集欢声笑，说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
蓝梦是混乱一口烟，两个人影都看不到边，被这小人逮住，让你也逃不 我的手指间一个丢下一个
Ooh, look.
我人命无电，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this! Just call it a day!
拿住他，我这个为情敌不怕。哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, coming out here for bi-weekly 2 to the spring 2025 season. My name is Cerverio, alongside with creatives going out here for this week. We're bringing out day one solos, coming off of the day of week 1's finals. Actually, for solos finals, both he and I were actually able to go to Casa and creatives. You know, we got to go for like a micro review about what happened there into today. I think one thing to note is, you know, winner coming in from last week, Edward, he's in today, but also a new player coming into the works, Aisha from Team Alliance, actually dominating the MVP count so far.
Yeah, bi-weekly 2, day 1, right? Already. We concluded our bi-weekly final last week. It was insane, right? We saw Edward being very, very consistent in his first 4 games. I mean, probably the most outstanding performance we've seen in the bi-weekly final. But another thing outstanding are these Twitch drops that we have. Every single time the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League is live here on the main channel, we do have our daily drops there for the Tay, Spectral Silk, and the 10 times XP bonus there for the daily drops. And in the bi-weekly finals, we did just conclude a Mirage coin. Next bi-weekly 2 final, which will be in around next weekend, I believe, we are going to be having that avatar for everybody to get. And you know, the next following bi-weekly 3, we have that champions bubble choice. That, you know, that's what I'm looking at out of the bunch right now. That you know, that bubble choice is always nice to have with the players emotes. Is always first to see. But yeah, I mean, we had a crazy bi-weekly 1 final, right? Edward going out crazy, Asia with an outstanding performance. We saw Spider as well, not having a great start throughout his day, but really turn it up a notch throughout the second half of the bi-weekly 1 final, where he nearly even took out Edward at the end. I believe it was like a 0.4 of a difference at the end for Spider to take the bi-weekly. I mean, he outstandingly went crazy throughout the remainder of the games after the halfway point, knowing that, you know, he's still, you know, top dog in the scene. Another player that, I mean, a player that we didn't really see much of that day was OUG's Mike, right? Mike had a pretty terrible bi-weekly final, at the bottom of the pyramid for sure, throughout the whole rest of the day. But I mean, needless to say, we're gonna have to see how he bounces back. You know, bi-weekly 1 pretty much gives you an overall look of how the remainder of the season, of this bi-weekly 2 will look like. I should say, not the remainder of the season, because we are gonna have some changes with new weapons and all the other stuff that were implemented in this last patch in the live game. But you know, it gave the players a more broader and more clear sight of how things are gonna be panning out for this week as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, taking a look into the distinguishment of what makes into the season, what's going to be the newcomers, like namesake, I should say, more about what is going to be the meta shift in terms of the solos characters, right? Because considering each season has those seasonal changes, and during the off season we saw some usage, certain characters that used to be at their peak, such as with Hottie. If you recognize seeing Hottie in the past, after his nerfs, right, we needed to see a shift in terms of that phase 1, phase 2 selection process. Liam still taking into that first phase, as we always noticeably seen. Once we reach into this area of week 2, players can then now start to distinguish what is going to be their movesets, what type of fighting styles will set up the relation between one and the other. But looking at the winners list, as we saw in terms of week 1 finals, we had once again teams Edward having the round 8 highest points earned for it, as well as being in match point from rounds 4 through 8, and YZG actually taking that trios finals up until round 7, headlining into being one of the first match point teams and still securing that victory. But with solos today being day 1 into week 2, we still have to go through the following week for days 3 for both solos and trios into the bi-weekly final, as creators mentioned, right? The avatar to be available for you guys, going to be only exclusively next weekend on the 12th and the 13th of April. So make sure you guys don't miss it. Broadcast time is the same exact time as this one has started out here, which is 4 a.m. Eastern, or if I'm not mistaken, 8 a.m. GMT for you European folks. Shout out to my EU peeps. Maybe 9 a.m. I have to triple check. But our schedule goes all the way up to May for the season, right? Considering it's usually 8 to 10 weeks, the 10th week is going to be where the grand finals occur. Grand finals being the final finals. But before then, you have the last chance qualifiers in case anyone that we don't have enough ranking points to consider for grand finals, they would have to make those marks in order to secure in those spots for both solos and trios. This is pretty much the last chance qualifiers. They really do set the sentiment for the players and the teams of who is able to kind of catch up and earn themselves the spot necessary. This group overview has always going to be a good setup for what's going to come through in terms of the groups A, B, and C being distinguished, but also being swapped within the rosters of the franchises and the teams completely every week to kind of set a good pace of who can be in one which group, who can contest which players / team, and then that way there's an an equilibrium in terms of balancing, as well as just having a fair shot with one of the top players, or even one of the with the lower teams that you can potentially see their battle against one another.
Here we have a list of our players competing today. Person I'm looking at is going to be HM. Definitely a player I have not seen play, a new cat to the scene. We did get the honor to watch Asia play last bi-weekly final, and I mean, make it into the bi-weekly final, your first bi-weekly in the league, is just a crazy accomplishment there from Asia, and he played very well as well. Was having the time of his life. Just happy to be there. Was competing very well. So definitely gonna see how he evolves throughout the remainder of the bi-weeklies. HM, he has a big high task to take over as well, to be able to make it to a bi-weekly final. So we're gonna have to wait and see how he does. But I mean, needless to say, these lobbies are still stacked. I believe the only person I don't see in there that will completely fill this out to be a even more stacked lobby is Spider, but he will be playing on day 2, I believe. But yeah, I mean, today we have a great round of games. We have our first bi-weekly winner of the 2025 season, OA's Edward, here on the screen. He is going to be competing once again. Had a crazy, I mean, what was this, Surveyor? It was 100% win rate in the Realm Yang all the way up to game 4.
Yeah, it was 100% Realm Yang win rate
Crazy.
Against Mike and Spider. It was kind of nuts seeing it. And considering, if you guys don't know, right, Mike and Spider, both of the top players in the league, both winners in terms of the yearlies between 2023 for Mike and 2024 for Mike as well, but 2022 for Spider. He's set a good pace considering what we see in Edward, formerly known as Wang Liang, in the past, but also Verse was right there on terms of, he was killing it in the weeks in the days prior for days 1 through 3. He was actually in top 3 in terms of having those proposed points carrying through due to his performance, outweighing the odds, and just being a very top player. I mean, listen, when he used to be part of Team FPX, it was just seeing his shortcomings come past into WBG, taking over the main roster slot that Spider once owned. Now he's taken out a lot of these guys in their own game, especially at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I even mentioned it on the bi-weekly final. It was just a overall amazing pickup there for WBG, right? Having Verse there, being our second player to qualify for that 28-point threshold to be able to try to take the bi-weekly final. I mean, he's a super strong player overall. Unfortunate for him, he was not able to close it out to try to get that MVP to win the bi-weekly. But I mean, great pickup overall. OUG's Mike, though, on our screen, the 2-time champ, 2 times back-to-back J Cup winner. OUG's Mike, once again, did state about how he had a rough bi-weekly 1 final performance last week. So we're gonna have to wait and see how he bounces back. And T225 in that 13th place seed, right, did not qualify for the bi-weekly final, bi-weekly 1 final last week. Now trying to bounce back. I mean, T225 has always been one of those top players, a veteran in the scene, right? Has been super close to winning one of those J Cups as well. It's just rough to see him not being able to make it to the bi-weekly final, but it was a fresh week. It was a new week into the 2025 season. So that's where a lot of things were getting tested, especially day 1, with Lonnie being put into the pro scene as well. Love Lonnie. Overall, we haven't even spoken about Lonnie. I think Lonnie is amazing. I really love her kit. Her visuals are just beautiful to see, but not even about visuals, right? Just how strong the V2 has has been succeeding inside the end circles, opposed to the players who run V1s who are having those pop-off moments early to mid-game. It's just great to see another character being put into the meta where we're constantly seeing those picks like the Hottie, which no longer is in the meta, with just being able to get that one change completely just gave another character that slot, right?
Right. Yeah, she comes in through in terms of phases 3 and 4 from what we saw for her choice selections, but those 3 and 4 are really important to keep in mind about. Even if phase 1 and 2 having both Liam and Shael into the selection process, Lonnie brings out a new format, especially considering that her V2, not only is it really fun to use in solos in this type of environment, you also have to take a look at what it can provide. This engagement, a little bit of heal back, 200 heals specifically, and that ball returns to you. And you get 3 of those, folks. You get 3 of those. You actually have a tech ability able to go in the goalie stance by throwing the ball and getting the heal immediately because you're now right there next to it. So that's a really big up on it. But looking at these phases, looking at Arano and Fong taking phase 1, taking Liam's, Verse taking Shayo for phase 2, and Mike Opportunity lies in here to switch something up. Nope, he is not going to risk it this time. He is going to go for the Shio somewhere in the Midoriya map lineup. He always likes to take the Zipping, but first round into Solo's finals last week, it did not work out well for him. But for now, that's going to be the lineup. Phase 3, A-Shout and PX-Day, also known as Pace from Team Wolves. They're both going to double down on the Lonnie for Phase 3. Now for Phase 4, this is where Justina's, this is where Tumultuous, seeing a little bit of change-ups from those can actually end up coming out. Syra as well, usually coming in here, is going to come out from about his Chishang. Now for OA's Edward, he could take a double pick. He could save Syra, especially for the future. So he's going to go for a Justina right here and then. That gives us an opportunity for either 3 Justinas or 3 Syras in these final phases between TE, Wufang, and YCG-T25. And if Justina comes out for Wufang, Syra comes in from TT25. That locks out that character roster. There's 5 character pick bans right now, and there's only, you know, a select few heroes here between HM from JL and Lipo or Polaris, formerly from TWSS last year to now 521, having the roster into his name, into one of the new Vietnamese, or with the Vietnamese team that's been in the rounds. And that's going to be a Kylan choice pick, which is something very interesting to bring out, because last week in day 3, we saw that Kylan come out as the MVP due to ASE's XY. Let's see how this ends up going up here, C8.
Yeah. And we also saw, I believe Wufang was in an end circle where he was moving in there with no eliminations in a bi-weekly final, and snags up around 2-3 kills, staying up on the Keelan. I mean, been a character that was heavily in the meta as soon as that character release was pushed out due to its nerfs. But a character that has been drastically inside the meta that we haven't mentioned is, you know, that Xiao, right? Being able to throw that shield whenever you want. I mean, that alone has made Xiao a very strong pick in these lobbies. I mean, not surprising at all, right? We used to see the Syras being picked up in that section right after the hotties, right? But now with just the Syras getting a little bit of a nerf still in the meta, a lot of players do still enjoy playing her. I mean, she's still overall a very strong character. We've seen her success a lot, especially as well in the Realm of Yang. But you know, Xiao is a very nice counter for that character now in the mix. But I mean, nothing surprising now, right? After what we've seen in the bi-weekly 1 final, now into week 2 of the bi-weeklies, nothing really catches my eye that I'm, you know, just looking at it as it's a little crazy. We're starting to see though that the Lonnies are often for that V2 over that V1. I think Mike was more of a V1 player throughout the Lonnies, but you know, everybody's seen how strong that V2 is, and I mean, we even saw a TOD in a round with Lonnie, right, with the V2 last week. So I mean, everything in that kit is just very nice. We've seen success with the V2 in the end circles as well, being able to play that high ground to come straight right down with that V2, just bounce back, picking up those last hits for those eliminations. Because I mean, at the end of the day, that's what matters, is getting those final hits and eliminations for the multiplier at the end. If you're able to, you know, stay up and be the last one remaining, just getting those eliminations and stacking up those points are going to be winning you these tournaments / bi-weeklies. But we have our sped for our first game of the day here in Pretoria. We are going to have Fireflies here for our first game of the day. Severia. Yeah. I'm excited, bro. We're back.
We're so back. Game 1 coming out here in Midoriya midnight, and we're gonna see a lot of pocketed spawns here between Cinderfell and the Mandate Yard. We're gonna see Mike and TT25 up against one another as the Halberds come out here for the uppercut. The gravel bump is gonna be occurring. One jump element to the next, and armor swap from Mike. He has no secondary weapon to come through. There is fist blades right there, and TT25 is quick with the switch off. He finds a 1-2-3 successfully, while Mike finds another armor swap there. One uppercut, but the stairwell might agree for one jump LMB to a next. Mike gets eliminated off rip, and TT25 gets their first elimination. This gives him an opportunity just to go off with the goal. But in Imperial Camp, we got 3 opponents: Pace, Verse, and Edward, all in the same vicinity.
Not a way you want to start your second bi-weekly day here for OG's Mike. Bi-weekly 2 first day, I should say. But we do have Edward, our bi-weekly 1 winner, going active against Verse right now. Overholds R&B focus, gets the damage plus the elimination. Now PXT trying to respond, trying to see if we can get elimination onto Edward. F caught in here for the Justina, no problem yet. Since the 1.0, big parry here for PXT in the back end. Choose now with R&B focus. Double parry here for Edward, trying to stay alive in the backside. Gets the damage onto Choose. Now 3 players on his trail. Edward has to make a run for it.
He's got to find an armor swap quickly right now. There's even a jump LMB to the extension. Choose Shang finds the elimination, finds his Soulbloom with a double tap dodge, and making sure he doesn't get caught. He uses his combo breaker, but there's another opponent opponent right here. The Kylan comes out. Obviously, right now, Chang throws a wild haymaker. Blue Focus gets punished for it immediately and finds the ultimate as Pace procs his Lonnie ultimate to look for an escape against the chasing Syra. Now, Kylan in the background, HM from Team JL, he can look in here to lock in for a kill steal potentially. But as you can see, PXT is looking to try to get those bulwarks to be thrown out for the Sarka ball. So that way he can just give Chishang a mind game to read about, which forces that reset and for Chishang's ultimate to run through without an offensive capability.
HM now against PXC. Kylan against PXC. PXC on the Lonnie. Overheads the R&B into the grapple. We've seen that catch with terrain is in your favor. So beautiful showcase from HM. Tries to go for the pistol shot. Does not connect. The hung sword there from PXC. Purple rarities be able to chunk out a lot of damage earlier in this game where a lot of players don't have full damage reduction. So we do see these players are going to back up right now. In the back end, PXC drops very low there by Choose, and Choose now trying to snag an elimination onto the Lonnie. The musket shot does not connect there for Choose, but PXC tries to stay up, and HM with the elimination. 1, 2, 3 spins it back, gets the damage there onto Choose. R&B focus there from Choose, responding onto HM, tries to catch some resources there inside the body, does not manage to do so. Jump LMBs now. Kilo Ultimate out here for HM, and Choose nearly getting that ult right back online. He just popped it. I believe it might be around 50%. We do see him trying to get some more damage here onto the Syra, but Choose being able to kite this out for now. It looks like HM's ultimate might not give him the success he's looking out for right now.
Yeah, the Keelan guard is burned, and HM has looked to heal at least twice, just because when Chishang has an ultimate ready to go here in just a couple of seconds, now it's fully ready. HM has to fight against the odds. For the catch of neutral is one thing, but no grapples are on Chishang's body, and whether or not HM wants to take the gamble about disengaging or re-engaging right now, it is his opportunity right now to look for another Firefly over by one of the river spots, either from a floating platform or the one on the ridgeline southwest of Imperial Camp. Now, switching to the verse, Imperium, Hall of Military, or Hall of Worship, I should say, he is looking to reset here as a Shia, but with no ultimate, Arano must have popped that early. Having ultimate ready to go as a Liam, there's a lot of flags here to worry about because, guys, if you don't understand, Liam V2 is going to affect for Arano where he is able to catch the target within an orb and throw him anywhere for to deal damage. But if he's able to find a plaque or anything that can cause a stun, such as with flaming cages and whatnot, he can throw it and enable a stun for 5 seconds, and the opponent can't do anything about it. Whether a Shia ult is active or not, that is exactly what Verse would not want to have as a worst case scenario. So the mind games begin here. Arano keeps the chase and going, and they're going to be starting up this fight. Whether or not chip damage or not, one is going to go down for sure.
Very toxic, by the way.
Very toxic. Very toxic. That part, let's talk about it.
Very toxic getting just balled into a side or a fire cage is just, oh my, you just sit there like, what can I do? You can't do anything. You're just sitting there not being able to do anything. But hopefully we get to see it. Love to see those. But Fong here on the Liam. And V2, like Severa was mentioning, he's just overtaking the V1. Last year, everybody was running V1 Liam. We saw how strong he was with the V1. Now this year, the player's off to going off to that V2, where we've seen the potential on there, right? We did see Fong being able to get those double R&B focuses off of a van to secure eliminations. Even off of that alone, he didn't do in that situation. You're able to reset once again with the V2 and do it right back. So, I mean, that's 4 R&B focuses just off of 1 ult alone. Just how strong that V2 have showcased, and I mean there's still a lot we haven't seen that you're able to do so right in that that V2. I believe in the Roma Yang we did see a high wall bounce into the slide uppercuts as well. I mean it's so versatile to be able to get that V2 to connect to a lot of these players. I mean it's not an easy task, right? These players are always waiting for that sound cue to tap dodge it. But if you're able to catch somebody, we've seen Raw Dragons with it as well. I mean, overall, just V2 just showing how powerful it is. We do have our first Roman Yang spawning here for our first game. I thought Edward was about to get hit by a Bane, but he's been buying these Banes very early every single game. Even in Biweekly 1 finals, even in the previous days leading up to the Biweekly final, we see him buying the Moonbane charm just to secure that Roman Yang gate.
Yeah, he's setting the tone right now for that. Yeah, I'm playing solos and I'm throwing Banes now because of him. Because the one thing that comes out, also a quick showcase, is that we have a throwing knife skin out because of the current patch. If you guys don't have the throwing knives, it's a butterfly knife type knife that kind of comes out there. It looks pretty clean, I'm not gonna lie. But regardless, let's go back to the gameplay. The thing about the Roma Yang and securing it now is because it's so dangerous to take a Roma Yang without any sort of protection. Nowadays, it's because Liam can be occurring and Liam can literally ult you, stand outside of the Roma Yang circle, and your pass will deplete by that point where it goes to him, and then he can go ahead and yoink it for himself if there's no other opponents nearby. So having that thought cross his mind, Edward is like, nah, let me just go ahead and buy these bans. It's 4,000 dark tech coins. If he finds an early elimination or if he goes for the economy for it, no one's really going to take the opportunity of buying the banes unless they're looking ahead of the curve of just going ahead and being fully looted out. And even without fully loot out, whether they have blue or purple armor, they'll take any opportunity to save gold because of jades or for weaponry, things of that nature. It always comes into play, especially for the weaponry, because if you can buy yourself in the Mortar War specifically, folks, if you end up going to a shop and you end up having your opportunity of buying, you know, weapons, but you can choose between a ranged weapon and a melee weapon. It's random. It's not guaranteed in which weapon you would prefer. So you can end up getting a crossbow, but a lot of those ranged weapons are a key component, especially bows, pistols, things of that nature. Even a musket comes out in full fruition. You'll see that in not only to Roman Yangs, even outside of it. But we're switching over to Zhishang. He himself has a slow shot, sunwing shot, and a Vajra's grip as his weaponry. So with that purple spear, if he throws himself a blue focus, he ain't gonna lose it. Edward, on the other hand, has a Windy Trinity, no fan, but a spear and a katana on standby with a musket, or a Hong sword, to say, not a katana, on the standby. So for him right now, he's to take one corner with Justina versus a Shayo, who's actually going to be Mike with a nunchuck spread, with well, not the Cyan Fey, with an aerial rend and a Juggernaut. So if he gets this kill, he can start going, but he has 24% mitigation. This is going to be the first Roman Yang, folks, as we go against Edward and Mike into this game one.
Looks like we're back in Biweek 1 final. I mean, we saw this fight multiple times in a round. Edward always came up on top, and now this week's a brand new week. Mike on the Shayo, Edward on the Justina, trying to see if he can catch a scare rush. Mike going up high as well. Pistol shots here for some extra damage. Does weave the R&B. Pops the Shayo ultimate very early. Full aggression here onto Edward. Catches the raw uppercut. F called in here for Edward. Now the proc comes in. He's going to use the gold frame there from the ultimate pop there to avoid that first chain. We do see him double tap dodge it back. Gets the freeze off. Goes for the Dragon Slayer. Does not connect due to the ultimate. Gets caught up on the second chains. And now Edward might be in big trouble.
Big trouble right here for another shield throw, and that's a confirmation kill right there with unjump LMB, unless LMB gets double tap dodge, but there's gonna be the catch. One RB to the next. Now Mike's fight is done. He's got his run back in terms of the Roman fights, and he's getting his weaponry. He's gonna find gold halberds. He's gonna be able to pick up a Benthic Descent as well, with a purple greatsword that can be converted into a pole sword if he desires to find a crafting hammer and a shop. Other fights lead out though between the other Roman Yangs. Whether or not we're gonna take a look at the scene about those fights, we're gonna see Edward actually spawning in Sky Gaze Cove, I should say, right next door to where Mike is actually appearing, and that's going to be at the shop. Pace wins his fight in the Romy Yang. Zhishang wins his Romy Yang fight as well. So we're going to see Alliance's A-Shot on a loss, even with 2 eliminations. We're going to see JL's HM with a Kylan with 1 kill elimination without any sort of way to come back unless he finds that Soul Bloom.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. You know, we see the aggression happening towards around like the 2-minute mark, where these players are trying to find a third party as best as possible to try to snag up a Soul Bloom. So, you know, timers on the back there for HM and Edward, as well as Asia. But now, do have HM. New kid on the block for this year of the bi-weekly. Currently with 1 elimination on the board. Have shown a good opener there in the beginning, in the early game, or off drop, I should say, but Choose against Edward, since the 1-2-3 off the fan there, big damage. Now Choose trying to stay up, almost losing all of that armor, responds with a 1-2-3 of his own, catches the scare rush. Now F caught in here for Edward, tap dodge back into the Justina ultimate, tries to go for the ice burst, does not manage to do so, catches this freeze. But the F called in there for the Syra. Now it looks like it might be a little bit of reset. Tries to read him going through the doorway. Does not manage to do so. Edward 1 dash remaining. Choose as well. Has not even popped that Syra ultimate yet. Misses the dash. Overhold. Since that will be focused. Big damage. Must get shot as well. Syra ultimate now called in. Edward has to try to kite this out. But Choose here on full throttles in. Trying to see if he can catch the damage. Catches the dazzle into the beam there. Big damage. Edward now might be in big trouble.
He's going to get no way of getting the armor with a little bit of damage that comes out. Zhishang finds the elimination, gets himself out of the remaining depletion. Actually, in terms of it, he was already good to go anyway, so he's surviving anyhow. But you can look at HM, opposite ends, not in a great spot. You know, it's kind of tough to see how we saw Edward try to go for that armor swap, but you know, Syra beam, the ticket damage, the damage over time, it's so much for what it is. But for what it's worth, at least in terms of it, we don't see Syra V2s as often. V1, we saw V1 last year where people started to figure out that you could tap dodge it, and we thought V1 was going to be used or Syra as much, but players are still opting in. TT25 actually with 2 eliminations right here, having a a survivability of a lifetime. Purple armor, purple weapon to deal out the damage, 7 armor powders to be on set and standby. My man has his ultimate ready to go here. If H&M finally gets himself low enough, TT25 could go for the yoink. Dagger horizontal comes out. H&M gets out. A JL's team player is going to be going ahead with the first round, but with 1 elimination, it's kind of going to be a tough indication of whether or not he's going to survive this.
Yeah, to try to get here for T225, applying the pressure onto HM. We do see him getting caught there off the grapple LMB. He's trying to make a run for it here. Does have the weapon of choice, the best weapon of choice, to be able to get his movement game on here with the dagger. Age out as well. I believe Age out still has the cleanse. We do see him there with that Yang depletion timer. HM as well, but HM does not have any HP. Age out, T225, both grapple it in, catch HM here on the bottom side of this terrain. Now, what's going to be the mix-up here with 1 minute and 11 seconds and counting here for Age out to try to cleanse. In the backside, T225 is going to be a big nuisance here. Now, it looks like he's just going to pick the Lonnie off the bunch. The jump LMBs, a little bit of a movement error. Does manage to get the parry there onto T225, and now Age out's the one being looked at.
Yeah, he's at 88% right now for Rage, and if everything comes down to it, A-Shot really needs to kite this really well. He's got 50 seconds on Roman Yang depletion. Otherwise, we're going to have to see whether or not JL's HM is going to get caught. But for A-Shot, he's not going to be able to survive here for much long. He finds another parry, though, against T25. He goes straight towards the Kylan, who already is facing out, losing all their health, losing all their armor. A-Shot gets that knockback with the combo breakers used, the goalie stance. He throws it, he misses. The elimination is given to T25. A-Shot's looking for the Soul Bloom, and T25 with the yoink comes out. And that's going to be where T25 Ultimates comes through to counter out this Lonnie.
Unfortunate here for Asia. I saw the parry jump at Libby's at the backside, and now the Syra ultimate is gonna be able to do a lot of damage here onto Asia with no ult online. Does get a little bit of damage there off that throw, but now gets caught up by the second dazzle. Does manage to stay up, but just in a matter of time, pistol shots here for T225 for the elimination there onto Asia. And T225 just a menace right now. I mean, they were full chasing down HM. He catches like 2 hits there onto Asia. He's like, well, guess what? You're getting picked up now. You're going to be looked at, and just full focuses the Lonnie in that situation. But we have our second Roman Yang here. PXC against Verse. It's going to be a Shayo versus Lonnie.
Yeah, Shayo's going to be going ahead with the uppercut. Was seen about it with the ultimate as well, and Pace is going to act in response, throws it to space out if he can. There he goes into the midair. He finds a reposition, but he's got to be very worried about Versus' opportunity of throwing the shield. Now, obviously, the heal back is great and all for the sustain, but Pace is going to have to throw another one to escape. This is going to give him a lot of spacing and a lot of opportunities here for goalie stance reposition. There it is. Gets himself right into the drop down. Obviously, Shayo is going to be the first worry of whether or not she's going to throw a shield block, because Verse is catching every single nunchuck grapple LMB, and that's where you can throw the horizontal and spin it around and catch potentially an LMB off of it to an uppercut. Regardless, Verse is up on HP. Pace finds 1 heal. Blocking string comes out with these nunnies, and there's going to be the pitter patter coming out. No combo breaker. Verse is going to hold horizontal again, throws it, releases it. Combo breaker is now out for Pace, but the corner is going to come out. No 2-on-1 succession, but with the wall, he might find the absolution threshold. Another block extreme, another dollar, and all the combo breakers are back up.
Verse, though, still with a little bit of advantage there on that health. Does have the purple ready nunchucks opposed to the gold stab there from PXC. Sends the mid-range LMB focus. Gets caught up, though. PXC swaps on over to the nunchucks. Shift parried it for PXC. Both shots. Slap. Oh, tries to disrespect him in the Roman Yang, but the RB1-2 finisher there for PXT. And now we have Mike against Choose. It looks like Mike might have the advantage here. Choose does not have ultimate. Mike still has the ult line, which he just popped it.
Yeah, it's going to be careful enough. I don't know, the combo breaker is going to come out from Chusheng after he gets caught by an LMB. Otherwise, it might be too late. No knockbacks can be had. No range shots can be occurring because Chusheng is getting chased by the demon himself. Mike is catching these scare rushes, looking for the LMBs. Jump LMB comes out. There's a combo breaker. The dazzle is free, but Mike isn't going to worry about it. He still looks towards these pillars. He still catches one to the next, and he's looking to catch one RMB to try to, confirm a double RMB. But of course, Mike is looking past his corner again, realizes this is a futile engagement, and goes ahead for the bait out with 1 heal, and then goes right into Shang's pocket. There's 1 LMB to the next, 1 RMB, no 3-piece. There's a parry, and there's a succession for another combo breaker. And for Shang, he gets caught by the dazzle. 1 into 10 seconds might be the end of this fight.
Since that 1.0 gets the damage, I mean, Choose was being very annoying there. Make sure he does not get caught up, but Mike does manage to catch him there. I mean, he's gonna get, that gold armor, that gold pole sword. I mean, he already had a gold halberd, so just scaling even more here on the Shayo. Catches Verse outside the realm, going right back in here with his White Tiger's powers. Do see him now. A nice little setup here on his loadout. Like he's not gonna be trying to full commit into this fight. Could be choosing another player. Lipo's in that bush. I do see him there on the right hand side. Verse right behind him too. Oh, it's a fellow Shayo, so that's why the aggression might not start here for Verse. But Verse does have that Yang depletion timer with 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Wants to try to play around the Shayo, seeing if he can find an opportunity to try to cleanse. We do have him here with blue dual blades in hand, but The one stacked is Mike, and Mike can outburst a lot of damage as we're seeing here with 2 eliminations. Winning those Roman Yangs have been very successful for him. Choose, T225, both with 4 eliminations on the board. But Choose does have that Yang depletion timer. PXC, Zhao out of the game, but Mike and Verse, as well as Wufong, do have 2 on the board. HM and Edward are out with 1. So, you know, kills are kill led by 2 players, but not by a lot. Choose is going to be able to go ahead and go for the resurrection. Timer's still ticking, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Try to cleanse. T225 trying to get active against Verse, I believe. Do see him full counting on out. We do have the F caught in there for the Syra. Drops that R&B focus. Big damage here. Verse loses 2 bars of that purple armor, nearly 3. Looks like he is going to go for a quick little reset in, and the aggression has to start pretty soon here for Verse.
Exactly. I wanted to point out too, Mike didn't take the Soul Slash instead of the Roman Yang, decided to leave that behind. But remember, he's only taken fights within the Roman Yang. Something I actually want to think about if we can look at his point of views later on after the VOD gets uploaded, because I want to see if Mike is just purposely taking the 2 round fights and then he's able to go in. Because otherwise, he's stacked up to it nicely, right? With the gold halberds on standby, having that weapon to be his backup in case of anything. You can see that it's going to work out if T225 proccing out the Cyril and coming through with no kill confirmations here. And Mike with the halberds just catching the R&Bs. Gets caught by a dazzle, but it's not going to phase him. And as T225 looks to use the dagger to start scare rushing out, he's got to be very mindful. 4 eliminations is great, but if he gets caught out in 8th place, it's not going to look too good in terms of just catching as many placement points, especially with that Roman depletion in effect for his opponents.
T225 is getting looked at right now. He did burn that Syra ult, so these players are going to be full committing into him. We do have him trying to scatter on out. Cannon shots flying on in. Arano try to cut the line of sight there as well, but T225 doing a really good job staying mobile. We do have him on the dagger right now. Verse trying to drop down R&B focus, sends it, big parry, double parry from T225. Cannon shot still flying on in. Chaos is happening here. PXC drops very low on the backside. Needs to back up to try to get a full reset in, but Wufong spawns him. We do see T225 still getting aggressed on by Wufong. Verse, Choose, Lipo, everybody's going full throttle in there onto T225. He does manage to get a full reset in. Now, no ults in this area. It's a nice little situation here for T225. We do have Verse still with that Yang depletion timer with 1 minute and 25, trying to see he can find that bloom, but it does not look as of yet that he's had the perfect opportunity to do so. Choose though in the backside there against Lipo, overholds 1.0, gets the damage there off the LNB focus. Now full focus is in, scale rushes onto Lipo. We got a random Bane spawning as well, so you got to be really careful not to get clip off for that. 2 players onto Lipo. Lipo is going to be forced to pop this ultimate since Choose down the cliff. Since I'm pretty much nearly all the way down the cliff there, he is going to be able to go back out. Lipo though against T225 gets the damage off the second as well. Gets the F called in there from the Syra in the backside. We do have him trying to back on up to try to kite off the aggression there from the ultimate. It looks like he does manage to do so, and Lipo might be in bad situation here.
Yeah, bad situations indeed, and you can see Shishang is going to be able to capitalize onto it. But even with the V1 activation from Lipo, he's going to have to be very cautious about these blue focuses. I mean, look, all these players are ready to go for the parries. They can go for it. They will burn through his health bar, and that's elimination to Shishang. But can he get the Soul Bloom? No, he won't. It looks like it's going to get yoinked in under his footstep. He ain't going to get out of that Roman Yang depletion for now. 80 seconds on the clock, and Arano's going to be dipping out of here. Having that fan on standby, looks to the horizontal throw, and there's one click to the wall, but then another target with T225. He can look to try to yoink out Shishang, but with the ultimate cast from the Syra, the fights are going to turn the tables if Arana gets focused, but he finds the yoink as it comes up from the V2 from Liam. He knocks a bit back, but Shishang is still going to go ahead and full throttle.
Arano getting klepto, dazzles onto 2 players. V2's there from Arano onto T225, sends him in the bottom of the cliff there. Now big damage onto Arano, loses a lot of HP. Delani showing up as well on the backside. T225 still trying to get aggressive onto Arano, just lots of pressure. The R&B there for PXT for elimination. The cleanse now for Choose, does manage to grab the bloom there, and now he's right back into this fight. We do have him now full resetting, and a lot of players have fought. We only have 5 players up here in this first game.
That's right, yeah. Choose with a, you know, he's a 9.5 men's footwear. It's crazy. He just fits right in. Listen, I made that on the spot, guys. Listen, everything comes out here for it. But Shishang is now going to be safety netted for 5 eliminations in this game, first off. And then secondary is the fact that he is a Syra. So if it comes down to the endgame circle, whether or not the Shaios go head to toe against one another with a Justina, with their Lani, this is going to be where T225 could be the only personnel that's left to Shishang to stay into that endgame circle. Now, of course, halberds are in the play, one of the biggest mix-up weapons. So one person could be going out 100% HP, 100% armor, and in the next moment, they lose everything. Otherwise, T225 could get parried, and we can see that right now.
I mean, this is a battle of the Cyrus, right? We had we had everybody going against the Cyrus. T225 not getting looked out. Choose was in the mix as well. But now the Shayos and the Lonnies and plus the Justinas are looking at T225, trying to see if they can find elimination here. T225 has lived a very long time, has been full focus pretty much throughout the whole end circle. The R&B focus there from Mike for the elimination off the goal. Halberds is going to snag him up his third elimination of game number 1. And now our second random bearing spawning. Chu still in the lead with 5, PXC with 3, Mike as well. Wufong with 2. Bodies are dropping. 1 Siren remains. Mike with a full inventory of Jades and weapons, looking very good to be able to take this first game here for tonight.
It's going to be a big hold opportunity right now for Mike. 1-2s against Shane, looking out for a little bit of that chip. And like I said, he's working towards objectives. Look at this. He picked up the White Tiger's prowess from that Spirit Well earlier, and now he's able to kind of go into full throttle again. And he's only gotten kills so far from the Romy Yangs, and then picking up that the third elimination outside of it. But for Shane, this could be the death's door. But like I said, opportunities only come into the moment, and Mike's looking a little bit too frosty here. He's going to have an ultimate checkout here if he wants to use it, but rather he's going to look towards the ravine, look towards Imperial Camp, and just spaces out. Boom, there it is. Slam down comes out to Shang. Loses a lot of HP. I saw range shots coming out from Mike to try to go right back in, so he doesn't even care about a heal. He was like, no, you have no armor, my friend. You're going down. 1, 2, 3, backs it off here. Make sure they can work it out for a little bit of a tassel, but the Moonbanes are in between the lines, and Shang looks to knock Mike into the Moonbane in a very risky maneuver. And as it comes out of here, he's trying to look for it. The Shoyo ult comes out, but there's a kill steal from TE's Wufong as he gets his elimination.
Wufong now with another one on the board. That's a nice elimination there from the Justina. Does manage to back on up. Mike still has his ult online, so he is going to want to get aggressive off of this alone. Trying to get the run back there onto Wufong. Nice scare rush there from Wufong. Catches him in the corner. Second scare rush connects as well. Big damage there. Now on the backside, another player showing up. We do have Mike not trying to scatter on up, but it's going to be PXC here for the peel. We do have him against Wufong. Quick little reset there for both players. Mike back up there to full armor. No ult online though. Halfway though to get that ultimate back online. Wufong now is going to go ahead and invest in Justina ultimate. He's going to be able to dodge on up, use one of those dashes to go up this terrain, getting caught up, gets the freeze onto Mike. 1.0 there off the halberds. Big damage now. Wufong gets the knockback there off the F. Now 1-2 in the backside. Bow shot still flying. Doesn't manage to catch the second freeze this time around. Does get the parry on to Mike. Sends it into R&B. Jump LNB. Big damage in the backside now. The bow shots are still going towards Wufong's way. Mike still manages to get full health back up. Now gonna get caught up once again. The 1-2 there from the LNB R&B. Looks like he's trying to kite this out. PXC not showing back up since the R&B focus. F called in here for the Justina. Trying to stay up. Another parry there for Wufong. Big damage. Mike with the F this time around. The ult called in now for the Shayo. And let's look like this is gonna be going to distance here.
It's going to be just difficult, man. There's a V1, there's an R&B hold check, and it might be over for Wufong with 1 R&B. The shield throw doesn't come into the proximity shot, but Wufong looks to get 1 heal. He might not even get it, and there's the pistol shot or the hit shot from the staff. The Soul Bloom pickup, the Lonnie ultimate. Pace having the ultimate picked up after that Soul Bloom means that he's going to get another set of dashes here for one of the balls. So whether or not PXT can catch this one, he can eliminate Mike completely off of the ravine. There's a strike, there's a stagger. We're at LNB to the next. He can find the scare rush to capture this. There is no more shield blocks coming out from Mike here. In the very moment, it's up to whether or not he can catch 1 hit, and that's going to be what Pace is looking for with his ultimate.
Yeah, Mike trying to kite out the situation to take a reset, and I'm feeling a drop down R&B focus here possibly. Does not manage to see so though. He does manage to stay up. PXC with the health advantage. Mike pops 1 powder in here for the armor. Tries to parry it. Parries a little bit too early. F caught in here from Mike. Now F cooldown starting online here from Mike. Gets damage onto PXC though, trying to even out the health. Does manage to do so. We do have him with 25% on that rage. Finds a nice little spot to take another powder in. PXC now starting to move on in. Now the terrain might be a little bit of a situation here for some of these players. We do have Mike though still kiting on out, being able to get out of the situation pretty quick. Grapple bump there from Mike to the R&B focus. Big damage. PXC now since the R&B focus. F called in for Mike. R&B catches, but that's good for the full jump LNB there. PXC trying to stay up. Gets clip off the scare rush. Now the F called in for the Lonnie. Mike being able to close out that distance between the health between both of these players. Catches the second scare rush, does manage to get clip off the R&B focus though. Big damage here from PXC. Scare rush, jump LNB. Mike overholds 62%. Gets hit off the R&B focus. Big damage there for PXC, and it's gonna be our MVP for our first game. And what a start here for our Biweekly 2.
Yeah, PXC catching MVP, getting 5 eliminations since the first place. He's going to earn himself that 9-point threat, just 9 points straight up for that first game. Putting him nice and tidy for first day performance and into this week, into week 2. Considering that we were seeing him in finals, but also in terms of seeing him in the week 1 and seeing how he would go up against, like, formerly known as Pace. That's why I keep mentioning him as such.
Yeah.
His performance in the past year and even in the past year and a half has been insurmountable in terms of the performance, even to Wufang, right? Even Wufang himself came through into last season, introduced into X1 as a team and made it through finals for J-Cup. But having opportunity to see him PHC catch his MVP, it's a good sight to see, a good notion of what he's going through in terms of the gameplay cycle switch ups, but he is not letting it low in terms of his progress. And it was kind of interesting seeing that last game, the last fight, because at the end of the day, Alani versus Shail already burned her ultimate. And Lani, we saw the ultimate coming out, but at the same time, it is a rage-based type ultimate. The amount of rage that is conserved, as well as being on standby, can be canceled, and it can start being built up again. And for that, Alani would have had the advantage anyhow. The only thing was up to Pace and how aggressive could he afford to be to allow a reset on the Shail, or rather go in with 900 HP and then decide to say the fight's going to be over on his terms. And you could even see it. He was calculating out within the combo breaker to be popped out. You can see how much kind of worked out for him in the essence that even if he doesn't have a combo breaker, he could still create the space by charging those RMBs, forcing Mike into this disengagement tactic of looking for the drop down RMBs. Like you mentioned, you were looking at seeing whether he was going to go into that tower and make it happen, but Mike was anticipating that probably to space out even further, which gives more time for that Lani just to make the drop downs. And it kind of came into fruition about, Mike had that armor swap to go through. Pace knew to take out the Justina, needing to take out the Justina was another play, but catching her at the end of her animation, just making sure to catch up to her, that was where the point was to go in his favor, the Soul and that ult proc, just to mitigate any sort of offensive pressure from the Shail.
Yeah, I mean, this is the bounce back you want from PXC, right? I mean, from previous bi-weeklies last year, I mean, we've seen PXC, also known as Pace, like you mentioned, he's had a very nice start to the season. I believe he came into the beginning of the 2024 season. He had a good run. We saw some amazing things for PXC, as we just see now here, with 5 overall kills, 9 game score, Choose with 5 as well, but not that multiplier in his favor, so he gets that 6.5. T225 bounce back with 4 eliminations, 5. OUG's Might bounce back as well with 3 eliminations, 5. Wufang with 3, overall game score of 4.5. WBG's Verse with 2.5, as well as A Zhao, Arano with 2, HM with 1, Edward as well, Lipo with 0.5, and Fong with 0. But yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to mention, right? I mean, PXC, nice bounce back from the last bi-weekly, turning up a notch. He wasn't a bi-weekly finals, didn't have the greatest one. Mike was still alive in the top 2. So that's another bounce back there for OUG's Mike, being able to have that good game. Opposed from the bi-weekly 1, going into game number 1, he played as the ping that he usually plays during his first game. But we're going to take a quick look at the replays for our first game of the day, powered by China Unicom.
Gamers United. And you see the double jump LMVs. T25 comes out swinging and Nbpl, and then A-Shell up against Wufang. First elimination given to A-Shell, by the way, here. And with Wufang just taking a lot of clinks and then forcing out those jump LMVs. And then Wufang goes up against Fong inside of the city of Imperium and taking out Fong with just jump LMVs again. Just look at this, man. The old proc knockback, and he just slow and steady this into the Warship Hall. And now comes out the PXT. Relma Yang kill eliminations against A-Shell. That was a kill that put A-Shell in a position of dire straits, and this is where he found elimination. T25 looking for it as with the 1 musket shot to the neck, with a pistol shot, I should say, up against H&M, and then finds it again against A-Shell, just picking it up piece by piece, layer by layer, with all the marbles in his hands.
Yeah, that was insane. I mean, T225 just a straight menace there, being able to snag with those 2 eliminations. Mike here in the Relma Yang against Choose, the 1.0 finish there against Choose, and now the 1-2 hold. Now T225 trying to stay alive, and T225 was getting a lot of aggression throughout the whole end game. He managed to stay alive for a very long time. Unfortunately enough, does get taken out there by Mike. PXC there with elimination. We do have him here in the last scrap off of this game number 1. Did have him against Mike, overholding, making sure he does not get caught up. Shayo ultimate was down, as well as the Lani, but still manages to stay up and does take the first MVP of the day on the Lani. Look at that animation, man. Look at that. We got the little rug into the boss land.
Show you the world. Whoa. We can't say that. Listen, everything. She has a flying carpet, but she ain't got no genie lamp. You know what I'm saying? Things come out here. It's just by the skill set. Ain't no luck around this part of the world, boys. Because Pace, second MVP, I should say, had Desperation, Soothing Boom, Slow Shot, double Slow Shot, by the way, Shiloh and Staff, and a Vodger's Gift. He's using Staff majority of that game. 16,000 damage, gave to 17k, 10k healing, with the 5 eliminations. He had a Hong Sword, he had dual blades, but I think one thing to keep in notion about is also just like what I really love to see in this gameplay, especially in solos, something that kind of makes it very perfectionist, you know, like is where you can take advantage from one spot to the next. If you see, for the instance that happened in the last fight between him and Mike, it was also the opportunity that he found that scare rush just because it was such availability to him, because he wasn't able to confirm the full gold focus attack for the stanchion. But if he had it, he would have gone for it. Otherwise, scare rush into LMB, catches it off, hold check master 101, right? He goes for the R&B hold check against Mike, and that's like dependency if you know that Mike is going to be looking for it in terms of tap dodge and parry. It didn't happen. But of course, just like how we look for the tap dodges, we're looking for the predictions in chat. Oh yeah, we're bringing it back. We're going to have ourselves a question in the chat. Which player beat OA's Edward in the Romy Yang? Is it A, Alliance's A Shao, B, WBG's Verse, C, WZ's Orano, or D, OUG Mike? Make sure you guys remember what I was talking about last week or even today about there's always been this notion of, you know, this player wants to fight out Mike inside the Romy Yang. So you guys have that. Oh, okay, I remember now. And we mentioned it in that Romy Yang fight too anyways. So regardless, hope your memory's intact. Hopefully it hasn't been broken this past week. But because we're going right into round 2 as well, and just having an opportunity of just seeing what's going to be lying ahead. Round 2, Hollow Rock Sunny, C8. We've seen how characters like Xiao can succeed here, especially just because of her sheer indefatigability with her ultimate and just not being able to take any sort of issues. I'm pulling the thesaurus out for you, bro. I'm putting the Webster's Dictionary as it comes out, just to kind of work out inside of Hollow Rock, though. More importantly, just having the ability to solve puzzle if there was Fireflies, but we don't have Fireflies coming up, dog. We don't.
No Fireflies for game 2 or 3. Yeah, I mean, we've seen the great success there from Xiao. Just getting that one change alone just made her a powerhouse of a character for these players to use her. I mean, we've seen how safe she can be, how much aggression she can outpost as well, and how her opponents has to really try to back up and try to read the situation, especially with getting caught up in those chains. And if a third party's in the mix as well, we've seen triple chained up as well, right? Just being able to do all that, get the health, I mean, get the damage, just it's insane to see. And the Liams still being the first round picked, I believe we started seeing those MVPs come online around game 3 or 4s, but from what I've seen and what I've casted, the first games don't usually go towards the Liams, which a lot of these players are still picking for their first pick in the group A. But still, I mean, everything's evolving, right? I mean, on top of that, if you go off of the live patch that we still don't have, we have a new weapon in play that's going to change up a lot in the meta. I mean, what we are not going to see the infinite carousels in the Romy Yang as well, with that new patch, which is very strong weapon to run in there. We've seen a lot of success in there with the longsword in the Romy Yang. And I mean, a lot of things I'm seeing in the mainland side is we're seeing a infestation of Vipers, right, in solos, which is very exciting to see, because I mean, Viper has never been, I think I've seen like one Viper throughout this whole time in the Pro League, that we've seen like around game 7 or 8 in a bi-weekly final, right? We never seen a staple Viper being played out in these games, and it's just still things are going to evolve. We are not in that patch. We're still in the last patch that we had, so it's going to be a little bit of time since we see that patch here in the Pro League. But I mean, just thinking about it, right? We just come into the bi-weekly, we came in with a new character, things were already, players were testing out Lonnie in the beginning, trying to see how she was. No hottie, so that's another thing they had to experiment with. On top of that, the next patch is gonna have more experimenting. How good is the throwing knife is gonna pair up against those staple weapons in the scene already. I mean, I've seen some. I was watching Frostovit's play yesterday, and I've seen the mix-ups he was going against Spider in the Romy Yang when he was streaming. So I mean, it's just, it's still a lot of things to see, or to wait and see how they're gonna pan out. But I mean, we still got 5 more games for tonight. We've seen a crazy game 1. Mike not on this ping for his first game, and I think that might be the play from now on, just because we did see him whip out the Zaping, and that was a staple of his for a very long time, taking out the Zaping for his first game of the day in Predoria, where we think we saw, I don't know if it was T225 or Spider also trying to run the Zaping for that game at some time. But even at that, the bi-weekly one, everybody knows if there's a Zaping, it's most likely Mike, which it's a double-edged sword, especially in these lobbies that everybody really knows who they are once they start getting in those fights. Just you know, a lot of mathematical equations that come into it. I mean, they know how they fight, just being able to see what character they're on and what group and so forth, right? There's just so many factors that goes into play where, you know, they can pretty much most of the time tell who they're going up against. But yeah, PXT, great game for PXT. The bounce back he needed, coming in hot here for our first bi-weekly. Needs to continue this momentum on to the bi-weekly final if he makes it. Wants to see if he can take a chip in. I mean, didn't express it a lot for the bi-weekly 1 final. Having another player come in and taking a bi-weekly where, you know, most of the times is Micro Spider, right? But you know, we do get those times where another player does manage to snag one up, as we got one here for last week.
Yeah, and now it comes in terms of the selection process. I mean, look at the average of points coming out from this Mike. 2.6 average kills, 1.1 average ranking points, which is 4th on the leaderboard. But look at his Shayo, look at his Syra gameplay. And this comes into the mindset of the phases, right? He chose Shayo, that means he was phase 2. That means now it comes down to him being in phase 5, which is somewhat in the past a Syra pick. We saw it now today to be a phase 4 option, or even to a phase 3 option. And that gives Syra a little bit more leeway in terms of what the other players are thinking about with their coaches on choosing her out or when to choose her out. So if he gets an opportunity of picking up the Syra, that would be a great counter strategy against Shayo to be available for him, as well as just being able to just be in a safety option of sustain and shielding. And I was mentioning this earlier last year, we saw V1 Shayo to be a dominant force, superbly, to the point where she was a 2nd round pick selection, somewhere into the into the pick pool, even 1st round pick selection. Remind me, phase 1 pick selection was a crazy understatement of the century, because the thing is, everybody picked it. If she was available for a double pick, they framed one that, and there was no question about it. But one part that makes it interesting is even with a potential counter with her tap dodging and everything, especially tap dodging her dazzle orbs, which if you guys don't know, when it comes down to fighting a Syra like in the Rumble Yang, you can just tap dodge the roll through the pillars. Players still understand that using Syra with the V1 still has an opportunity of just shielding yourself from mortal effect. We used to saw V2 on the off season, where V2 was being primarily used because solo players realized the value of an 8-second heal that masked over 1600 HP. Yeah. They nerfed that real quick. They gutted it like hottie, bro. They cut it in half. And the thing that happens next is back to V1, because survivability and just, denying the death that could have potentially happened, buying you some time and acting. And even in further past of the fall in prior year, even the year prior to that, Fairy Shen survivability in the Rummy Yanks. But Kylan has also had his tentativeness of being alive in the meta, and then he came back like that slap. As HM woke up to Shang to go for those spams out, there's another slap that came through here. Now, HM, he's going to be in the next phase for phase 1. That means we give him a Liam game. That means we give him an opportunity of using one of the top pick characters. The problem is seeing where he's going to lie into this week, because like I said, week 1 positioning wasn't that great in terms of performance, but he still has jitters in the first week. This is his first season into the Pro League, if I'm not mistaken. So for him to have an opportunity on the field like this, it's unprecedented, to say the least.
Very slap heavy here for HM. Just watching, I was just analyzing it.
Right? You saw that
yeah. He's very slap heavy. I mean, before, slap was very strong, right? I mean, we did see how it kind of turned into a slap meta, where a lot of these players were going into that slap to try to catch the prio, to be able to get that prio off the slap alone, just because you're safe, right? You can't get parried. You're armoring through. The only thing that goes through it is a focus attack, or you have to tap dodge it. So we did see a very strong period in the Pro League where these players were running that slap meta. I think in the bi-weekly 1 finals, we saw like a quad slap from Edward or something. I forgot who it was, but we did see someone getting slapped 4 times. But in the beginning of the game, as soon as they dropped down, he didn't have no weapons, so he was just trying to outburst as much damage as he could. So that's why he was doing it. But now with the change on the slap, we don't really see a lot of these players running that slap no more. And HM was still in that slap phase. We see him there in that Roman Yang, where he was very slap heavy, trying to catch the damage now off of that alone, which he did get caught up on it sometimes there. So it's still, probably something under development that he's trying to work around. Or obviously he's a pro, I'm not, so he knows something I don't know about the slap. But that's just what I just noticed, that he was very slap heavy still playing in these games. But Fong, had a rough game 1, still trying to bounce back. Didn't make it to the bi-weekly final 1 last week. Didn't have that success he was looking for. We did see his that play style he has, where he's like he gets tapped 2-3 times, then you gotta have to try to catch him, right? I mean, for a very long time, he had the best movement in the game with the fan dagger. I mean, those are his most prioritized weapons, and it was very hard to catch Spawn. He's very slippery, right? But for the Biweekly 1 final that we saw, he didn't really find a lot of that success that he's usually had in the pro league, where, you know, very slippery, try to catch up to him, it's gonna be very impossible. And I mean, he's still playing that third-party favorite playstyle as well, which, you know, I think like it's very, it's like a RNG thing, right? I mean, you're not always confirmed the elimination in the third parties, but we haven't really seen him have that great success as we've seen in the past for him. So, you know, I'm very curious to see how he's gonna bounce back. We did have a phase where I did see him start using a lot more weapons. He was playing halberds for a while with a pole sword as well. Like, he's been drastically broadening out his weapon pool, because I mean, even for a while, I remember the first year in the pro league that I was casting, I mean, Fong was taking common daggers over any purple, blue, gold rarity weapons.
Yeah, he was. He even dropped all his gold weapons and had a blue dagger. That's the lore. That's the lore for you guys, dude. It's kind of quintessential seeing Fong with a dagger, and if he has anything else, it's just making sure he can use the dagger within the rotation, like with that pole, which is a great mix-up, a wild card mix-up. Just like this phase selections, seeing how it's a reverse from first round, H&M from JL, and 521's Light Polaris is going to be going ahead. He's Wufong, TT25 from YCG, phase 2, Battle Chichang, Always Edward, phase 3. And while Alliance Asia and PXT in phase 4, Verse and Mike in phase 5, Arano and Fong in phase 6. This is a complete opposite from round 1. If you guys are just getting more and more familiar, because a lot of people are still asking me about the pick ban system. I'm like, listen, this is how it runs. And they're like, all right, I'm confused. I'm like, just watch. Things kind of come out here where you see the rotation and you're like, okay, now it starts to make sense, because every single role gets filled out. And there's Liam's first round selection. JL's HM and finds it with Light Polaris. And now Wufong and TT5 can take Xiao, Gayer, Ren, T. Phase 3, a little bit of a mix-up potentially. We could still see Lonnie's coming out here or being pocketed to 1 to 2. Chang, Edward, both locking her in. This opens up that card, right? We could still see Mike choose if he even to Holoroth. It's a little bit of a shy shot, but it could be an opportunity in seeing him bringing it, because Zyra comes out from PXT. A-Shell's still on standby to choose out his hero. If he wants to go for a mono pick, we could see it, or Justina like we saw last round. And it looks like he is going to lock down the Zyra. With Mike and Verse now, Justina's could be options for them to choose. For the Zyra or for the Justina, I would suspect that to be so, just because it comes into into the Holoroth map as well as the No Firefly maps. So Molchto gets chosen, August gets chosen from Verse. Double pick that I did not expect to see coming from this, but it does open up the door here, CA.
Yeah, we saw some good success from Spider's Akos. Game number 7, I believe, in the bi-weekly final. We see how well Akos does in this meta still. I think we had a game where we had 3 Temis in the field as well. So these players are still wanting to pick these characters opposed from like a Justina that is also still in the mix. So I guess it's just player dependent and what character they feel more comfortable for their earlier games. I mean, obviously it's map situational, round situational. Are there fireflies? Are there not? We see a lot of the Akos come out in those firefly maps games as well later throughout the night for those round selections. But game number 2, locked and loaded. Players starting to load up in here for our first Holoroth game of the day. Man, crazy. 2 games down. We have our selections here. Looking at the Lonnies right now, the V2s are in, I believe, for both of them. Nope, the V1 for Choose. So we are going to have 1 V2 on Edward and a V1 for Choose, which, you know, now that I'm seeing the character a lot more, we start seeing how the differences are now broken down for me personally, how I'm seeing them being panned out. I mean, from what I saw, obviously the V1s are super strong in the early to mid game. We saw great success from the V2s in the end game, like I mentioned earlier. Nothing else catches me off guard. I mean, just the F1 on the Akos, which we do see sometimes an F2 come out for some of the Akoses, but everything else looks very standard. The V1 being the staple on the Justina as well, with the combo break F2. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary. Fong with the V2 Keelan, which we did see a V1, I believe, right, for the bi-weekly final. I forgot who was running the V1.
For the bi-weekly final, I'm gonna try to memory bank that one. I know ASE's XY ran that V1 Kylan.
Somebody ran a V1, yeah.
For the Padoria map rotation, did a fantastic game, by the way.
Yeah.
But going into this Rummy, or into this Sahara, sorry, into the standard drop zones, DRG Fong usually takes the Salvation Podium. For him to get contested by 3 players, potentially up to 5 if Pace decides to go down south furthermore. That's just a straight, that's a straight send off in terms of trying to contest for that Salvation Podium. We've seen him get the gold weapon more times than we could count, just be having the availability for it. 5-2-1's Lipo though with Polaris. He's going to be spawning into City of Tong. Over by the trenches, you can see Verse as well as Arana taking that opportunity over there, and having always Edward about his Shang try to contest Salvation Podium. It's going to be a fun fight. Medtop though, having TT25, A Shao, even Wufong and nearby with JL's HM, they're going to be set up for game 2 into Holoroth. And folks, we have a 3-man spawn right into the heart of the Salvation Podium. Who's going to come out here on top? We'll find out soon.
This is dangerous, right? We do see both players going low instantly to try to get the information for the puzzle. But you have to be careful. Choose on the top side and might be waiting for his players to get on top there, on top of the puzzle. And then the ballista shots are going to be flying on in. Edward does manage to get a common armor. We do have scrap offs here in Plume Castle. Micah gets PXC. Grapple bump here onto Stat. Does not connect. Doesn't get the grapple there, a bump there. Now Mike trying to back on up on the Temi. Does manage to swap on over to a blue Hong Sword. Clint comes in there for PXC as well. Also running a blue Hong Sword in the backside. Tries to go for the scare rush. Does manage to connect. F caught in there for PXC. R&B jump LNB. Dazzle finish as well. Connects there into the slide uppercut. And PXC here with a nice opener here for game number 2.
Honestly, I gotta say, Mike, I think Mike low-key egoed the Dazzle, to be honest, to come out.
Yeah.
To be honest, because the ones that came through, it was over. Even after his F was still available, it would have been Pace's opportunity to catch that slide uppercut just with the frame alone. And now it's going to be the case because he had a limited terrain advantage that worked against Mike. Now, fortunes of Kaviani, we see a fight coming here. Rana actually finding a kill against Light Polaris into the scene, but TT25 actually finding H&M here in the rescinding end with no HP. 1 LMB to the next, 1 F1, but 1 kill RMB from A-Shao with that fan, and it's going to be worse to easiness, and TT25 has to fight up against his Syra in the mix.
And that was 2 Shayos up there. TT25 still trying to stay up. Do see him now trying to aggress on A-Shao. A-Shao does manage to cut out this pressure here from TT25 on the blue nunchucks. Does have the armor advantage as well. Nearly full on that blue armor. Blue armor swap now for A-Shao. Looks like the pressure's going to ice off for now. Wufong's still in the mix as well. He is be able to stay up. We do have these players. I'm not sure who took the puzzle. Now that Fong's backing up, I think that pressure there has stopped there for all of these players. We also had Choose there. So very interesting to see who's going to come on top here. It looks like Fong got it here with the gold spear though.
Yeah, you got a gold spear, you got a soft step gecko foot, no erudition, just to see if it came through his moment of, recluse. But there's gonna be a Wufong here up against A-Shao. 1 LMB to be caught, and then 1's ultimate to be reactive. Not even reactive, just predict it and use it early on. A-Shao not gonna use it against a Shio ultimate, as if Wufong gets caught by 1 dazzle, it's over for him, dog. It's over. And there it is. 1 LMB to the next. Laser beam light staggers. They don't go for heavy staggers.
Oh my god.
TT25 finds that soul bloom, and now it's up to A-Shao to escape this.
Yeah, now TT25 trying to apply the pressure onto A-Shao. But I mean, Alliance's A-Shao just got away with murder right now. He just has to kite on out, swap it on over to the fan, trying to get the movement game on. It does have the terrain to do so as well. See time and time again that these players use the terrain here. The Clint comes in here for TT25. I'm not gonna let you go easily. We do have A-Shao now trying to battle out in this situation. Does get clipped here in the side of the terrain. The scare rush comes into play. TT25 with a little bit of movement error there, does not manage to fully get out there. But now A-Shao does manage to go back on up, trying to see if he can find some damage onto TT25 since the one putting off the LMB. Now TT25 responds as well. The healths are nearly even. We do have a little bit of a troll pickup here from TT25, trying to see if he can find an armor swap, a reset for both of these players. Arano versus, we have a third party here for PXC.
Yeah, and Arano actually gets fully eliminated. Now he gets his second life to come through here, luckily. But for Pace right now, up against Naka's ultimate with the armor swap, Burst getting a copy of the LMB, burns his F1 as 8 comes out. Ultimate focus, by the way, and gets himself 30% plus 10% on the mitigation by hitting Pace. Now, obviously, he's looking for an armor swap. He finds it, holds the horizontal here, gets that 2-on-1 potential. No, he extends it because he knew that the F1 is going to be still available for Pace here. Looking for the neutral again. There is a burnout for the F skill. No chance for that Dazzle to come out against Verse, and PXT having a Moonbane 90 seconds wants to take the opportunity to reset here as Verse does the same thing, but Fong is on the hunt.
Yeah, Fong, look, prepping for that third party. Wufong in the mix as well. Verse on the bottom side. Verse with 57% on that rage, getting that rage back pretty quickly. We do have Fong now in the mix, still playing with the blue fan. We saw him with the gold spear, but he's picking the fan once again, not carrying as a gold spear in hand. Now gets a little 1-2, backs on up. seen the play style here from Fong multiple times. It might look like he is going to be the one getting chased down. Possibly. Don't have the aggression going towards his way. We have Verse with Fong and Asia as well still in this building. Verse might be trying to get on out. We do see him backing on up there. He is leaving the situation, but the scrap offs might unfold pretty quickly. Our first Roma Yang is going to start spawning pretty soon as well, but we have a bounty here from Choose onto OUG's Mike.
Yeah, Mike is going to be holding out here somewhere in the snowy forest by Serpent's Pass. There it is. Purple fist blades in hand. V3 for the Temult ultimate. Looking to the shop if you can possibly buy something out of nature. Looking to buy supplies. Actually buying probably Soul Jays if I'm not mistaken. We're going to have to see later on. Otherwise, Rum Yanks in 45 seconds. As again, you look at the bottom left corner, you're like, man, what are those? Those are for throwing knives, bro. The butterfly knife.
Yeah.
Throwing knives. I can't.
I
saw those. I was like, yo, this is kind of dope. We're kind of upgraded right now, especially for the throwing knife skins. But kind of curious in seeing what's going to be available for the seasonal treasure chest.
Yeah.
Considering Tarka is in the mix for being the poster boy for the season, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Because that rework is going to happen at some point. It's also to note that it could also revolve around throwing knives as being the extreme weapon. We'll have to see later on. But Mike, getting chased down, getting aggressed by HM, making HM regret his decisions. The F1's burnt out. Nice pistol shot, insult to entry, but a little bit of tip damage, a little bit of reset. They still have around this Rummy Yang to fight it out.
Yeah, now the Roma Yang gate is starting to fall. Big parry here for HM. Goes for the damage instead of picking up the pass. And these players are going to be duking it out. The V2 called in here for HM onto Mike. But he's going to go first. He's going to find an iceberg. Sends him on the ground, though. I thought he was going to look for an iceberg there on the top side of the cave. We do see it in the backside. Could have gone for that. Now the Temi ultimate is going to be called in here for Mike. Now HM throws the last V2. Does not have any more left in his inventory. But Mike now catches the whisk. That's one. He's going to go for the reset. That's two. Doesn't catch the third, just as does, catches the third. Now he's gonna go ahead and take the reset in, not put out the damage there in the backside. We do have him now full reset in. We go ahead and get the pass now. HM trying to full throttle on in as well. Mike's gonna snag up the pass. Great, good plays here from Mike being able to get that pass and make sure he goes right inside that Roma Yang so you can get that ult back. But Asia now with a third party, Fong as well. Everybody's starting to move on in. Mike is like, yeah, y'all can have that. I'm out of here. I'm gonna go ahead and focus HM.
Yeah, they can back off here in terms of this, and even HM knew that no ultimate. They don't know that they don't have ultimate, so they're gonna be wondering about why this fight's gonna be happening. Cyro on Asia, just to hard confirm it. You can see him try to chip away here left and right, but then Mike finds a nice parry. F1 used the right opportunity here for HM to keep his weapon and disallow the parry attack, but then there's Fong, gold, with a gold spear in his back pocket. We know this. Purple armor on the standby, and while Mike is looking to try to chase this one out here, he's got his ultimate to be slowly building up, but not gonna be fast enough, especially if these guys want to confirm and hard confirm abilities to be used, just like how Mike just used that F.
Yeah, but now the Ballista Tower kiting is here. Both with everybody starts going through this way. We have Fong as well in the mix. First roaming are going to be happening pretty soon. We have WZ already in, waiting for his opponent. Mike, though, getting a full reset in. HM drops very low. The 1-2 spam there as well. Off the halberd, and just an RB focus there for Fong for the elimination onto HM. I mean, gold rarity. That's why Fong is using it now. We do have a lot of damage going towards his way now. 1-2-3 sends it, gets the damage. Mike now catches the prowl once again. F called in here for the Kylie now. Looks like he's gonna try to catch the 1-2. Does manage to get the LMB catch, but he's gonna back on up, trying to get a full reset in. And Mike's just gonna go ahead and pick up the remaining resources off that body.
Oh, to be continued with that fight. And I was going to mention that Fong has a lot of HPJs, but just like those HPJs, we see a nunchuck parry come out from Verse and throws it down. There's going to be one ultimate to be casted here, and it's an immediate one from Akos from Verse. F2 comes out from Arano, goes for the ultimate to mitigate that knockback, and of course, Verse looks to kind of cut around here. He finds it, V2 confirmed. He might actually catch jump LMB because of this, and that's going to be the elimination just like that. Before you even know it, Arano goes down. Verse finds his Romeo victory. Pace, though, up against T225.
PXT already in that Cyro ult form. 2-2-5 still has that Shaya ultimate online as well. The Cyro ultimate is gone out here for PXT. We have the Shaya ultimate now online. He goes full aggression here for T225. Do have him here with the grapple spam, grapple LMB catch into the 1-2. Does get the damage off of that. Re-grapple spam, gets the LMB catch as well. Tries to catch the tap dodge, doesn't manage to do so. Overholds. No procs here for PXT. He's just trying to back on up here in the situation. Does manage to get a little bit of space, and now the Kaiden is on here for PXT. T225 though, full throttle in. The 1-2 RBs, 1-2-3 connects on the ground as well. And T225 here with beautiful textbook Roma Yang here against PXT.
Yeah, and now we're switching back over. Fong an active ultimate now up against Mike. Mike actually having burned his ultimate just prior to this engagement. We missed a whole slew of action here. They're still looking at the body for JL's HM for supplies. He still has the whole bank. And now everything comes out to Fong. Catches a blue focus to the face. LB for the clink. Might be looking for the double tap dodge. Doesn't capture it. And Fong gets a lot of HP that is shredded here with losing his armor again. That's not going to be a good look, especially losing all that health right now, C8.
Wow, does manage to pop the app as well as the Temi. Doesn't catch off the whisk there. Fong now getting clip off of that LMB. Now Fong trying to stay alive. The second scare rush connects as well. Fong does manage to get on top of this terrain. Asia starting to move on in. Now the Ballista Kite is here. Beautiful double scale rushes there from Mike. And that's elimination there onto Fong. That's super unfortunate there for Fong. Had a great start there with the weapon of choice. Gold Spear off the puzzle. Doesn't manage to find a success. Drops to 1 elimination on the board. Asia and Mike going right back on it. I mean, Asia going against the veteran like OUG's Mike, the 2-time champion here for the J-Cubs. I mean, it's just crazy, right? He's new in the scene. 3 eliminations on the board. And being able to, you know, hang with the big dogs like this is not an easy task.
Is not an easy task. It's like I was going to say something out of pocket, diabolical even. But I'm not going to go down that route. We are here, you know, shout out to all my gamers out there. We're going to have the chance of looking at A-Shao with 3 eliminations, Gold Howards outside of the Roman Yang, hot off of a fight. And he finds Mike, and Mike has no, you know, had no opportunity to go ahead and back off, but he's going to go right back in. And now with the Roman Yang depletion, no Roman Yang depletion to say, with the Vermilion Burst Might, he knows he can full invest into this fight, 100%. Now A-Shao has to take an opportunity not to just go ahead and grief this, but then again, it always happens. He knows that the time is going to be of the essence. He knows he can't armor swap because he has purple armor. He finds a free dazzle onto Mike. This little bit of a movement set at Feather Lake has a lot of terrain that you can get into the scare rushes, especially with the scaffolding and the rock faces. But then A-Shao is going to use this as a time and opportunity to ult as a counteraction for that Temi.
Does have that ultimate there to stay up here from the Tomochi ultimate. Mike's him go ahead and top of the terrain, get a full reset in. A-Shao trying to get some health back here from the ultimate. Mike full back to full health. We do see him gonna wait for this Ira ultimate to go offline to reaggress. Just a matter of time. We have a third party as well. Verse might start to move on in. Do have him on the right hand side with 2 eliminations on the knockouts. A-Shao now pops 1 powder in. Neutral game for both players. Another third party comes on in. The backside PXC in the mix. Whisk does not connect there on the bottom side. We do have Mike still getting aggressive here. Do have a 4th party start moving on in. I believe I think I saw another player, but and Mike is just getting completely shredded here. The air R&B into the grapple. Now on the backside, PXC choosing the Tomoka out of the bunch. A-Shao as well has the perfect opportunity. PXC now is going to go ahead and invest the ultimate. Gets caught up, but it's going to be Burst coming out victorious here with elimination onto Mike.
Yeah, no solo pick up for PXT here, as well as A-Shao looking for the crouch LMBs, knows to burn this Vermilion Burst Might. He knows it's going to be necessary to get himself out of fruition. Now, he might grief him. I'm not sure. There it is. It's going to be elimination. He had 30 seconds left to go anyhow. So for PXT, finding the solo now, able to get rid of the Romanian depletion, having to worry about the Zakos, considering that ultimate is ready for verse, and he's got that gold spear on standby. Whether or not PXT can find an armor to get upgraded for 2-5, taking that Romanian go over by the Falcon's Perch. But Chisheng has under 90 seconds left before he can get out of the game, because otherwise he isn't going to make it for much longer.
Yeah, we do have him still that Yang depletion timer. Might catch Wu Fan in the second gate over here. We have Verse as well in the mix, but for a minute and 10 seconds, the aggression has to happen now. It looks like he might be just going for the aggression onto Verse here. The grapple here onto Verse. Tries to go for the musket shot. Gets cut off the 1-2. Gold dagger in hand here for Verse. Spins back to avoid getting parry. Catches the prior off of this. Tries to spin back the area LMB down the terrain. Does not manage to do so. And now getting cut off the crouch LMBs off the daggers. F caught in here for the Lonnie. Asia's now starting to move on in. Lonnie ultimate invested here for Choose on the backside on the B1. Now we're going to see how good this can do against these players. Do have the second one missing as well. Doesn't catch the bounce back there off the ball. The third one throws. Doesn't get the damage off this one alone. So go ahead and scatter on out. Gets the third damage. Yes, he does. Gets a little bit of damage, but the ultimate runs out. Choose now trying to kite on out. Does not have the greatest opportunity right here. Both of these players are going to full focus him, and with 23 seconds remaining, all it takes is one last and final hit before the timer runs out to confirm the elimination for one of these players. But we do have a second Roman Yang, and we have PXT against T225.
Yeah, we got gold face plates versus blue. It looks like to the purple, and now there's one LMB to the next. Combo breaker is utilized out here. T225 doesn't get caught by the dazzle, but he almost gets caught by that blue focus vertical. 1-2 RMB misses it because it's terrain of the wall. And now T225 is on the hunt on disengaging. And for this is up to the Sire to catch one dazzle, but of course T225 looks to scare rush at the moment that she makes her line of sight available. T225 at one side of the corner, no dazzle opportunity for pace. T225 has a perfect for heal, and this is that top dodge thing. I mentioned it. It's like I got the intuition for it. It's crazy. Everything comes down towards the Syra into the Romy Yang, where you can tap dodge around the pillars, but Pace doesn't realize now it's time for him to fight against the Xiao ultimate.
And this is the run back, and this happened in the first Roman Yang as well. He's able to save this Xiao ultimate, just waiting out that Syra ult. cutting it out, and now he has the full pass to be able to get aggressive as aggressive as he wants. And we do see now the kiting here from PXT, trying not to get caught up here against the Xiao. He does not want to throw anything at her to proc one of those shields. As we see, 225 trying to catch on up, does get caught up on one, catches the shield from mid-range. That's nice damage here from 2225. Now PXT still using the pillars here to continue his movement game. Doesn't manage to catch now. Now the Shy ultimate is gone since the R&B focus there off the purple fist place there for PXT. Now 225 sends his, the dazzle on the ground doesn't connect, but now another terrain grief there off the 1-2-3s there from the fist blades. Does not get the full capitalization off of it. Gets the damage off the 1.0 R&Bs since the LMB focus spin back there into the catch as well. And that was beautiful there from T225. Spins back the LMB focus. Spins it right back around for the last frame. Gets the damage plus the prowl, and now he's gonna come out victorious here with gold armor and gold hung sword as well.
Yeah, as well as picking up a Heta detach and a scatter shot. This is perfect opportunity for Shael, especially for T225. Finds himself in the ringer, losing a lot of HP. He can throw that Heta detach so long as he has a long sword, of course. It usually doesn't happen as often, but he can potentially go to the shop and just purchase out melee weapons and hope for the best. And if he can get a longsword, it really does make a big impact that the longsword doesn't have any sort of congener for him to swap off to. So whether or not he's able to find it in the loot pattern, he's going to have to hope for it. Otherwise, though, he's having a tuna on standby. Let's take a look to see about his Jade purchase. This Mortal Defiance direct purchase for the shop. I salute you, sir. That was a great purchase instead of trying to look for the RNG-ness of the shop. And that was a great purchase to macro gameplay overall.
What are the odds, right? Just copying Mortal Defiance, like you just knew it was gonna come out. It was just insane there. So going into that end game, it's gonna be coming in handy there with that Mortal Defiance. PXT now with a 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Try to cleanse this out. Can't wait for just a little bit. He's gonna play the edge of the zone. Edward is right next to him. Wufong buying up some more resources as well here in the buy zone. Gold launcher in hand here for Wufong. Be a nice little pickup here for T225. He's able to pick up the elimination onto Wufong, but Wufong is Shayo as well. We're probably not going to see that. What J do you see?
Well, not only is it Skyforce, he also has an engraving. So if he gets those jump RMBs, the longsword, he gets a guaranteed blue focus. That's a surprise. It's an ace up his sleeve, really, to say the least. But switching on over, PXA versus Edward, and Edward is on death's door right now with no armor in his hand.
Yeah, this could be bad here for Edward. Spins back the LMB focus though. Oh my god, wait, he's going for the TOD off the LMB focus? Hold on. Oh, doesn't get the damage because of the terrain. Now the second ball throw is going to be coming in here for Edward. Overholds, gets the damage off the R&B focus there off the halberds. Back-to-back R&Bs there as well. Sends in the third time, gets parried in the backside. T225 here, but PXT with elimination. And now PXT drops very low. Is going to be forced to pop the Syro ultimate. Wufong in the mix as well in the backside. PXT trying to output as much damage as possible before this ultimate runs out. We do have T225 just completely ignoring it. Gets caught up by the dazzle, but now this could be looking really bad here for PXT.
Yeah, looking really bad here, and PXT's ultimate's about to run out here right about now. Now, T25 is a dazzle, but he's going to keep the chase on with the place blades. He knows this Syra is the Syra that he fought in the Romiang. At least majority of the options are on the table for it, considering how heavy that ultimate fight had gone through. Now, Wufong is also in the chase. Remember, engraving. He has a jump R&B. That's blue focus. He doesn't have to worry about a clink. He can just surpass that with one proximity hit. And obviously, Pace looks for the horizontal here to Wufong, looking for the engraving right there. You saw it. He's looking, trying to go for it. The kill is given to T225. The White Tiger's prowess. F1 utilization for Wufong just to knock him back. Dirty work, but T225 finds the body, finds the loot, and he's switching up his J selections that are on hand. And now for T225, right, one opportunity is also he finds himself a gold attack Jade. So whether or not that's something for him to find out about and utilize, we're at to see. It might be a wind spout, potentially. He's switching his dagger that he picked up to a fan. In other words, it could be something that sets him up for another weapon selection swap. And if he doesn't need to use a Hepta detach as much as he would hope for, at least he has a secondary on hand.
Fully kitted T225 right now, currently with 3 eliminations on the board, as well as A. Zhao. But WBG's Verse currently has 4 on the board with the Akos. And I mean, Verse pick up those eliminations early to mid game, and now in the end game, he doesn't want to get caught up by any of these Xiaoyos. Could be a big problem, especially of the game that T225 has right now. But let's take a quick replay here in the second Romiang. Got Wufong against Edward. It's gonna be Lonnie v Xiaoyo here in this situation. Jump parry here for Wufong. F caught in there for Edward. Now loses all that armor. Gets the LMB Prio. F caught in here for Wufong this time around. Casts the tap dodge back with a jump LMB, and now the Xiaoyo ultimate is pop here for Wufong. Edward tries to kite it on out. well. Do have him overholding the R&B focus, throws down the ball. The Xiaoyu proc comes in here off the chains into the last LMB, jump LMBs, gets caught off the second. Edward still trying to fight the situation out, catches the third bounce into the overhold R&B focus. Now since the LMB, no, goes for the TP into the ball, does not manage to get the damage off of that. Wait, hold on, does Edward do this? It looks like Edward might be able to do this. Oh, I thought he was gonna do that. That would have been insane. I was like, wait, hold on, what happened there?
Yeah, I saw Wufang with the gold armor and the gold longsword. He won this Realm Yang. Plus, Edward was on the Realm Yang depletion. And what was crazy enough, though, was that in the pocketed spam of the ball and then going to goalie stance, he picked up 400 healing with 2 strikes. That really would have set the tone, though, for a reversal in that fight. I mean, catching one neutral LMB into the double extensions, another thing. Wufang, though, showcasing what he's got. He got a switch jazz. Look at the sticking, you know, going off in the sky. Purple focus, by the way. Pseudo. But we are going to see a repair roll for Verse. He has a Ruptured Gale Orb, has a Sunwing Shot, has a Soft Step Gecko Foot, also has an Assassin's Lunge and a Sap Jade for his hands. So this is really going to work well for him for eliminations and stack. We're going to see a Fire Target Lock, going to see a Switch Shot, Venom Tip, as well as seeing a Jabbing, a Shaolin Staff, as well as a Velocity Untold for Polaris. So he also is stacked. If he finds a weapon selection to work out in the Spirit Well, he can contest it, but 5 players left in the lobby, folks. We got ourselves in terms of this, of whether or not the spacing is going to be egregious or impotence. Otherwise, parries like that with a Sap hit, TG5, he's out of the fight.
I mean, how quickly Wufang now turns on his attention there onto the Akos. The opposing Xiaoyu now backs on up off of that parry. T2D5 now gets a reset in. Vance Hill's on in as well. We do see him still getting some health of that, or some powder, some health back off of that powder. So I'm trying to say. Verse though in the backside, Fong as well in the backside, or Wufang, sorry. F caught in there for the Xiaoyu on the backside. T2D5 overholds, Blistering Edge, big damage there onto Asia. Now Verse starts moving on in. That'll be focused into the Assassin's Lunge. That's gonna be able to do a lot of damage here off the gold dagger. Asia still fighting for this. I don't think we saw a crazy Spirit contestant here for game 1, but we are seeing it here for game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this White Tiger prowess is going to be something that the players want to try to get, because the more players start chipping away at each other's health bar, the moment this gets picked up, that's where they can get the kill confirmation and start stacking up that mitigation. Otherwise, if they haven't gotten any kills after their Realm Yang, the Realm Yang winners are already stacked out, and T2 counting his blessings, having the advanced heal on hand and having the Tuna proc standby. This is where he's going to win the sustain fight. Aishao burned his ultimate. Xiaoyu block is active. He can shield throw the locker down. Otherwise, you know that this is going to be the play for Wufang as well. Both Xiaoyu's active usage. Combination shields are going out.
Aishao has to back on up. We have the random Bane spawning as well. The first one on the scene is going to be T225. Burns that ultimate, so he needs to see if he can find his elimination here. We do have Aishao kiting out the pressure here from T225. In the backside, we still have Wufang, Lipo, and Verse going at it. Doesn't, man. I thought he was gonna tap dodge. I wasn't gonna say anything. I thought he was gonna tap dodge the Bane. Doesn't manage to do so. Aishao's gonna fall off that situation. Wufang and Verse still going at it, and the contestant here for the Spirit Well is still going on.
So much pain coming out here. Combo breaker utilized from Wufang, goes for an uppercut attempt, burns the combo breaker from the Liam. Whether or not we're gonna see Polaris try to run this right back in here, this Spirit Well is still being contested by everyone, folks. So everything comes out to this Moonbane. We can connect off of that. Engraving reveal coming out again for Polaris if he's looking for the fist blades. Versus on a Death's Door standpoint, hasn't used his ultimate yet. Catches one LMB to the R&B. Oh, double caught into the LMB R&B as well from the Halberds. Big play here for the uppercut. Gets caught out here. Has F1 still. Has V2 cast. Looking for a little bit of sustain here. Hopefully he can throw it. There it is. A little bit of heal back. A little bit more opportunity to go for another strike. Burns a Xiaoyu ultimate. But for Verse, this could be a Death's Door set and see if he uses F1 right in front of her.
Man, I'm looking at these ult pops. I mean, the glyph board has to be different from last year, from what I'm watching now. I mean, they're getting back that ultimate so quickly, right? I mean, we saw the second set of ultimates here for the Xiaoyus. I mean, Wufang's is ready as well. Now he's gonna go ahead and pop it against Verse. LMB jump LMB. Tries to go for the engraving, does not connect off of that, but the final jump LMB finisher there for Wufang to snag up the elimination there onto Verse. Lipo in the zone now. Tries to cut line of sight. Now the Liam ultimate is called in. Last 3 players still remaining here for game number 2. And Gravy's on now. The second one nearly connects there as well. Be able to weed this out. Is waiting for the sound cue. Gets cut off the V2. The R&B gets hit there onto T225 in the backside LMBs. And now the second V2 does not connect there. But the clink there does pick an elimination there for Wufang. And now it's going to be Wufang against T225 for our last fight here for game number 2.
Big difference right here. Jump LMB to the jump LMB to the jump LMB into the engraving. Doesn't give it. Doesn't want it. But see, Wufang loses the grapple. That's unfortunate because T25 gets an advanced heal proc here. This is going to be the spacing within the alleyway. You know, T25 is just going to space this into the ravine. If he can, hold checks the heck out of the horizontal. We still got a combo breaker from Wufang, though. And look at his ult rage bar, man. He is at 89 percentage points. And now for Wufang, it's all about the R&Bs here. I mean, listen, he's got this engraving with essentially a purple rarity weapon on standby, especially considering his attack. He burns T25's LMB. There's going to be one chance for this ult proc to be a surprise for T25. Otherwise, oh my goodness, the switch dazzle off the cliff side into the RMB, into a jump LMB engraving. Doesn't get it. Combo breaker comes out, and one chance left before T25 can potentially turn this around. Cannon shot. He looks for the RMB wild haymaker, but I'm pretty sure Wufang takes this with a win with one last jump LMB. I lied. More to the fights.
One of the Defiance comes to play here for T225. Now, Wufang does pop that ultimate. T225 does as well. Now it's going to be a full reset in. But first one is going to be T225 with that advanced heal. Is going to be doing wonders for him here. Does get cut off the first shield there. Now, Chain spins us back there for a little bit. But T225 still full aggressive on in. Wufang now trying to kind of top side of the terrain. Does manage to do so as well. T225. Oh, it's about to run out pretty soon. Eats up a shot there from the musket, I believe. Wufang's going to drop right back down. We do have him going to go ahead and get and top off that powder. He's going to repair the longsword now, so he's going to be able to do the maximum damage off of that weapon now. So now second round. Both of these players going at it. He's going to wait his out. Scare rushes on in. Wufang, first one aggressing on in. T25 now with the 1-2 off the dagger. 1-2-3 clinks there, connects there for both players. The 1-2 once again for the dagger. Overholds, catches the scare. The tap dodge does not manage to do so. The overhold there from Wufang. Cannon shots to try to get some damage in. Doesn't manage to connect. So we do have Wufang now on the bottom side of the terrain. Gets the damage off the R&B focus. The R&B follow-up into the graveyard as well. T25 has not read it yet. Since the 1 point off the dagger. Now the F inside the zone. Now the LMB catch here from the Hong Sword into the 2-1-1. Big damage here. Doesn't get enough damage for the elimination. Recatches here onto Wufang into the 2-1-1. Doesn't get the R&B focus though. Wufang though still trying to fight around, but the clink jump LMB finisher there for T225 coming on my top there against Wufang. And what a great game here for T225 coming on top for the second game of the day.
That was a fantastic last fight, considering all the odds. And considering the Mortal Defiance has still had him proc for T5 within the midst of those final moments, the Spear Well being contested by 5 players total, him having an opportunity to come back, him having an opportunity to reset, really put Wufang into despair in terms of having to fight up against him again. You know, because here's the thing, we saw the advanced heal procking. That's one thing. To be allowed a tuner proc, to be allowed a 15 heal per second for your armor, it's nothing comparative towards it. I mean, he knows that the Wufang had himself White Tiger's prowess. Having 25 heal per tick is great. Just allowing for your target to reset. You don't know what they have on hand. If he had an advanced heal, whether or not he had a tuner prog, at the end of the day, that was going to be a systematic downfall for Wufang. But then again, both sides had fights. You saw how Wufang was able to capitalize on the hilltop and just getting the longsword armies, even with a broken gold longsword. He knew that the value of that could have been the kill. That would have been a way to set up switch dazzle off the extension. That was crazy. Off the hill, like off the side. Like I didn't think he was going to go for the switch dazzle, but he did. Whether he realized he still had switch dazzle because he was showcasing that with the cannon early, he still did work with it. It kind of came down towards even the Syra to not make it through into the final circle, but also seeing how with Polaris being the Liam being focused out, I mean, that's kind of the nature of these fights inside of the Pro League. Some players, even in the global side, may not even see into realizing it, but it kind of becomes this nature of the players, of people who know the Pro League for a while, know how strong it is to stay close to one of the same unit, just because you don't want to have to fight a different unit into the in-game circle. Plus, Liam is one of the more dominating forces to come out, especially being the sole counter against the Shayo. So finding him out, that was going to be the cookie where it crumbles. But which player chose Hottie in game 2? Hottie? Game 2? Bird? That's what I'm saying, bro. Because the answer is not even on the board, bro. I'm going to spoil it out for you guys. In YouTube chat, you guys may not be able to answer this, but Twitch chat, you guys definitely, you know, potentially could answer this. I don't know if you guys... Listen, things come out here. I'm not gonna answer. I'm not gonna list the answers. You know, well, what if one of the answers didn't, you know, show up here from one of the past days? That's the question. Regardless, talking about that game in terms of in-game circle, I think it was a good proprietary fight, especially considering that the Shios had the bright focus between, you know, all the forces around them, especially Verse, right?
Yeah.
Keep in mind that Verse, having his opportunity of being into the Akko's gameplay, forcing a lot of tension on the outskirts, being another key counter against Shayo, and one dynamic with the V2 where he's able to pounce, lock her back, knock her without proccing your shield, getting free damage, even to a free range shot if he really desires to do so. But at the end of the day, something that comes out is the standings, CA, and they're pretty insurmountable.
I mean, off of game one, right? T225 was top 4. Now taking his MVP, playing very well for this week, as we see already for his second game with an overall game score of 7.8, Burst snagging up 5.5, Wufong with 5, Xiao with 4, PXC with 3, Lipo now coming online here with 2.5 for his second game, OUG's Mike with 1.5, Arano and Fong snagging up 1 overall game score, Edward and Choose with the 0.5, and HM, the new kid on the block, is down there with a donut. But I mean, second game right now game 3, moving on over to Morris Isle, has to turn it up. We are going to be taking a quick look at our overall standings currently here for the Biweekly 2. Group has not played yet, but I don't think we're going to see the other group right now. This is just 12 players in the lobby right now. HM with 1, Fongus, well, 1.5 for Edward, our current Biweekly 1 winner. Lipo and Arano with 3. OUG's Mike with 6.5. Had a great game 1. We see there with 5 overall game score. Now on the top side of the pyramid, Asia with 6.5. Choose with 7. WBG's Verse with 8. Wufong with 9.5. PXT with 12. And our runner-up right here, running the leaderboard right now, T225 with 12.8 here currently, with a crazy game 2. You know, just knocking his first game out of the park there with 7.8 opposed to the 5. I mean, still great pacing here for T225, and he is going to be our MVP here for our second game of the day.
Yep, and taking that in terms of round 2. Round 3 goes to take us into Morris Isle midday, so we have to see how that ends up later on. And just catching into these replays, I really want to see it. Brought to you by China Unicom, Gamers United. But one thing to the next was seeing how Arano was getting out of La Polaris. This is 1, 2, 3 in the wall. I can't believe it. But then Aishao finding the elimination off of the course of Tamiani, taking out Wufong here, knowing exactly where the timings were to be had, especially the verse against Arano inside the roam game. I mean, listen, this was like, once he caught him out of that, that was over. This fight, though, against Mike and Fong, I wanted to see the whole fight. Can I see the whole fight? Because I want to see how this ended up going through, where ultimates were to be casted and this came out. But it looks like we're not going to have that. You just see Mike getting like a massive amount of damage, one thing to the next, but then just going ahead and still enclaving towards his direction inside of the tower. Fong match, he calling him out, even though he's on the other side of the field. One thing is led to the next. A TOD attempt here from, Edward. It did not work in his favor.
Disgusting.
Like I mean, one thing came out here when this parry. Like, watch, we got to see this parry, right? Look at this parry. Look at this drop down R&B. He got blown up. Like Edward had no reaction towards that. But we see Asia.
Oh my
dodge in time, man. Page.
I thought he was gonna dodge there, so I wasn't really even stressing until I saw the body fall. But Wufong gets first, and then our last final 1v1. This was a crazy 1v1 to witness here. T225 with double recatch trials here off wake up here against Wufong. Doesn't get the R&B focus off of that due to the terrain. The clink into the jump LB finishes here for T225 has been a nice little showcase here. You see him there with the smile, coming in victorious here for our second game of the day on the Shy Yo. I mean, what can we say, right? Our second Shy Yo MVP for tonight.
That's right. It's kind of funny in seeing how Shayo kind of comes out and still takes it by the cake. We saw her in the past with V2, but V1 just so strong right now. I can't sugarcoat it. V1, so many capabilities towards it. 26k damage stacked up in this one game is insane, especially he was using a duality of weapons, or even more than just the 3 we've seen here between the nunchucks, between the fist plates and dual halberds. He also had his opportunity to just spamming out and just damaging out. I don't even know how much range damage he did, considering that the damage with melee was 2200, but with any range weapon, whether it's cannon, 3000 damage difference comes out. That's not even including with White Tiger's prowess. For everything coming out for T225, having the arsenal essentially in his pocket, he was switching weapons. He even took the time to loot the body off of Edward there. I don't know if you guys remember that, and seeing how even if he took a little bit of damage, he knew he was still good. Why advance into another still proccing? Maybe one of those jades came into his pocket later on from that body for him to just take into the endgame circle, which is great, decision making, especially that if he didn't have to burn his ultimate there, at least the lobby wasn't there to take it. He knew the surroundings wasn't going to have it. He took a chance, even with knowing what he visually saw, instead of anticipating and predicting that he would get lobbied out, which we usually see in terms of players. But no player really wants to take a fight against a roaming game winner, especially when they just picked up that gold armor.
Yeah, it's rough, right? You see, you can just lock on key, see the armor, you get the information. You know, pretty much they might have, even if it's second realm, I mean, you get the White Tiger's powers aura, so you already know that the Roman Yang winner is next to you. But I mean, another thing that'll be next to you with this quick break, we're gonna be taking a quick break. Once we come back, we're gonna be coming back with that third game for the bi-weekly 2, day 1. Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Solos bi-weekly 2, day 1. My name is Creatives. I'm here with Severio. We just saw 2 games being played out here for our first day of the bi-weekly 2. We did have a little confusion here for our question, for our answer for treasure. So we have a new one for everybody at home. Make sure you guys swap on over from YouTube to Twitch in order to try to win a random gift here for the spring split. The question will be, which player chose to mulch in game number 2? Is going to be A, Alliance's A Zhao, B, WBG's Verse, C, WZ Arano, or D, OUG's Mike. And I mean, I give you a hint 2 times. Anyways. But yeah, I mean, 2 games being played out, right, Severio? Let's talk about a little bit about that game number 2. Starting off, right? Fawn got that gold spear off rip. I mean, he's still fighting with a blue fan. I was just praising him that he was picking up other weapons right before that game unfolded. And I mean, we just saw it again. I mean, just often just to stay with a blue fan. I mean, I understand that, yeah, that's probably the weapon that he's most comfortable with. But I mean, in a lobby like this, with just how high the skill ceiling is, I feel like you have to be comfortable with every every other player is, right? We see every other player playing the greatest rarity weapon that they have in the inventory, whatever weapon it is, and they feel full confident with whatever weapon is in their hands. But you know, that's just one thing that I would like to see for Fong to try to turn it up a little bit more and try to work on. I mean, it's been so long, right? I mean, I even mentioned in the beginning when I first started casting the Pro League, he was choosing common daggers over higher rarity weapons, right? And he kind of still is. You know, it's been like 3 years.
Come on, man. New year, bro. New you. He's reaching young status with that one. I was all right. Listen. The thing that sets it up too is that when he went up against HM from JL, as well as seeing Mike there. Mike even lost his fight in the first fight over in Plume Castle, and then approaching over here, contesting HM, using ultimates, getting all the investment from his opponent, and then the opponent not going in his favor. It was a swap out to the spear for the R&B that he caught off at HM, eliminated. Perfect. That was a good reveal because then it's a nuke. It was a nuclear bomb against HM's Hellfire, and then he's done. Like, there was no HP to come out from that point. The only problem that came out, which also kind of is a double-edged sword, that gets the benefit, is he was playing Kylan with HP Jades. Now, he had a lot of HP Jades. His HP bar, I think, went up to 480, which meant that he may or may not have up to that four HP Jades to be in the slot. Now that means one of two things. One is a double-edged sword where it's a benefit because he gains himself extra Keelan slash, right, for Kylan ultimate. When he's able to slash on that V2, he's getting more slashes because of it, and that gives him more opportunity to deal out before burning out to that 4 seconds of infinite slash, not taking damage, which is the Keelan guard. The second part of the double-edged sword is that he loses out picking up mitigation. Whether or not in the map he's able to focus out and finding those mitigation jades, like we said, we saw he fought in the Salvation Podium. A lot of opportunity for him to loot. I mean, he could have taken this pass over the Fortress of Kaviani, but we saw fights happening in there. We saw Alliance's Ace out in there, as well as with Lars kind of going off around. But one thing is his looting allowed for him to go from Salvation Podium to nowhere else really except north. He took the opportunity of knowing that there's players spotting him from Castle to picked up any scraps, whether they were HP Jades or not. If he had an opportunity of looking more into the southern end, maybe in the dunes, where there potentially might be a player there, but they wouldn't have been so stacked. They would have been having some gear. By the point of the first Romy Yang, he's also going against players who are already set up to go on and on and on. Now, HP Jades versus mitigation Jades. The problem is with HP Jades, it all only applies to your HP bar. That's it. But when you have the mitigation, that applies to your armor as well. You're taking a quarter of the damage if you go for a full stack of 24%, nearly towards a quarter. But at the same time, that's mitigation that goes to your armor bar. If you have 1,000, 1,200 health because of a purple armor, you take a blue focus vertical for 500 with mitigation jade to knock that down to from 125 down, that's to 375. You're taking a lot less damage in the overall at that point. But for Fong, spear to the dagger, kept it going. But we're going to switch that topic overhand. We're switching it over in terms of the players now. TT25 taking his MVP, a really good Monarch in terms of it. He actually has the highest average damage, bro. That's kind of crazy. 14,000. Even after the Biweek finals, he's able to have the more average damage overall. So that's kind of even more incredible for him to kind of earn out. But he's been doing a lot of numbers. He saw nearly 30k damage for that last game alone on a Shayol, and it worked in his favor.
Beautiful games here for TT25. Another thing I want to mention, I mean, I even noticed it during that game. I mean, definitely the glyph board has completely changed somehow. Yes,
I gotta talk about that.
I mean, moving into our, when we start moving on into that new glyph board system, we had an older version of the talents, right? We moved on over to this new glyph system that we have. A lot of the pro players was running that grapple speed, right? They wanted that grapple speed with some stamina as well. Not too much rage heavy, but I mean, I don't know if you know, like I don't know if you've seen the boards, but I mean, I'm seeing a crazy amount of rage regain right now from a lot of these players.
Yeah, they're actually building more into the starting rage as a startup. Now that also comes with the little, just the micro percentile points, but with rage damage taken, meaning if you take a little bit more damage, you take a little bit, you get more of a rage to come back.
Yeah,
they also have that in their hand. That's more than rage damage dealt. So for that little opportunity, a little bit of ultimate to come back sooner, just by like seconds, it's like a Formula One race, right? I'm gonna call them out in terms of it, but it's like if you cut shave a couple of seconds into there over the course of multiple laps, that's a minute at the end of the time, right? So that's where the mentality comes out, as well as just making sure they can get as much gear with the luck side and then going into the grapples with the skill cooldown. But regardless, phase picks, We got ourselves into the Liam, we got ourselves into Shia, we got ourselves into the Lonnie, and now it's up to Fong to go to double Syra route here with Erano. Obviously, it's available for him in Morris Isle midday. He's gonna go for the Justina option. This gives another opportunity like round 1 for a triple round pick for Syra or for Justina, or we can go to a 2-pick rounder, which have been very, very, similar to what we see. There's a Syra there for HM from JL. For Polaris from 5C1, he has that under his books. He's going for the triple Syra for this game. This gives more opportunity. We saw this actually from round 4 into the solos finals with Edward, where he his coach was big braining it for him in terms of second round phase selection, and then there was a 3 Syra lobby. So this gives an opportunity right there to showcase that it is an option on the players' minds to go for it, and they do it. Kylan comes up for Wufong, T5 with the Tumult. That locks in our selection process here. That's going to give us our roster for this round.
Opposed to the Biweekly 1 final, our 3-round picks right now are looking pretty stable, right? We have our Liam for our first round, we have our Shayos for our second, and now for our third, we're locking in that Lonnie so far in 3 games. Winning the Biweekly 1 final, we had we had some little bit of diversion there into the second group, even the third group. Not a lot of players were locking in that Lonnie for the third group, but now, I mean, we see the confidence in these players just locking in that Liam round 1, that Shia round 2, and the Lonnie round 3. So I'm very curious to see if that's how it's going to continue throughout the whole night, to see if that's what they are pretty much stapling as top 3, right? I mean, obviously, if you have first, if you're in the top of the pyramid and you're able to pick up any of the characters in the pools, I mean, that's what they're pretty much deciding on. It's their top 3, right? But, Mike now on the V2, on the Lonnie, starting to play that V2. I mean, I didn't really see. Yeah, I mean, even from what we saw last game, I didn't really see a lot of the success there from the V1. And I mean, I think the V1 is still very strong in the instance of just the early to mid game, but just when they're very highly stacked and a lot of the players are more congested, it just might be a little bit more of a problem to try to run that V1. But I mean, everything else looks pretty stable on the field. We have a V1 for Wufong on the Kylan, though. That is the player I was thinking about earlier. I was like, who was running V1 opposed to the V2? We see it here that it is going to be Wufong running that V1 to Kylan.
Yep. Now we're switching into the map spawns. A lot of pocketed spawns from Zest Winery to Celestra. And it's going to be, heavy on heavy hitters central right now, especially coming out from the west side. Edward's going to have it. TG5 is going to have the east end with Immortal Temple. Mike Mike's over by the pool of cleansing, which is gonna have a little bit of an impact because at least if he gets a little bit of loot there, he's gonna fight PXT for it and then go straight west, because over by Artisan's Grove, where the Money Town is, that's the exact location name for it for you guys. For a heads up, if you look at the map, that's gonna be kind of big, because if there is a box for a shop there, they can instantly buy a Moonbane, they can instantly macro out and just go straight out and just work into the Ventai Temple if it's available. But round 3 begins, game 3 starts. My name's Severa alongside with creatives. We're gonna see how this ends up going through, because Mike is on this building loot pattern. He's already got Katana with the dual blades, bro. He's set for shop if he catches someone in this.
Yeah, I mean, the Katana dual blade combo, it's just I love to play it. Even to this day, I was playing yesterday. I mean, I still love that combo. Being able to catch those tap dodges with the R&B, quickly swapping over to the Katana or / hung sword for that prio into the uppercut, it just gives you a lot of versatility to be able to catch those tap dodges, those cross ups, or whatever the case can be with that weapon. Just being able to catch off R&B is just nicely sight. As we see Verse here, full jungler Wufong here off the blue dual blades. Wufong in the backside with blue longsword. We have Verse with dual blades once again with the health advantage as well. Since the R&B 1.0 there for the elimination onto Wufong. Wufong's gonna farm early on, but we still have Choose, HM, Lipo, and Mike here in the mix. We have an Edward moving in as well. This is a big scrap off here earlier.
Oh, big R&B from HM. The catch elimination on the go for Mike. And now it's going to be JL's HM to possibly pick up a 2-piece. Chishang is looking to be centerfold with these scare rushes with the fist blade, so it's not as mobile with the dagger, but he's going to have to make it happen. Finds a drop down, hopefully find an armor swap off the first floor for the Zest Winery, but you still have PXT looking into the southern end of this compound. Edward is actually approaching from the Windmill Gorge. He could go for the kill against Chishang, who is at least 100 LMB, 100 damage left, hit points, I should say, before he is donezoed. 1 jump LMB is all that's necessary for Edward if he's want to catch this kill.
Yeah, you see him trying to full focus before anybody else can. Choose, gets that armor back up off the common armor. Edward still has a good rarity here on the long sword, and the backside Lipo now starting to move on in. Area R&B for some damage onto Edward. Choose does manage to cut the line of sight. It looks like Choose is gonna be able to scatter on out, but Verse might be catching him here on the opposite side of the wall. Doesn't run into him, goes right beneath him, and it looks like Choose is gonna be able to get away for the time being. In the backside, Lipo trying to full grapple out, HM as well. And here in the Celestial Temple, we have 4 players: Asia, Arano, DRG Spong, and T225. The Temmie's in the mix here for T225. Blue Spear also running a dagger in hand. Now on the outskirts here by Shipwreck, we do have Verse, HM, Edward going right back at it here once again. The Scare Rush now connects there. He's going to be able to use the F to avoid any capitalization there from Edward. Full grapples here are going to be focusing Verse out of the bunch. Lonnie out of everybody right now. HM as well trying to grapple on in the backside. Oh my god. Gets the damage there off the follow-up. LMB focus there from the Halberds. And Choose now is trying to get some aggression onto Edward. But Edward has purple armor, and nobody really wants to deal with the purple armor earlier in this game.
Yeah, especially if Liam is in the mix. I don't even know if the plaques are taken out, because in Zeswiner there are plaques to be available, so no one wants to really get caught by him. Otherwise, Verse is still kiting around here, looking to try to use as much blue focuses to hold the neutral of getting caught by a stagger. He's making sure that he can use it as an escape tool. Obviously, ring around the rosy can only last for so long. There it is. Shishang sees it, finds the F1 usage from Verse. Verse is going to get 1 heal potentially if Lipo can catch the R&B. Ain't going to do it. It's going to be suctioning out from that. Obviously, off of HM's drop down, he finds Verse. LMB to the R&B, grapple extension for the LMB stagger, but the old croc comes out. Verse has it to use it as an escape tactic and a reset. Remember what I said. Every time that ball comes back towards him, it's 200 heal. So he's going to catch that heal with the armor powder. Boom, 200 right there. Throws it again. You don't have to make sure he can try to force people to break the line of sight on him. He gets a heal back again for it. Now, switching over to Rano, over by the Noble Cave. It's going to be north of the Artisan's Grove, but it looks to be up against a Shayo, and Arano's ultimate is already at the halfway point.
This could potentially be a 3rd elimination in this game. I mean, with the amount of congested players in this game, there hasn't really been a lot of eliminations thus far, but PXC get cut off the Dazzle there, and now the Syra is going to have to try to make a run for it with no online. PXC still has that Shayo ultimate online, but nearly about to go away. Arana trying to play the bottom side of the waterfall, gets caught up in the corner off the 1-2 there from the nunchucks. The Scare Rush connects as well there for PXC. Arana once again still being able to kite on out. The first Roman Yang Gates is starting to form on up here. He does manage to get a little bit more extra damage, but PXC just might be able to lose him here. Doesn't get the full line of sight of where he went. I believe so. No, yes, he does. Arano now trying to move on into money on the blue longsword. Being able to retop off that white health as we see. Getting cut off the R&B focus though, loses it pretty early, the remainder of that common armor. Now the Clink comes in off the Scare Rush once again, gets cut off the R&B, sends him down the terrain here from the roof. Now on the backside, we do have him trying to take a full reset in, but Arano's starting to move right back in, and he's looking like he wants to get the advantage here in this fight.
Yeah, it's not going to work in his favor. Everyone comes out here. 1 LMB is all that's needed. Even a blue focus parry. There it is. Into the meter dump immediate. Still has life available. Purple armor purchase. I was about to say, because Pace went to the shop. He was going to buy that purple armor. Arano was going to interrupt that process. Only problem, he was really trying to aggress Nunchucks. And the problem with it is Nunchucks has the opportunity of catching the meter in the center for him to hold horizontal. Any blue focuses comes his way. As long as he's holding that horizontal blue focus, it means that he can block it and it disrupts the enemy. It gives him a mind game. Is he going to meter dump? Is he going to release? Is he going to crouch cancel it? These are the type of things that comes into one of the few moves off of that weapon alone. And off of that R&B, potentially it could be a 1.0. It could be just a tech into the R&Bs. Like everything comes at a cost. And for it, it's going to be Arano's demise for his first life, but it still doesn't mean it's the end for him. Still has his second to go. Still looking at the Rummy Yang contesting it here. Celestial region has Mike, has DRG Fong, has T25, and then off of this point, you know, the Lonnie has this to the table for 50 seconds to churn out for time, but it all depends. We know T25 loves to take aggression, but Mike loves to be more aggressive than anyone else in the lobby.
Oh, he eats up the damage off the LMB focus. We see 2-5 now, trying to go for a full reset in. Pistol shots here from Mike, connects off 2, 3, 4, 5, trying to get that tuna in the backside. That ain't even, he's not even bulging. He's like, all right, fine. You get the damage, doesn't matter. I have the tuna on deck, so he is going to be able to get that health back up with time, obviously. But Mike now is going to be able to secure it as Romy Yang. I do not believe anybody is going to contest him, as well as Edward. Waiting this timer out here in a nice little spot to make sure he does not get caught by anybody. The visuals are out of sight here for Edward. We do have him here on the purple longsword this time around, and You know, once again, we did mention a little bit earlier, the longsword still in this patch is able to go and catch those restants off the carousels in the corner in the realm. But in the live patch now, that is not possible. So that is going to be a big change here into the Pro League once that patch comes online. Being able to take that weapon in there and being able to outburst that much damage has just been a crazy sequence, right? We've seen once the Fs are on cooldown, being able to catch those restand and the players not being able to catch on out or being able to break on out. It's just so much damage. But inside this cave, looks like we have a little bit of a scrap box here for all these players showing up. T225 trying to scatter on in, but there's like 5 other players down there.
Yeah, literally, and all the all the operation of the damage that comes out from the range shots could just make hastiness of just trying to catch a kill or snagging it. Otherwise, verse, he finds a lot of armor swaps, and I like the jump R&B. It's a like option selection from that. I like that from the full sword, just because even if you went to LB R&B, that was not going to confirm anyhow. So jump R&B definitely was the better option for the damage to come out, especially if there's a combo rigger coming through. But switching to Yang, Mike getting caught, having himself up against Pace, who's also on Nunnies. Now, Mike does have Assault Smolder, so if he does go ahead for chip damage here, if he could potentially catch it, it would be in his benefit. But he gets caught by Nevercut. That burns his combo breaker. And he goes for an R&B swap towards the fan. Now, this is going to give Pace one LMB to the next, 1-2. No ultimate from Mike yet. Look to see about burning out Pace's ultimate, or his combo breaker first. Nice parry. Switches to Nunchuck's R&B 1.0. Ooh, swatches out here. And that's going to be one pass. Might be forcing out the Pace ultimate from the Shayoli. Yes, it will.
There it is. He takes the TP there from that Lonnie ultimate. Now throws down that third ball, I believe. No, second ball. PXC with 2 more shields online. Be able to iframe that gold frame was there to avoid the change this time around. Now he just has to avoid one more. Has the TP once again. I mean, Lonnie just showcasing how well she does against Shayo. Gets cut off that third chain there. Now the one on the ground there from the 5th place. Now neutral for both players since the 1.0 LB focus. Now it's sensitive. Oh my god. The shift back around the back parry there onto PXC. Mike with beautiful parries there. Gets the damage. Oh my god. The wind guts into the uppercut. But the final R&B there for Mike. I mean, he just running laps around PXC at this point.
It really was like that, man. And then the problem that came out of it was just seeing where it was going to lead up to the next. And for Mike, he gets a gold hung sword, a purple spear, soft step gecko foot on the standby. Gets that Vermilion's burst might. It gets right to jumping outside of this Romeo and finding the next opportunity. Now everyone's at Noble Cave, last we saw, and that's a good 500, 600 meters from where Mike is. So he's gonna have to make his way up there if he really wants to believe, which most players would take, especially that cave was the available option in the lobby, which comes available if you guys in Immortal War, where once the first Romeo Yangs decides to finish spawning in, and then it finally unlocks. And inside of Immortal War, that cave opens up quick. I mean, really quick. Not waiting 15 seconds for it to open in the rank, man. No. That thing opens up like 2 seconds. Like, yeah, you're a DoorDash orders here.
I was not expecting that. PXC with Yang depletion timer, Lipo as well. Edward, that's one of the 3 Saras with that Yang depletion timer. I believe HM has 2 kills currently here for this 3rd game, being our kill runner right now. Everybody else that has elimination is just 1. T225 though, trying to see he can find a elimination here onto Verse. We do have that blue armor swap there for Verse. Trying to top off the white health. Get top off the one R&B's there. Off the purple dual blades. Now pistol shots to try to get some extra damage in. Verse though, with the kiting game, he's gonna try to back on up. We do see him trying to stay alive. OUG's Mike though, full throttling in here with the Vermilion's Verse might. It's gonna be able to get some damage onto Lipo, and this could be bad if the potential 4th parties are starting to move on in.
Yeah, R&B is a good option right there for Mike. He chips off. He burns a combo breaker. Lipo, though, he might scare rush around here. If he gets caught by 1 LMB, though, he's donezo. And he actually forces an ultimate to be the necessary standpoint. But for Mike, he has himself in his grip. Pause. Has himself everything in terms of the hand for it. If he looks towards catching the scare rush, he could just force it out and then back off. Now, for everyone else, different story. Liam could yoink him out of his ultimate either or. So if it comes to a Liam ultimate, if he casts it out, throw it into a black, it could be donezo for 5 seconds. For Lipo, though, he uses it to escape, but also to reset for some HP. This is 80 heal per tick. And for right now, whether or not you can catch 1 target to go out with them, you're not locked in. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in with me. This is where PXT could be that target. Obviously, Longsword Beams comes out. Justina ult is casted, and this might be elimination. That B1 comes out from the Kylan as Wufong comes out. Bow shot, please. And that's a 1-hit wonder if anyone can catch it. Looking like a mid-90s Billboard Top 100 song, because this could be over with it before it's over.
Yo, he cuts right back into that terrain and he manages to get out. That was some beautiful kiting there from Lipo versus Mike. Everybody, look at everybody full throttling in, trying to catch up with the Lipo. Lipo now trying to play around money here to continue the movement game. But oh my god, look at the line in the minimap, everybody. It's just 7 players there. Big pair from Mike onto him. Does manage to get the damage, but still alive at the backside. It looks like the elimination is going towards Mike's way. Don't know if anybody cleanses off of that. I think they did. Not sure. We're gonna have to see the replay in a little bit, but Mike does manage to get the elimination. Backs on up here on the line. PXC still trying to catch up to Mike here on the shot. Yo, we have another line showing up. Verse now. He'll be the potential lifesaver here for Mike if PXC gets a lot of damage here onto Mike. We do have the Lonnie ultimate now calling in for Mike. Looks like the aggression might stop for now. Grapple into the pistol shot to get that extra damage in the backside. We do have Verse there just kind of around. PXC now is going to be trying to aggress on Edward there for that Realm of Yang pass. We do have him there in the backside, and there it is. Edward gets PXC here for the Realm of Yang pass. Edward, oh my god, since R&B focus, but nice little weave there from PXC. Since the 1.0 R&B focus, the backside now PXC responds there with R&B focus. Another player showing up. It's going to be choosing the backside. We do have the Liam though with no ultimate, and PXC does. So PXC with everything he needs to try to get this Yang pass. We do have Edward now. Potentially maybe he forced to back on up here in the situation. Looks like he is still trying to fight in the situation. Now the Shy Ultimate is going to be called in for PXC. Lots of pressure here onto the Liam. Looks like he's going to be caught off the RB spam still. And just a lot of damage still happening. The air RB connects. Now the Shayo shield gets proc, gets cut off the L&B. Shield into the V2 grab. And Edward might be eliminated here. It's just tons of damage. Nobody able to take the last and final hits thus far. Chu still full throttle on in. Edward managed to drop down there from the waterfall, but nobody laying out any of these shots. PXC with 6 seconds remaining to try to cleanse doesn't get the elimination, and just like that he is gonna fall, I believe, but Choose does not notice that he gets the kill, but it doesn't even matter. Choose manages to pick up both for the soul blooms plus the Lil, and that was just super unfortunate there for PXT.
It is unfortunate, and it was tough because he knew that if he knocked past him, it would have been a knockback, and then it would have been him taking damage for it, and then all of a sudden finds the final bow shot and then gets killed. But unfortunately, the distance was not close. And now we see a Rano R&B from Mike. Sobloom picked up as well. No grapples on Mike, by the way. 3 eliminations in the game right now. Picking it up here into the Realm of Yang. Jails, H&M versus DRG Funk. Justina versus Syra. Really bad matchup for Justina right now, unless he can catch that Syra ultimate really quickly. But for Funk, trustfully and dutifully, he's pulling out the fan, and he's up against the nunchuck selection. The blue weapons are on both sides, and both have both purple armors. It's whether or not Fong really wants to take this, because he has no level 2 armor powders, and now the Syra ult has just been proc, so it might be a turnaround in his favor.
Now here's the kind of game here for Fawn. Needs to try to live out this Syra ultimate as best as possible. Trying to play around the pillars. Gets caught off the dazzle into that 2.0 beam. Just lots of damage. The armor is gone once again here for Fawn. Scare Rush is on out. Trying to play around this second one. Gets caught up by the second dazzle. Now the raw uppercut here off the great sword. Fawn now forced to pop this F. Does have that ult online now. But the health is going towards HM's way. Catches Scare Rush into the raw uppercut. Aerial R&B. Now catches the crouch L&B there. ×2 into the Justina ultimate as well. He's gonna be able to tap dodge back. Doesn't get the parry. The overholds. Now the freeze connects here for Fawn. He's gonna opt to stay with the L&B focus, forcing out the F there for the Syra. HN now is gonna go ahead and take a full reset and does not catch the second freeze. Does get the damage off of it though. The Syra now loses a lot of HP. Fong even out this fight out against HM, and now playing the high ground. Both players drops down with the R&B focus. It doesn't connect. Cannon shots as well do not connect. The health is still the same. Both of these players trying to fight this out, trying to stay alive, but HM laying down the firepower there from the top side with the cannon. Fong though does not get cut off the dazzle there. Does manage to space on. Now HM keeps continuing losing HP. We do see him eating up a lot of damage, being able to weed the follow-up with 9 seconds remaining. Prepare here for HM. F called in here for Fong. Tries to catch the last hit. Doesn't manage to do so. 3 seconds in counting into the soul break, but HM here with the elimination. And that was a very close fight here between both of these players.
Yeah, that was a nasty fight, especially considering how everything went and unfolded with Fong picking up his F2 to be used and then switching over with the dagger. Soul break didn't come out. Unfortunate, but that was close, and it worked in his favor. Syra ult was burned. After that, all he needed to do was just try to go for any sort of staggers into the neutrals, and he even caught himself an opportunity for it twice. But alas, Fong loses his Realm of Yang. It's going to be a desperation, I believe, picked up with that gold fan. So he, with the Syra, with that weapon selection, all is on the table right now for it. And now, obviously, with HM getting 4 eliminations so far today, this is a great round for him. 4 eliminations since round 3, and having 5.5 points overall. We still have his main contender with Mike here with 4 eliminations, but he's more stacked than him. Even without the ultimate, without the White Tiger's prowess, he could just look for that in the spare well. We're looking at the Romy Yang fight for the other Romy Yang room with A Xiao, who I believe won that fight up against Wufang, and Wufang had gold halberds here, or gold dual blades, I should say. R&B comes out, he gets parried, he loses this. Wait a second, there's a swap. Yeah, F1 combo breaker comes out, D1 for that Kylan, as mentioned. Before we saw that over at the Zest Winery, where it was used to hardcore form. TOD confirmed. This is not going to be in the game unless, yeah, there it is. 1-2, burn at the Kylan guard, LMB versus the V1 slash 1.0. Wufang catches this V2, but look at the F stance coming out from A Xiao. That's unfortunate because now the Shiozo, there's nothing that he could do against this one.
It's all good. You don't even have to get consistent with that no more. It's out of the game. Don't even worry about the carousel reset. It's out of the game. Oh, but watching that fight earlier with Fong, I mean, that the Syra really reminds me of when Farrier came into the game, right? Farrier had a very strong realm, right? She's able to stall that out as long as possible. I mean, Syra's really giving me that type of vibe as well, where if she's able to stay up and pop that as late as possible, she can stall out a lot of the pressure from these players and potentially even a countdown there, as we nearly saw there for that fight. It's just giving me the same type of vibe. Obviously, we've seen the success of Syra outside of the realm of Yang as well, which prior to like the Farriers, it was more of a, that she max up and everybody scatters, right? You don't really want to fight that. She doesn't really have the crazy movement like Syra has, where she's able to dash around and be able to catch up to people very quickly. On top of that, Syra has that dazzle, right? She can stop you in place, gets the damage as well. So it's just a little bit of similarities I saw there from, back in the day, the Farriers in the realm. But now with the changes in the realm, the timers being different as well, it's just completely has pretty much just taken that type of play style out of the meta. But Wufang here with 2 minutes and 10, as well as Fong, so both players are going to have to try to cleanse this out. Wufang with 1, Fong with 0, have not had the best game possible so far for his third game. HM with 4, though. Nice little turn-up game here for HM. Mike, man, every time I see it, man, I would keep looking at the skin. This skin is so saucy, so drippy here for the Lonnie. But Mike, though, fully kitted out. Gold Hong Sword, has gold armor as well. 4 eliminations currently here on the Lonnie versus still in the mix as well there for the other Lonnie in the lobby. These players are going to wait this out, but I mean, with 2 minutes and 20, the aggression has to start pretty soon here for Fong, and this is where things start getting tricky, right? You start seeing someone getting antsy, someone's getting very aggressive. They know they have Yang depletion timer, and another player that has to try to get antsy is Wufang, because his timer is a lot more shorter than Fong's, as it's a minute and 20. And here it is. It looks like he might be catching HM, catches the prior here off the tap dodge. F caught in here for the Syra, try to avoid that kind of capitalization there off the neutral. We do have Mike 9 starting to move on in. Mike quickly seeing who it is, tries to see if it was HM, but Wufang still applying the pressure onto the Syra on the backside. Fong starting to move on in. We got this Keelan ultimate now called in here for Wufang, and this is where the chaos starts here for the whole lobby.
Yes, spamming out these slashes, Wufang's going to make it very, very apparent what he is. He's not even antsy, he's tweaking right now. And now it comes down to the whole lobby making sure they try to get the Syra out, but the V1 is active, the shield bubble is going through. Now, obviously, 18 seconds comes out, but you can see how much is coming out. Wufang is chunking out, but no more slashes are available. With the V1, it's only a limited amount. It's not dependent on how much HP you have like V2 is. Plus, the animation is different, so it's a key component. F1 combo breaker comes out, parry mode is activated, but Wufang gets focus lobbied out. This is going to be one building that be his salvation, but otherwise, he has 70 seconds to burn out for time in order to survive for that Romy depletion. So whether or not he's getting out of here alive, it is up to the case of who can yoink it the fastest. And of course, H&M catching all that reset, having all the heals given back towards him. Having desperation is one thing onto the board, but also the case scenario is that no one's going to focus at the Syra any longer. They're going to make sure they get the lower health targets. In this case, Wufang is going to be the one.
Wufang still trying to fight this out. A Xiao, though, nearly with full gold armor, and in the backside, massive parry as well there for A Xiao. So the full capitalization, R&B focus, big damage there down the terrain. The parry into the R&B focus with the gold dual blades is just so much damage. Fong now trying to fight this out with 35 seconds remaining. The Shia ultimate is going to be called in there for A Xiao. Fong trying to back on up. First one on the scene is A Xiao, though, getting caught up on the double R&Bs. Tries to catch the Scarabs in the backside. Cannon shot starting to fly on in from, I believe, Verse in the backside. We do have him applying lots of that pressure there with that range. A Xiao now drops very low. He might be taken out here. He needs to be real careful. Fong is the best opportunity, but a drop down there from Choose there onto Fong. Loses line of sight of A-Xiao, but Mike there does manage to catch him there in the backside. Doesn't be able to get the damage though. A-Xiao still trying to stay alive. The Shia ultimate is still online, but a last hit there from Mike gets up the elimination down to A-Xiao. And now Fong getting caught up in the corner with 1 second remaining. Chooses to pick up this elimination here. And that's gonna be Fong's game 3.
4 players still remaining in here. Mike goes for an immediate R&B. Might be having an option to get into the high ground for now. For 6 minutes, there's going to be a chance for this White Tiger's prowess for the next 2 minutes to get into full effect for Mike. 88,000 Dark Tide coins. I mean, if you want to purchase something right now would be the case, but he's not making that opportunity right now to be apparent, especially that everyone wants to walk away from Artisan's Grove as that shadow is collapsing into the Shadow 4. For this moment, though, Mike gets to the shop. He finds a little bit of moment of reckless, looks for the Jades if he decides it, finds a martial whip form hook, finds the Sky Pillar, has a twin shot, has the Soft Gecko Foot, has a Salt Smolder, goes Alchemy, actually picks up, if I'm not mistaken, that might be the desperation that Mike needed. And he's also a lot of HP Jades in. I mean, I think he's at 306 here right now, folks. So he is actually full scaled out for both HP and damage mitigation overall. For H&M, though, he's going to turn away here. One Javelin meets an RB. That Gold Fan is not going to immediately make it apparent, but Shang with a purple pair of dual blades, I'm not going to talk as much, especially with Mike rocking out the ultimate, making him to space out, makes his way towards the Moonbane, and if he's using it as an escape tactic, oh, the double-edged sword, because now that Moonbane just knocked down all his HP, and now the lobby knows.
Yeah, and now the full attention is going to go towards Mike with no ult online pretty much soon. He's going to be forced to back on up. Dustmax got the line of sight, so he's able to take that full reset in. Burst still in the mix, trying to get active. We do see him right next to Mike as well. HM on the top side there for the Syra. It's going to be a battle of the Lonnies here against the Syra and the Liam, which chooses on. But HM now, we get a aggress on here from Mike. Mike not scared. He can body flip here with Verz, not knowing which of the two Lonnies doesn't have the ultimate, and Mike's being the full aggressive here, so this is a nice little mind game here from Mike. Do have the Siren now trying to back on up. H10 does manage to scare on Nush out, but he gets caught up here in the backside. F invested as well. Now the cooldown starts, players full focus on in. The Siren ultimate is to be called in here for HM. In the backside of Liam tries to snag up the elimination, I believe, as well. Gets cut off with the dazzle as well. The 2.0 beam gets a lot of damage on both of those players. Now Chu's trying to back on up there to get the aggression off the Syra, and HM now is going to use the remaining of this ultimate to try to top off that health as well. We do see him trying to spam this out. I mean, they just be fighting demons, right? They're just fighting demons here.
Yeah, they are, dude. They're punching the air like, oh, he's Jason Bourne, bro. It's crazy. Or seeing these fights and then just going right back in after they just hitting the weights. It's not a fun time, especially for HM. He is almost gonna copy that martial art roll form hook. The one thing is now his combo breaker is out. The lobby can just spam blues at him. He can hold check blue focus for all he wants. At a certain point, someone's gonna parry it. Now Mike, he's up against Shang here in Ravine. There's the catch though. There's a hold check. There's a cancellation, and there's gonna be the little staggers here. No one's focusing the Syra for some reason. Shang is just having a vendetta against his Lonnie. Armor swap just showcase for Shang. Maybe I shouldn't have focused that out. But Mike, he goes ahead. He big brains and flanks out with his ultimate to goalie stance. He loses it, but he still gets 200 heal here. He gets one heal pot. He's gonna go right back into it. The chase down is on H&M's part. Double hold check RMB comes out. Lonnie ult is procced, and now it might be one kill to the next. Mike, he's on it.
Yeah, big elimination there for Mike, picking up his 6th of this game. Verse now in the mix as well. With that V2 out, we do have Choose not getting caught up into the overextend R&B focus, but does manage to have to try to tap dodge that V2, which he does manage to do so. And will hook form here for Mike there onto Choose. Gets the damage down the backside. The V2 gets weaved. No, it does not connect into anybody. I thought he caught. Oh yeah, he does. He does catch Verse there in the backside. Thought he was gonna get the other player, but Verse now does manage to stay up for now. Just very low. Choose still applying lots of pressure there onto Verse. Badass Shoes doing a really good job here, icing off the pressure, but Mike is snagging the elimination there onto Verz, and now last fight here for game number 3. It's gonna be OUG's Mike against Badass Shoes. The RB spam. It looks like this could be out in a second, and it is. With that dunk on there off the Lonnie, I mean, what can we say, right? The 2 times here with an 8-kill MVP for his 3rd game of the day. And I mean, look at Mike, man. He's just serious right now. He is not playing no games, no smile, just straight stares. He's locked in. He knows Bi-Weekly 1 final was not what he wanted coming off that J Cup win. But now here for our 2nd Bi-Weekly of the year, he's locked and loaded here in this 3rd game.
Man, threw that ball like Shaq got a dunk on Charles Barkley, bro. It was insanity. But one thing that came out to the next, though, was the fact that even with the Lonnie ult and soul active use, like Mike was just catching soul wounds left and right, catching 30% rage over the course of time. And it's one of those ultimates that I mentioned. It's a rage-based ultimate. It depends on how much rage you have. If you have the rage for it, you can cast it. For the goalie stance where you're throwing the ball, you only get 1 usage in the ultimate proc. But for throwing the ball, that's given to you how many times you have, how much rage you have. It's 20% per throw. So if you have it, you can get it down. You know, it's goal focus, a 200 heal at the end of it. Really is one of the more, it's kind of crazy. It's a really, really strong sustainable ultimate, especially in the Mortal War, where that rage gain is double the round you get in ranked mode and overall. So Mike, 8 eliminations, first place, and it's picking up a dub, no matter the case today. It's probably the top scoring in the league for this round for today.
Hey, who knows sneaker game? Because whatever Fawn got, that hey, that boy is crisp. That boy is saucy right now. Whatever green Nikes he had right there, hey, type it in the chat. I might have to know what those are. But anyways, 3 games down. Saw Mike now coming right back on top here for our third game of the day. We saw some great capitalization there off the Lonnie. Yeah, even I mentioned right earlier as we got into game number 3, a lot of congestion of players were happening throughout the whole map, and not a lot of eliminations were coming that way. I think there was only 2 kills moving into that first Roma Yang, so a lot of the bodies did not fall towards that early game. It happened more towards the mid game. Unfortunately, there for the second Roma Yang depletion, Fawn was not able to catch a bloom there to stay up here for this game. And man, I was trying to hoping that he won his round just so I could see what was in his inventory, because he was still rocking the blue fan there in that realm. So I just kind of wanted to see what his inventory was looking like, to see if he's still offering to stay with those blue fans, or man, I don't know, man. He just hasn't been able to find that success as we see here for overall standings of this game alone. OGG's my crazy 8-point game, 12.6 overall game score. I mean, this is a beautiful game, right? This is the Mike we know and love. Having these pop-off games here with an overall score of 12.6. HM, 4 eliminations on the board, bouncing back, the new kid on the block with 4 kills on the board, 5.5. Azhao, another new kid on the block. I mean, Azhao, right? Azhao's been playing very consistent in these games. We do see him here with 3 kills, but taking overall game score of 4. Badass Choose with 1 elimination, 3 overall game score. Verse, I mean, just looking at Choose for a second, I mean, that's just how important it is to try to make it to that end game and being that top 3, top 2. He was the last one standing there against Mike. I mean, 1 kill, 3 points. I mean, you take those, right? That's an overall game score of 3. But still, now overall standing, Severio, look how he's looking.
Man, Fawn can't catch a break though.
Can't catch a break.
2 points so far this week, and Edwards at 2.5, 3 for Lipo, Arana with 3.5, 6.5 for HM from JL. And then looking at whether or not, Verse can still keep the gatekeeper spot, he is tied with A-Shot for 10.5, right? So the Wufong takes in terms of 4th place with 11 points, 13.3 for T225 in 3rd place after taking MVP for round 2. Round 1 MVP for Pace, taking in 14 points total today, 19.1 for Mike in the overall. So he takes this overall standings without a hitch, at least even with the game 2 where he earned only 1.5 points. This round really came out, and we're gonna go through these clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom. And I really wanted to talk about Gamers United. So I was gonna stick it in there. One thing kind of comes out with Verse in the beginning of the Pilot Crater fight, massive extensions into the extension of that. I mean, he's holding the R&Bs here, but he pretty much gets his kill right there. There it is, elimination is had. Wufong goes down, and then HM finds Mike. Now, it was crazy. I was about to mention about Mike is this early game, how he positioned himself and how he got into that Roma Yang, and it just started spiraling in his direction afterwards. In Pace, he got Arano here good. Even after Arano still had his first life, it was just that whole position for the shop. This first Roma Yang fight was crucial for Mike, knowing that he was going up against this Decepticatable of the direction, with this kill being his first one.
Oh, popping to the parry, just clean here from Mike. Sends LMB focus her. Blue nunchucks. Oh my god. Spins back behind the back there into the parry there from Mike. Pops to F into the drop down R&B. This is where he catches Lipo here. Into the elimination there from Mike. I mean, that was a crazy scare rush, I believe. And just R&B focus. This is where he was fully scaled now. He had 3 gold Hong Sword in the inventory, opposed from the one he already had in hand. He had gold dual halberds. I mean, he had the J's there for Will Hook form. Being able to outburst so much damage. Gold armor. This is against Choose here to the final dunk slam there for our last hit of game number 3. Beautiful game there for OUG's Mike. I mean, just locked, right? I mean, you can clearly see he's not been finding the success he's been wanting. But I do believe he was our number 1 seed moving into our Biweekly 1 final. So, I mean, yeah, we see Mike still been on top there, but we're gonna have to wait and see he's able to continue that capitalization throughout the Biweekly 2 with 22,000 damage, 8 eliminations on the board there for OUG's Mike. I mean, just full jaded out. Salt Smolder, Sky Pillar for a staff, Will Hook Front for the halberds, Desperation, that's the various say he bought up from the shop there in the last and final moments of this game. He has Soft Step, Gecko Foot, and Alchemy as well. for the J set up there on the F1 V2. And I mean, this is just a lot more crispier Lonnie here coming out from Mike, running that V2 opposed from the V1. I'm loving what I'm seeing off the V2 with that drippy on the Lonnie as well. I'm gonna have to get that skin if I still can, because that's just drippy. That's just drip, like how Fawn was with those green shoes. Someone gotta tell me.
Yo, Fashion Point, bro. NARAKA Fashion Point coming out soon to a mode near you. And you know, one thing that kind of comes out towards it is he also was able to be on HP and defense. He took the full defensive strategy off this strategy in terms of this gameplay. One thing that kind of made it more apparent, especially with the Alchemy. But just like Alchemy, we're stacking it up. We're stacking an interview coming up right next for you guys. Take a look and see about what one of our players says after the round, and we'll be after that break for round 4.
Hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Verse and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧 ，Verse 先跟观众朋友们打招呼。
大家好，我是微博的 Verse。
欢迎 Verse 来到我们的赛后采访。哇，这个赛季其实改了自己的一个前缀啊，改了一个俱乐部之后，整个状态也是起飞。Okay, so first I would like to know, so how's your feeling for today's status? 那先问一下，那目前3把打下来 ，Verse 评价一下自己吧。
瞎玩的。
瞎玩？哎，这个瞎玩是怎么说呢？只是把常规赛当练手。
对，那个英雄。
Okay, so for me, I think today is just played like each hero, just train myself now in the matches today. Want to have more training on the matches. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。Okay, so now we can see the question, and the question is, how many players choose Lenny in Game 3? OK， 这道题目呢是关于刚才第3把比赛当中，有多少选手选到了我们蓝梦这个英雄？既然提到了这个英雄啊，不得不问一下 Verse， 目前对这个英雄你觉得理解怎么样？
我觉得一般吧，我还在练。
现在还在练习当中。我们也看到，其实这个英雄也是帮助 Mike 在这一把当中拿到了 MVP。觉得目前这个英雄在单排当中的强度如何呢？
更新之后应该是 T0吧。
Okay, so for me, I just asked him about the Lenny in the Game 3 because he used the Lenny and also our MVP also used this. And he told me that he think now the Lenny in the solo game is like the T0 is very, very strong now in the solo game. And for him, he's still like training this hero in the matches. Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那我们也有请 Verse 要给我们进入一下倒计时，帮助我们一起选出我们今天的幸运观众。来。
3、2、1
Screenshot， 我没想到你是用中文的，你给我来了个震了一下。Okay, so we would like to say congratulations to our lucky guy if you are the lucky guy and you will be whispered. Okay, at last, because we know that now, like this season for you, a lot of like our audience and also all the like other players, they put emphasis on you and also they pay attention to you because you're really strong. And I would like to know, so for you, how's your feeling for this like voice? 那我这边要问一下，其实这个赛季啊，给到 Verse 应该有很多各种各样的声音，像大家的期盼啊，然后包括一些就是鼓励啊。那对 Verse 自己来说，就是心态上会有什么样的变化吗？
我觉得可能心态上会有就是更想夺冠那种感觉。
我相信其实每个选手站在这里就唯一只有一个目标，就是冠军，对不对？ I think for me, this voice for me like they want me like more want to achieve the championship and it's my final ambition. And also we would like to know because the last week you really have chance, but I would like to know why it's so pity for you. 那我这边也要替大家问一下，其实上个双周就很有希望在第一个周决当中，其实真的最后就差了一些，那我们也觉得有点遗憾，那自己回去复盘了一下，到底是什么原因呢？
我觉得可能是生病了吧。
还是生病给自己的竞技状态造成了很大的影响，是不是？ So for me, I think the most important reason for the last week is because I got sick. I got a cold last week, and for me, this week I will working hard. 那这周也要祝你好好加油，好不好 ？OK， 那接下来的比赛，那就祝你好运。Rest of the game, we would like to say good luck to Verse and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again?
Can't believe we hit all those poses for the players out here, man. They were clean with it. You saw TG5, you know, going crazy down there. We are back though, guys. Round 4, Quattro. My name is Severio, alongside with Creatives, and we're bringing out here for the first day. The second half is now underway. We are now back into Padoria. We're in the morning dew time before we enter double Firefly time back to back into Hollow Rock Dusk into Morris Night. But into this round, into this past 3 rounds, we've kind of seen this localization of the players' skills coming out between the characters. I mean, Lonnie took the first round in terms of MVP. Second round was Shayo, and the third round was Lonnie back to back. She's a third phase selection hero. Players now have the opportunity, if they really want to take her into a double pick, if they're doing well with her, such as with seeing whether or not PXT, or seeing whether or not Mike wants to take her out for a double pick into today. Things could go into this slow roll motion of switching up the first 2 phases, or even like, you know, cutting into that third phase of having her be available for other players. Otherwise, this is going to be interesting, creators. We saw how much Mike brought her out, even after dying off rip in terms of being one of the first ones eliminated in round 3. He ends up with 8 eliminations post his Romanian fight, which then just boom, elimination 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8, and that endgame circle was really his, you know, creme de la creme in value for his point speed, skyrocketed to first place in standings.
Yeah, I mean, and even in game number 2, we just seen just how much success the players that are fully skilled up, because game number 2, right, in the Hollow Rock game, T225 had much that full inventory there for his setup there in that game, and just came up on top, right? And now this time around we had Mike there for his third game, just being able to have that full inventoried out. I mean, just full weapons, full kitted on the Jades, on the Lonnie. He had first with them too. I mean, it's super hard to try to overtake somebody already with that full momentum, winning both of their Yangs like that and just scaling up the board like that. But still, I mean, this is the Mike we need, right? This is the Mike we need here for the remainder of the night, as well as even for the bi-weekly final. If he makes it to the second bi-weekly final, he can't slow down that pressure that he's been applying to these players thus far. Another player, like, I mean, just looking back to the bi-weekly 1 final, just how much Spider was able to turn up at the halfway mark opposed to Mike, right? I mean, Mike still a very high caliber player. It's able to do so, but not being able to do that where it matters in the bi-weekly final to try to take another chip home. That's where, you know, it starts getting a little bit more tricky. As we see here, Mike is no smiles for Mike at all. I mean, he's just full locked in. He's trying to get these days over with as fast as possible, trying to rack up these points, trying to secure his spot in the bye week. I think he had like a 21 point something point day last bi-weekly. So he's trying to, you know, just match that or even get greater in those points just to make sure he can stay in the bi-weekly final. But game number 4, locked and loaded, Padoria daytime. gonna be looking at if we see the Liam Shyolanis for our first 3-round selection.
Yeah, big time. And it kind of comes out towards this with HM making a really good stride in points this past round. So this is a good synergized motion of seeing with his coach and how he's succeeding in that last round. Would it take any sort of lessons? He's like I said, shout out to the coaches specifically, just kind of conjecturing here, because one thing is that they have to look at the successes of their players and where they strive onto that, and then they work it back with them, either inside of this game, between like sitting next to them before the games, or even after the day is over, and pouncing onto what the issues they have to resolve, and then seeing what successes the other players come out with. Because at the end of the day, right, it's learning how to adapt, how to evolve your gameplay, your combat style, which is we've seen in the course of this, not even to the season in the past year, but even in the past couple of games, right? We've seen how opportunities come through for weapons in terms of the selection, taking as much standings as you have. Mike, not even a crack smile. That's crazy. Because we saw him into last week where he, at the end of game 8, looked at the camera dead set, deadpan, gave us a little slight smirk and the smile and chose Akos. But now it's like he knows where his situation comes from, because we saw him last year. If I'm not mistaken, his spring season didn't really pan out as dominantly that he would have hoped for, especially considering that we known him to take things out with a stride. Spider still has that title of 10 bi-weekly, not 10 bi-weekly, 10 bi-weekly wins. Yeah. Like he has that title to his name. So for Mike, catch-up games on the marks, he is in the last phase. A-Shao with Pace are taking first phase. Sheng with Edward takes second phase. Wufang TG25 takes the third phase. HM from JL and 521's Lipo with the fourth phase. And this is where the off-choice selections come through. Comfort picks are one thing, double picks are another, but Liam ain't leaving the first round selection unless Ace nor A-Shao finds the hair, within the needle through the haystack of a choice pick that just throws everyone off. I doubt it. I'm casting cursing it by saying it, but that's not gonna be the case. We're locked in for Liam in first phase. Sheng, Edward, they're gonna take second phase now.
Yeah, this is where it is. I mean, Shayo for Edward. Choose as well. Okay, so I don't think we're gonna have a little difference there from the first 2 picks. Obviously the Shayo has had success throughout the night, even the previous weeks as well, and the Lonnies are gonna be called in here for a 3rd round selection. So as of right now, it looks like that's top 3 for these players right now. 4th round selection. This is where we have a little bit of mix sense. We're having some Cyrus here for our fourth round selection. Lipo's gonna go ahead and pick that Justina. HM still waiting to lock in. He is gonna be locking in that Syra. So potentially a 3 Syra pick. Moving on over to our 5th round selection, where Arano and Fawn could be snagging that up. But it looks like Arano is gonna be going into that Temi. Fong now has a we have to wait to see what he selects. Another Temi there, so 2 Temis here for this game. Okay, love to see the Temis being called out here for this game alone in Predoria. Mike and Verse still can lock into Syra. There it is. Mike on the Syra for this game. Verse as well. A 3-round Syra pick here for our 4th game of the night. I mean, not surprising, right? Not surprising. We saw it last game. That keyboard fire too, man. What they got going on over here, man? They just
Yo, Mike's keyboard decked out. Not even decked out.
That?
It's like
that's custom.
It's Pip My Ride with a donut sticker slapped onto it, and then all of a sudden Dominic Toretto walks around the corner. You're like, whoa, we're going to space. That's Mike's keyboard.
Crazy.
It's actually fully set up, custom made, everything in terms of it. So in this case, top player in the world, baby. He has it going through for it, and the skill selections, nothing changes. Mike or TG5 with a V2 for Lonnie, V2 for Wufang. That's what we're saying for it. The Tumultuous both have V3, so they'll literally play around one another. We saw that in terms of a Holoroth round in the bi-weekly finals, where the Tumultuous dominated the lobby, or tried to attempt to dominate the lobby by using their own ultimates against one another, or not even against one another, against other opponents locked in there, like a Liam or a Shayo, and getting them out before it's even too much for them to handle with a gear check. So that's the case with 2 Tumultuous, though. Same case scenario into Predoria. For this round, though, Arcadia is always going to be a macro game, pawn spawn for everyone if they want to try to earn themselves Volpine's essence. Otherwise, it's a fight to the races for not the Fireflies, but for the Purity Chamber, or even to Azoth Peak. whatever the high rise selection is for the loot gain. Really, Skygaze Cove is a really strong one too because of the lava protector dial. If you're hitting that dial, you'll spawn troves. That gives you increased loot frequency in artificially, essentially, where you're able to get that. And it looks like 2 players are in there already. Powder Shishang, WZ Toronto. Edward's taken into in terms of the statue workshop. And while these two are going to contest this, look at the spawns, man, right in the center. They're going to have to go for one dial at the next. And then after that, they're going to go crazy against each other. Because the amount of gold that comes out, it could be a shop. They could buy Moonman, and it could be set up for later on. Imperial Camp has 5-to-1's Lipo, though, on the edge. While Edward's over by Statue Workshop right now, he could just catch a quick gold trove spawn and maybe have a little bit of a loot here. One weapon, 1 armor, and then goes in. Spider, though, or not Spider here, Verse with WVG, and seeing about Mike spawning on the same spotlight, that's a little bit of, over by the Mandate Yard, which is where we can see PXT, TE's, Wufang, and YZG225 all next door. Hot pot of action. Round 4 is beginning here, and we're just stirring this around until it's just cooked right.
And there it is. What a better spot than here. Lava running around the map. Mike, though, trying to get active against Verse. Mike, massive, oh no, opener here for Verse. You can be able to catch that shift parry there onto Mike, and Mike now responding with a parry. His own is going to swap on over. Oh my god, goes for the R&B focus. Doesn't get the damage there onto Verse. Now, since the dodge, LB focus, get the damage onto Verse. Mike now trying to continue off this aggression. He does manage to get caught up there off the 1-2 from the dagger. Overholds both players now playing the neutral game. The 1-2 off the dagger, the 1-2-3 there for Verse. Does manage to get the damage, and now Mike trying to run for the hills. Does manage to get a blue armor swap. Now the crouch LB's 1-2s there. Since the RB focus gets the damage, now Verse might be in big trouble. Goes right back inside the lava in the backside. Does manage to get cut off the grapple LB. Mike, though, catches the second grapple LB. Area R&B as well. Verse was going back into the common armor. Still needs to try to cut on out with the movement area. Pops the F as well. He can't play in the pocket. Does manage to back on up here to avoid getting dazzled. And the fight's still continuing here against both of these players.
Yo, Purple blue armor swap for giving us a Verse off of that ledge. It's huge, but there's the LMB control. 1-2-3 can't get the jump LMB. He'll go in for an ultimate, and that's where Mike is going to have to really hope this level 2 laser does not strike it. It does. He might actually get the ult off, and he will. This is going to be a counteraction ultimate. I think Mike might be in the advantage for this. Verse is going to use this to space out, get a little bit of heal back here for this 80 pop per orb, and then make sure he can find a way for another armor swap, because at the end of the day, Mike's going to get 1 free dazzle. There it is, post ult ending, and now Verse is going to pay the repercussions, but he finds 1 armor swap. So maybe it could be a turnaround fight. Otherwise, Wufang's here, so does CT5. This could be a turnaround here for a whole check, or not.
Yeah, I mean, the battle's going to distance. Both of these players still going at it. Verse with the armor advantage. T225 in the mix in the backside. Could be starting moving on in now. We see him here in the minimap. Verse now still kind of this out in the backside. T225 not showing up to the party. Got to be real careful. The third party is here. T225 was like, sure. Well, 1 R&B, I'll get elimination. Sure, why not? And this guy's weak as well. Let me go ahead and full focus him too. Oh, double scale rush there from Mike, though. Goes in and out. Goes right back down here to the bottom side of the map. Into the slider uppercut from T225. I mean, that's Merry Christmas there for T225. So I get up 2 eliminations there with fairly any effort there. But for showcasing there, it's third party and the perfect opportunity. And now we have Edward, Fong, and Lipo might be getting aggressive here. It looks like Edward is going to be able to pop this Shaya ultimate for a full reset. And Fong is one in the backside on Tumult is starting to move right back in.
Yeah, Tumult's going to be going through active Shia ult for another 15 seconds here, looking for a stagger from Lipo. He's just trying to go for this knockback. Doesn't catch it, and this is 1-2 kind of continuation. Switches over to the Tumult, and for Fong is going to be given good spacing. Now we're switching it to HM against TG5. TG5 about to pick up an elimination here, potentially. I don't know, because now that the Syra Dazzle is confirmed, the nice chase, Syra ult is active. The knockbacks are going to occur. He still has goalie stance. He spaces it, throws it, doesn't connect it, but he does have a good eye for the ravine, and actually takes a little bit of the scare rush. He actually just debated HM's position for that orb. So now it comes down to TG5. Spaces a heck of a way out. Has enough time to get this level 2 heal come through. He is fully resetted. He is not going to turn around though. Although he is gonna, if he decides to take the spider and takes it, he gets a purple armor, purple longsword that he doesn't know yet in terms of the weaponry. So we'll have to see how that ends up. Otherwise, triple fight at Statue Workshop. Edward, Lipo, and Fong looking for a reset.
And Edward needs to try to get these kills here. He's been having a very slow night so far with 2.5 overall game score. Overall total points for the night. Our bi-weekly 1 winner has not been having the best success tonight, but now looking to try to get this elimination onto Fong. Back-to-back 1.0s there off the halberds. Big damage. The F called in there for the Tumults. Lipo now as well. And try to get the aggressive there. Does manage to get the last shot there onto Fong. Now the prowl goes towards Edward's way, but both these players with that semi-wall there. Lipo is like, oh my god, in or out? I don't even know. Gets stuck on that semi-wall for the 3rd time, I believe. And now Edward with the massive R&Bs does get the damage there. Edward looking to find the opening. Has the F there to avoid the full damage there off that. Catches the LMB Prowl or LMB Focus there in the backside. PXT not showing up. Shy ultimate investor for Edward. Now the Justina's gonna respond with ultimate of their own. Now the Liam now is gonna focus Lipo inside the zone. No, he's gonna spin back into Edward. Ooh, iframes that chain there with the Liam ultimate. Now gets caught up off the R&B Focus. The V2 does not connect. He's shielded up. Edward now throws the shield. Does not get the chain up there in the backside. Lipo starting to move right back in. The Liam ult is pretty much gone, but PXT gets elimination. Now third party's moving on in. Lipo with a big parry. PXT gets the loot, but it doesn't even matter. Gets cut off the Justina freeze into the R&B Focus, but A-Shot with the elimination. And it's just a battle right here. Everybody going at it in the zone. The Justina freeze catches A-Shot in the backside, and it looks like it might be a little bit of a quick reset in. The Liam ultimately invested here for A-Shot, and Lipo needs to be real careful here.
Gonna throw him probably in the zone. There it is. Looking for a quick R&B here. Maybe looking for a swap it to the dual halberds in his inventory. Very nicely done. Now there's a parry. There's the elimination. That's the kill. That's kill number 2 for Asia. Romy Yangs are still on the board to be popping up here. The 3 kill leaders on the board right now with PXT, with 4 with TT25, A-Shout, and Chishang just picking up his second elimination. And then we're gonna see a lot of the gold to be circulated into the shop. Whether or not he is gonna look at a purple armor purchase, A-Shout is making his way towards Imperial Camp. But we have a spotlight here between TT5 and H&M. They're going to be fighting out. The purple armor is dropped on the ground here. This is going to be the advantage that we're talking about for TT5 to pick up, because it wasn't TT5 with the blue or the purple armor. It was H&M. So for right now, TT5 finds it, captures it. All that's left, though, is a long sword that we saw earlier, and whether or not H&M is going to catch a carousel off of this. Combo breaker still available for TT5. 1 jump LMB, no secondary. Holds the LMB, backs off here. It takes a full blue focus. This is a lot of points right now against his HP bar. And for HM, takes a 100 heal from that F. Make sure he can put himself back in, goes for a slap. And we saw this earlier about the slaps. Bad consideration considering TT5 got away from it, and he gets the elimination. Count number 3 on the board.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate, right? I mean, especially right there, the terrain, going for a slap there, just completely gets him caught there from TT25, gives him an elimination as well. Just unfortunate there for HM. Mike had a pop-off game 3, and now he's out of already at game number 4. So I didn't even notice he was. I didn't even notice that. I didn't even notice Mike was getting caught up. I mean, he lost both of his lives already. Choose though in the mix on Xiaoyo. Looking to try to contest this Roman Yang pass. We do have, I believe, Verse with it currently. Wufong is running the outskirts of this terrain as well. We're going to be taking a quick look at a replay. Here it is. Yeah, here it is. Mike against Choose. This was the last elimination. Goes through the window into the aerial R&B. Mike tries to stay up here on the Syra. Gets a common armor swap. Choose still with purple armor on lock. Sends the 1.0. Big parry there. And look at the damage there alone. Oh my God. The damage alone there off the parry.
8% attack on the purple. Yo, that's crazy. I guess Mike just didn't have anything to his name at that point. And that damage was just a lot of damage. Scare Rush down in the sky gets Arano, gets guaranteed double, triple pistol shot, chipping away at that HP bar for the armor, but he looks for a Scare Rush. Chang is escaping the skies are the limit, right? Not the case. He throws it down. He throws the blue focus. He's looking for a Scare Rush off of that. R&B forces the F1, which Arano knew he was going to get caught because of that, and burning that skill necessary. Blue focus is necessary here as well. The Whisk Throw will deny any neutral Scare Rush. So for right now, Chang just keeps the kiting game going. One cling to the next. We know these ultimates are going to come out here in just a moment, CA, and it's going to be a matter of who gets full priority listing off of it.
And Choose is a high sensor. You can tell. Arano, though, trying to respond in this situation. Does manage to catch the grapple there, but doesn't get the full compensation. We do have now the second West being thrown down there from the Temi. Arano in the backside trying to catch the Scare Rush, but he's gonna get cats off of this. Scare Rush here from Choose. The 1, 2, 3 does not connect. Once again, we saw this so many times already. In the corner with the fist blades, you're not gonna get that 1, 2, 3 damage. Now the Temi ultimate is gonna be invested as well. Arano trying to kite out this pressure. Choose as well, trying to take a quick reset, and now the Shaya ultimate is gonna be invested. The Temi ult is gone, and now it's full throttle here for Choose.
Oof, and he gets a shield block. This is going to be a big mind game right now. Arano could be thrown around the corner with a shield throw, and this is going to be a catch that Chishang is looking towards. The Whisk Throw to try to protect isn't going to happen. There it is. Jump LMB into 1 jump LMB into the next jump LMB. Triple in the row. Call me Triple H. We're going into the league. Chishang has it down to T. He's getting his armor. He's getting, or not the armor, he's getting his weapon, Gold Spear, picked up. Cav Bloom of all the Jades in the game given to Chishang, and he is on the shy hill. So he's going to go absolutely brazy with it, and this is going to give him full priority of just catching any sort of combos. I mean, the thing about the dual blades, you know, when you get an LMB and uppercut into the R&B, that's one thing, but giving a Cab Bloom picked up, that means he can go into shift LM, or he can go to LMB and then catch that as well. He could even sheet swap into the dual blades and catch the Cavaloom. There's a lot of opportunities right now for the combo selections, folks. And having a spear switching over to a staff most likely will probably see that case. Verse though on his loss in his Romy Yang, he's getting chased out here by A Xiao, and this is going to be between him and Arano to try to see who can pick up the Syra, because the common staff isn't going to do a whole lot of work unless he makes it happen with what he's got.
Trying to ice off the pressure here, but both of these players know some type of regression was happening here for Verse, because he does have that Yang depletion timer. Do have the Temi F calm down. Oh, beautiful whisk there for him, the Tomok there, and getting caught up there in the corners and be forced to pop the Syra ultimate, getting shot down there by the cannon shots and the pressure there from Arano as well. Trying to get the HP back. Ash out in the back end there with gold stab, who's be able to hit like a truck there with that weapon alone. We do have Verse now trying to kite out inside the bottom side of this terrain. Arano though, the first one in the scene, does manage to catch him there, but it looks like A Xiao as well, full grappling in, trying to see if he can find the damage here, but the R&B overhold there from the Katana, and the F called in here for the Liam into the 1-2 there on the ground. Liam ultimate out is going to be vested here for A Xiao, going to try to see if he can find the V2. The F called in there for the Syra for the terrain, managed to grapple on out as well. It goes right back in there with a quick drop there off the crouch, and he's off the scene. Verse managed to pop one in. A Xiao though, or Arano, sorry, is the first one to probably catch up to him. A Xiao does see which direction Verse went in the kill feed. Choose does manage to take out PXT. Everybody getting active right now. That's 4 for 4 there for T225 and Choose. But A Xiao first. Arano still going at it. We do have these players getting full aggressive here. Looks like just a matter of time here. Verse still building up that rage, has about 50% there on the Syra ultimate, gets clip off the Scare Rush as well. A Xiao with 11% on the Liam, but the full focus is still going towards the Syra's way, and he's going to be a very hard task to try to catch him here in this situation. Everybody's just getting clip off the Scare Rushes, but not onto Verse. Verse still gets clip off the corner, doesn't manage to get the Scare Rush in, but uses the F to avoid that full damage there for Arano. The Scare Rush now for Arano, catches Verse here in the corner. Now the movement game here for both of these players once again to counter that Scare Rush. He's able to get the jump LMB, but Verse now in the top of the roof does manage to get out, and this is gonna be a hard time to try to catch him in the backside. Look at the minimap. We have another set of players moving on in. I think it was Edward, another player on the top right side of this area. Arano's still trying to full chase him in with a minute 32. Verse now sends the follow-up R&B there off the R&B focus, sends the second one as well. Oh my god, could have nearly capped him off the follow-up as well. Catches the Scale Rush R&B there. The Temi ultimate is forced out here from Arano, catches the whiz into the pistol shot, doesn't connect off the second whiz, and now Verse does manage to get out there from the Tumult ultimate. Arano pops one powder in. He is going to be forced to play right back inside that Temi ult, and looks like Verse does have the ultimate online as well, and this is a battle going to distance, and it looks like this is going to be an isolated fight as well.
Man, this is dangerous right now for Verse. Right there's the F1, there's the R&B, but we're looking at 1200 HP versus 800 right now for Verse. Looking for the Scare Rush, he's covered the grapple bump. No, not gonna be the case, but he looks for Pop the ultimate. F1 is available for Arano right now. If he gets caught by a Dazzle, the level 2 beam is still gonna be guaranteed because of it. So Verse looking for the neutral damage off of this. He has 45 seconds to make this count. There it is. There's the F1 coming out from Arano. Oh my goodness gracious. And Arano, he's gonna get caught out here potentially by a Dazzle. Not gonna happen. Verse goes for the grapple cancel and making sure he can get to that ultimate. Has F1, dodges it, up down R&B, anticipated, goes for a Scare Rush. Now Arano goes for the grapple cancel, goes for the pistol shot, gets protected by the rocks, and then Verse has a bow shot, looks for the R&B, even past the pistol shots, and Arano just needs one good, well-placed shot before someone comes in to link up for the kill. R&B comes out, Verse burns the F1 from it, and then he gets caught to the R&B, finds it. Soboom is given to Polaris, and Polaris says, yo, what up, dog? And headshots him right there. There is 2 eliminations. Polaris is picking up this game and knocking down Arano from it.
Oh man, I mean that's the gamble you face there, right? Once a Temi invests that F, you could go for the slide uppercut and try to catch there with the Katana Hong Sword, but if the Temi throws down that wisp and you're going up, you're gonna get caught off that wisp there, as we saw there. That he drops back down, doesn't get the auto aim to catch the slide uppercut, and he drops right back down to that wisp, and he is gonna be eliminated there. And Lipo, just like a little situation like T225, getting that free piece there off the one shot, does manage to snag up that third-party action there for the elimination there on the Justina. Edward still in the mix though on the Xiao. Wufong on the Lani on the backside, waiting this out. So contesting the players here in the outskirts of the zone, trying to buy out some resources. Not sure who else is going to be taking this Roman in. We do have JL versus YZG. We have Asia and Bauda as well. So what you seeing? Yeah, you see some J's? What you see?
I saw an armor pierce slow shot, bro.
Ooh,
man,
okay.
That's gonna pack out. That's gonna do numbers if he finds a musket at least. Now, Rummy Yang fight, TT25, Gold Fan could lose it here if he throws a wild haymaker blue focus, because those full sword swings are going crazy right now. So he might actually throw one to contest it. There's Scare Rush. There is going to be the confirmation. Parry was good. R&B burns out combo breaker. This is good for TT5. Impeccably throws a blue focus. Clink off of the blue longsword. Great sword swap because of the rarity. Gives a little bit of damage boost for HM. He finds one dazzle. TT5 around the corner. Doesn't even worry about it. Goes for tap dodge. Knowing that we can go for the infinite rolls with the wave roll nerf coming out from the energy glyph board. Used to be able to infinite dodge, can't do so anymore, but TT5 catches the LMB. This might be a chance here for a parry. No, he throws so many blues. Oh my God. It looks like we're watching this live with the kill potential. There it is. COD, no need. We just throw the balls out here. Crazy. Absolutely bonkers. More to the fight. All right.
I'm sorry. Hey. He clips him there off the R&B focus in the air. It just has the drop time there to be able to just use that ultimate there for the recatch. I mean, Lonnie's a problem. Has to clearly see. She's looking very, very good in these matches. Choose is gonna have that Yang depletion timer in soul form. We're gonna take a quick replay against Choose against Asia as well. Gonna be Leon v Shayo. Choose on the gold spear in hand. Asia with the gold staffs. Oh, big parry there for Arano onto Choose or Asia. Sorry, to the grapple extension. R&B LMB catches. Doesn't get the rebounds off the LMB. Now the Shayo ultimate is gonna be caught up here into the jump parry, to the cannon shots finisher there for Asia. Having his number, reading everything he threw at him. Asia with a beautiful showcasing there in that Roma Yang. Snags up the gold spear as well. I mean, what a better outcome there for Asia. HM against Choose this time around, the outside of the Roma Yang. Choose, though, does have that Yang depletion timer, as well as HM. So both of these players are fighting for this for the cleanse. T225 and Asia starting to move on in. That's Alani and a Liam in the backside. Cannon shot flying on in towards Shoes' way. They do not want to mess with the Shayo. Trying to force out that Shayo ultimate as fast as possible. You see all three players focusing the Shayo. There goes the Shayo ultimate as well. Cannon shots. There it is. Just burn damage ticking there onto Choose. And the backside, he's trying to still turn his attention onto the Syra. And it's a Scare Rush on. Now HM just trying to wait this out so he can re-aggress the situation. Lipo might potentially start moving on in as well. And this is looking bad here for Choose once his ultimate goes down.
Exactly, yeah, and he's not going to have any sort of defensive capabilities here. He's trying to look for space for one heal, but 2.7 seconds is pretty much in the flash of an eye for someone to approach. He finds one armor powder heal, so that works out. That blink of an eye moment happened, but that Rupture Gale is proccing. He's taking white HP damage passively, and it's getting reproc, so he's taking a lot more than he can shoot and swallow. But for everything coming through Chishang, all he needs to do is just kite as often as he can. This is dangerous. There's an R&B wild throw from Light Polaris, and there's going to be a Liam with the active ult from A-Shout. R&B drop down White Tiger's prowess, and that's a free solo for him to pick up. Otherwise, HM's still going to have to hide this out. It's crazy. It's impeccable that HM didn't take any sort of priority from the lobby to come after him. But then again, to Syra, they want to wake her out and see about what's next. Otherwise, A-Shout made full priority listing for her as she got thrown from that orb, and now the lobby's turning their hands onto it.
Yeah, I mean, but what a bounce back, right? From T2 to 5, going into game 4, like game 3, or game 2, had a crazy game. Now back again with 5 eliminations on the board. Asia as well, matching that 5 kills. Choose was eliminated with 4. Pixie had 2 on the board. HM with 2, Lipo with 2, and Arano Edward with 1 for this game alone. But I mean, T225 looking really great right now with 5, 18.8 overall game score. Did not get the value he needed for this game. It looks like the Syra is going to be waiting out for a lot of these players to start rotating on in to avoid any sorts of pressure. HM still in the zone. Not sure what his timer is on. 2 minutes and 15 in order to try to cleanse. Still has a little bit of a time, but needs to try to get active pretty soon. Does have the ult online. T225 still in the mix. I mean, he has that full inventory. I can already tell with all that armor and weapon he has in hand. HM still waiting this out. A lot of these players are pretty near each other. Edward still up here for this game as well. Having a better game for this game, being able to stay alive here towards the end game of game 4. Minute 45 now for HM. Just surfing around here in the Mercury River, trying to see if he can find some more resources. No white powders here for HM, so I mean this is rough. Being able to stay in the zone, not be able to retop off that white health. Have to wait and see if he can find any sorts of berries throughout the remainder of whatever's left here in the zone. I do see some smalls there. He does pick up 5 of bigs. So HM's gonna start going right back in with a minute 23. Might be catching Azhao on the backside. Looks like he is gonna be the one getting aggressed on. The random Bane spawns on in. 2 players are right below him, but he does not know that Azhao is gonna be the one focused here for HM. Spear v stab for both of these players. Still waiting this out. Edward playing a lot more conservative as well, as we see him just waiting this out. The random Bane doesn't have anybody in the middle. 2-2-5 waiting this out. We do have, I believe, Wufong getting caught up here in the bottom side. Lonnie here in this terrain. It's gonna be very rough here for HM to try to pick up elimination, especially with the kiting these players can do in the side terrain. It's gonna be rough.
Yeah, finds a parry, gets a gold fan as a result. I just really don't want to see HM to go for slaps within his mid actions. I mean, not like spamming. Like, he could do it once, right, to try to mix it up, but not spamming it. And he's going to find his opportunity right now. He still has the opportunity of losing all his armor here. Finds a nice parry, burns a combo rig for Liam. Obviously, he now has to ult. He just took a headshot. All his HP is gone. Now it forces him to be the target of the lobby in a split second. This man was healthy as can be. He picked up a gold fan. Everything was going great. Everyone then started focusing him within that one moment, and that's going to be where between him and A go down at the same exact time. Cyril's down. Liam ult is up, and A finds his solo. He could turn this around potentially. He's still got another orb, though, if anyone chases this down. And A-Shot puts himself in a spot where everyone knows his Liam is who he is, but gold armor is fine. Berkeley Harris gets an attack boost as a result. My man's chilling out here, La Vida Loca. He has it, but TT25, I want to mention the TT25, even chat's mentioning about how strong he has been doing so far today. 5 eliminations in this game, and it's still in first place, taking it through with the placement points, and now surpassing Mike for it, but he still has this game to work out. Mystic Might or not, it is still a Spirit Well buff that gives him mitigation, and at the end of the day, all he needs to do is to sustain this out, and he's choosing his target who doesn't have that ultimate, which is that Liam, which is Aisha.
Yeah, well, but T2-5 though, looking to try to grasp the Liam in the situation. Top 2 going at it here for game 4. Cannon shots on in, gold fist was in hand for T2-5. So damage is going to be massive here for T2-5. Wufong in the back end there with gold armor as well. Do have Fong now start moving to the mix with gold fan. I mean, now the weapon he praises so much has to find him more value here. Currently with 0 on the board. Needs to see if he can find some of these kills. 6 players still remain. Asia getting clipped here on the top side, doesn't manage to go through, but in the zone does manage to go rotate on the outskirts of the next zone. Fong is still in the zone. I believe T2-5 was as well, but everybody's starting to move on in. Asia drops very low. He might be eliminated here by the zone. We do see him take some damage off the cannons, and he is gonna fall to the zone, and that is not the way you want to go out, having 6 eliminations on the board, and that is just unfortunate there for Asia, trying to get active there to try to snag one up, but that does not go his way. He is gonna be eliminated here for this game. T2-5 is still in the mix. Wufong as well. The Lonnies are still trying to take out this Justina Lipo, but Lipo doing a really good job kind of the pressure off from both of these players.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for A-Shot. Tried to find the exit, getting the right one, and then spaced out before he realized that he wasn't going to make it. He didn't want to get eliminations. 6 eliminations. It's tough not to take multiplier for it, but that's okay. We still have matches to go here. Fights to see. 5 players still alive. Wufong, I saw a Dragon like Might earlier for a split second. He's at 0 eliminations. Polaris, man, we got a little bit of that, fish tank vibe going on there. We saw the surface level. We didn't see what was happening behind. I thought he got Moonbane Strike. Luckily, he didn't. Regardless, still got 5 minutes left on the board. T2-5 with Immortal Defiance into that Desperation, Ruptured Gale, or Quick Charge Thunder Call, Twice Fold, and a Juggernaut. He's 24% right now on that mitigation with all those mitigation jades, but that Immortal Defiance is going to come in clutch again like we saw in round 2, potentially. Everything comes into endgame circle in the 1v1 basis, where his target doesn't know that he has that jade, and then it shows up, boom, 400 heal. But obviously, it all depends on the character, right? A Liam could go, or not even a Liam, Lonnie could TOD him, and it could be over in a split second. Dragon like Might, like I saw with the area run on Wufong, looking at Fong here with that gold fan, and with utilizing the F1 for that to mulch, still has ultimate to kind of space out here. He gets a heal for free. The lobby allows it. Rupture Gale though from T2-5 with the Mystic Might. Seeing how Wufong is proc ult, he is using it to space out. That burn still applying that negative 50% on the healing efficiency, which is definitely one of the worst ways to go out. If you guys don't know, Rupture Gale Orb has the effect of activating a burn, and that burn specifically, alongside like Tark Fire Burn and whatnot, it defeats the purpose of half of the healing from a berry. So if you have a level 2, it automatically becomes a level 1.
Bong trying to get some damage in. Looks like both of the Lonnies are gonna back on up. Fong does not have ultimate, but T2-5 does. Bong's still in the mix. Still hasn't been finding any sorts of value here in this game. Still though, with a good weapon in hand, he is gonna be able to outburst a lot of damage when the time comes. Zone 6 starting to spread in around 50 seconds. Lipo has been getting full focus, but mostly both of these Lonnies here. Gets clipped off the R&B focus there from Edward, trying to back up the pressure there from the Justina in the back end. Now Fong's starting to move on in. Do have Wufong and T225 trying to back on up. Xiaoyu ultimate, I think, was invested in the backside. I heard an ult come out. T225, it was T225's on the Lonnie there. Into the bounce back. Oh my god, in the corner. Overholds R&B focus. F caught in there for the Temi. Doesn't catch the second bounce. Double wins onto both players. Fong now getting the damage that he needs. At T225, though, I believe the Immortal Defiance did proc there for him. He is going to be able to stay up for now. Edward and Fong are both going to be able to stay up and take a quick reset him. Lipo as well, still getting full aggress on there for Wufong. Once this ultimate comes online for him, he's going to be able to outburst some damage. But T225 now might getting all the pressure thrown his way.
Yeah, T225, the lobby allows it. They ain't gonna allow it. I see that engraving once before. Edward is gonna make it happen again and again. He's just even with the blue longsword. It's just the amount of control that you can do. You know, someone can start scare rushing, you could be ahead of them, and then you can just jump R&B. Unless they're predicting the parry for it, they can't do that. They're not gonna be allowed to. For T225 though, full reset. The lobby is making it happen for him. Wufong spots him out. Fong himself from DRG is going to have his wisp ready to go because he's looking the lobby out. If he can throw a wisp, the lobby will look towards that target. We've seen that happen once before. For Fong having ultimate still, though, dangerous game. This Tumulch could be one of the more potent personnel on the lobby to be the most ridiculous ultimate that'll give him the MVP. Even with 0 eliminations, Fong could pick up 2 or 3 and end up taking the game overall if T25 is one of the first ones eliminated out, because right now T25 is going to be the most focused target right through this point, and they can take him with no volition. They want to make sure they can get the points earned out. And Fong, the first one in the face, and then the range shots were coming out. He goes for the purple focus, but T25's rage is going to be coming out here. He doesn't have ultimate ready to go for 1 R&B. That's all it's needed, and he's just hopscotching with double LMBs and engraving. But a blue focus comes out. Polaris picks up his 3rd elimination. Lobby's out for the next 90 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you could clearly see Fong just full eye on that Lonnie, right? Make sure he does not lose track of her. As you see, just continue the pressure there. Gets her fully lobbied. Doesn't pick an elimination, but still was the first one there to keep on the aggression onto T225. Edward now on the backside. He's trying to stay up. We do have Wufong now. He's going to be the next one up here from the Lonnie. Lipo, Fong, and Edward do not want to deal with this Lonnie right now. As we've seen, Wufong being able to stay up, could have some really good value in the end circles. He's able to stay up, but with no armor, he needs to try to find a spot to try to take a quick reset in. The Temi Wisp is now back online. We do see Fong dropping back down. He's going to go ahead and repair the cannon. Edward already applying some pressure with the cannon of his own. Now he's gonna have to continue using this to continue to avoid any of the pressure there from the pistol shots. Weaves around to make sure he doesn't get parried. Fong now applying the pressure on the backside. I mean, just everybody looking at the Lonnie right now. F caught in. Cannon shots flying on in. Uses the F there into the Lonnie ultimate as well. The bounce back does not uses it to go up high there into the dunk. Does not get that hit there on the bottom side. He's gonna use it once again to stay up high. We have Edward applying the pressure there from the top side. Aerial RBs on down. We see the movement now from Wufong to try to stay alive in this situation. The Temi ultimate is gonna be used there to stop any sorts of movement. Lipo uses the Justina ultimate as well on the top side, tries to catch the freeze. Wufong's still alive though on the bottom side. Fong not be able to catch the whip. Now it finally falls. Edward with the elimination there. The Xiaoyu still alive here. With this ult, can it be full throttled in? Justina freeze comes on, tries to slap him there, doesn't get the damage. Now the chains connect out to Fong, tries to go into the freeze. He does fall. Lipo with elimination, and that's another one for Lipo, and that's a 5-kill game here for Lipo, coming in high here for game number 4. And this is exactly what he needed in these games, and that's on a showcase here for game number 4.
Yeah, seeing his calm reaction on the stage.
Happy.
It's a lot different from in the practices in the practice room, bro. Back when he was in J-Cup, my man was he's excited, bro, when he got a kill on the Rummy Yang about it. That's a type of mellowed, like, this man is just mellowed out. He's like, I'm locked in. It ain't no big deal. 5 kill, just didn't get in. That's his normal day. That's a normal Tuesday. I don't know what you're talking about. Things come through here where he ended the game where it ended up at 2 eliminations that he picked up his 3rd against T225, and he just picks up piece by piece in the last final circle. And that fear that I had for Fong, right, with DRG Fong, with the Tumult being in the game circle, ready to go with the ultimate. It was just basically if whether or not the other players are able to escape out. Now, obviously, Polaris is able to get himself to Justina, get himself to the sky. The other thing is whether or not the Lonnies were able to do it. They did, but then they dropped down eventually. Xiaoyu from Edward comes out, and the burnout comes through him throwing a shield, and then a free freeze once he end frames of the shift, and then he gets caught out. That's like that's devastating, right? Especially being a Xiaoyu in that game. I know Edward's like, bruh. Because once he gets caught out, he can't do anything about it. He gets literally ticked away by HP on the block. But at the end of the point, that just comes in with Justina being one of those 4th round picks in terms of the selection process. Obviously, having a chance to see multiple Lonnies in the game was going to be the motion, but it didn't happen. The ocean just shifted on over. The tsunami came over everyone in the endgame circle, which we mentioned, right? You saw how the RG Fong, he was focusing out. Like you saw, he was making sure that he saw the low health target, that the lobby wasn't going to forget about her. She was the only one. TT5 was the only one with that Rupture Gale Orb. So him having that Burn Jade, not allowing us to keep into the end game circle, he just waited that out. Once the focus happened, focus fire, RMBs, anything of the nature from fans, even to the consideration of stabs, he was just making sure, even the longsword, right, coming out from Edward, made sure that that was ready, and then everything kind of shut down itself by chipping away point by point. But we got a question on the board for you guys in Twitch chat. You guys in the YouTube chat. The Twitch chat is to answer this one. Which player killed OUG Mike in the game 4? Man, we saw the replay too. They even replayed it. Was it A, Bao to Shishang, B, WG Verse, C, YCG TT25, D, Wolf's Pace? Make sure you guys get the answer going through. Make sure you have your UID ready, and make sure you have your whispers as well, because NARAKA BLADEPOINT's going to add you. They're going to ask you to whisper, and if you have the opportunity of messaging them out, you'll get the reward. And going through, that's just going to be the question. Hope you guys remember that one, because Mike did get eliminated pretty fast. He got double limbed, E-limbed, and then went to Imperium, where we saw that went down, and it just fell flat. But he had donut games before. It's not to say that's the worst case scenario. It's just seeing where it leads out to our standings, because that's where we are right now. CA, take it away, dog.
Yeah, our scoreboard here for our 4th game of the day. Very surprising to see 521 Lipo here for our first place spot. I mean, you know, this is a great game. He needed this. He played this perfectly here on the Justina. He had a crazy engagement there in the mid game as well, where it was just 3rd party after 3rd party, but he's managed to get those eliminations. Ends up with 9 overall game score. Asia with 7, TT25 with 6, Choose with 4.5, Edward with 3.5, HM with 2.5, PXT and Fong with 2, Arano and Wufong with that 1.5, and Verse and Mike with 0 overall game score, which is crazy to see, right? WBG Verse being that 2nd player in that threshold for the Biweekly 1 final. Having a little bit of slow start, but I mean, still, it's day 1. A lot of these players sometimes don't have a crazy amount of points for the first day, and then they have an insane day 2. Obviously, I'm talking about like the top 6, right? Where they're able to bounce back off of that alone. They're just continuously qualifying for the Biweekly final. But overall standings currently here for our Biweekly 2. Fong has 4 total points here currently. Arano with 5. Edward with 6, HM with 9, Verse with 10.5. Lipo bouncing up pretty high off of this game alone, as we see 0.5, 2.5, 0, but 9 now overall for that game alone. It's just a big bounce back game there for Lipo. Wufong with 12.5, Choose with 14.5, PXC with 16, Asia with 17.5, Mike with 19.1. Still a very good night here for Mike, and T225 with 19.3. I mean, it's just that 12.6 game. I mean, that is just an insane game. 8 eliminations plus the dub. I mean, what else can you ask here for the 2-time? I mean, being able to bounce back off that 1.5, now going back to that 0 for the game number 4. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another pop-out game here for Mike for game number 5.
Yeah, and the high-scoring points come out here, and I always wanted to see if we're going to get a 10-kill game. But regardless, we're going to get some clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom, Gamers United, JLH&M. Find himself the clothing aisle. I can't. He found himself to get the elimination and with the first kill in the lobby. And to A-Shao finding out Valaris here from 521 as well. Now, this is the early game position, right? That we saw A-Shao making him patch into parry like that. It's crazy. And then TT5 finds a kill against Pace like this. Watch this. Look at this. He finds himself to get caught in the blue focus, and he uses the TOD right in front of his face without any sort of, inclination about it. Sends him over to another one. Just 2 carousels in a row.
Okay.
Yo, he looks at the camera.
Yeah.
And the head. I can't, bro. CA, take this away.
Yeah, he said, yeah, that's me. Double carousel off the Lonnie V2. What are you talking about? But now another bounce back there. This is when he caught the R&B into the bounce back there from the V2. Asia getting caught up here against HM. 2.0 B, but the Liam V2. Come here. You thought you got me. let me just tell you a little secret. Mink. Get that damage, get the elimination. HM goes down. Lipo here. The R&B focus on TT25. Unfortunately for Fawn, not snagging up that elimination there. But now here, the Justina freeze, double freeze there for Lipo. Gets a reset, has 2 dashes still online. Tries to catch the chain to the freeze. Doesn't manage to do so, but he clinks with Edward there for the elimination. Into the 1-2 onto Fong, being the last one standing there for 521 Lipo. And what a beautiful game there for himself. Snagging up the MVP on the Justina. We see the freeze come into play here for our MVP screen, and I believe this is gonna be his first MVP. Yes, it is, of the season, with 13,000 damage, 4 eliminations on the board. Fire arrow, shooting boom, slow shot. I mean, this is what you talking about. Someone has slow shot.
Armor pierce.
Armor pierce. That would have been insane to watch. All right, just being able to see that white health go down. It's just like, you're like, wait, is that armor pierce? You gotta run. But damage reduction, blistering edge, explosive armor as well. The pull here. Poor Lipo. I mean, beautiful game, right? 2.6. I mean, look at the damage though on the overall weapons. Overall, he had around like a 7,000 damage off of those weapons alone on the Screen Spirit Fan and Fist Blades. A lot of damage potentially came with cannon. He was having the cannon. He did have the cannon in hand, so he was applying the pressure like that. But what a beautiful day here for Lipo, snagging up this MVP into the 4th game. 2 games remain here for the Biweekly 2 Day 1. It's been outstanding showcasing from all these players. I mean, what else can we ask for, right? Another day, another NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League game here for the solos. Just crazy to watch. I know right there in the last and final moments, Wufong was like, but that was you. On Tefong, he was like, that was you on the time. He said, yeah, that's me. I know you mad. I know you mad, especially for those wins. So I know you would not be able to get out. But I mean, you can constantly see, right, the pressure that Fong was applying there onto the last Lonnie, making sure he does not have any opportunity to retop off that health back up, because in a situation like that, Wufong tried to play that high ground, but a lot of the usages of his ultimate was used to kite up instead of applying the pressure down low, where everybody was looking at him, right? He had to. So, you know, he did not want to deal with any of the pressure off the V2 there for the last and final moments of that game. Even on top of that, you had a Shayo in the mix as well, so he would be able to ice off a lot of the pressure. But even though he does manage to do so, the damage from the zone is just it's just so much, right, in that last and final moment of the game, just being able to take that damage. So I mean, yeah. I mean, we saw the game how it unfolded. We have Lipo on to Justina being the last one standing. We have 2 more games. I don't know, man. It's been a crazy sight so far. It's just been insane.
Yeah, and you know, it kind of brings up to the pick selection there too, right? Considering, I'm gonna go backwards in a second, because you see how the Syras usually have the survivability in the zone and having the opportunity of being able to pick up a lot of sustain by being in the zone, but that changed after the offseason, right? Yeah. We saw the change in terms of taking direct HP damage based off of not just, you know, white health on it, it's your whole HP bar as a whole, and your shield, temporary shields like for Valda V2 as well as Syra V1, those things go down quickly. For the moment, and that's just kind of like why she still stays in the top 3, but at the end of the day, it's not as much survivability as she had once hoped for in the past. But switching on over, you know, I like to showcase a scene how Polaris actually had himself with his hands in his pocket, you know, just a chill guy, having his opportunity just being there, but also easing off the tension, right? Because listen, he's in the Nbpl season finally in terms of playing it out. Yeah, having to go up against the GOATs, having to go up against seasoned veterans, and then having been slated in and having, you know, the week 1 performance coming into week 2, having an MVP earned in his stead, you know, having the people around him really having that support really just eases him out, and that's a really good thing, right? Because mentality pushes. Just having the mentality to work it off, even though I said the word like 17 times, I like having to see that from our players and just being, you know, cordial with one another, especially coming off of a round like, you know, with round 4 going in. But round 5, we're not taking any breaks. We're going straight into Hollow Rock Dusk. We have Fireflies to think about. We got phase selections to think about. This is where people can start to get the double picks into the round if they really just want to choose one character over another. Obviously, phase 1's Liam's, we're not going to see that one going out. But another thing I actually want to mention, weapon selections, right? We saw that TG5 was into the endgame circle and all that, and I actually saw chat there mentioning a good mention about having the weapon that can really be predictable, like the fist blades. You know, fist blades have a certain selection option for when you're holding the blue focus and you're shifting left and right, and all of a sudden you throw it out. It's one or the other. Like, people can catch you off of that. And heck, they can even catch you if you're to mulch, and you could see that coming a mile away in which direction. If they're holding in one animation, the moment they go off of the blue focus, they're done, they're caught, they are finito, and all of the lobby can look towards that. So having another weapon on the standby, like a pole sword, or even into the case of switching over to a dagger or a fan, which is what most players are, it cuts 2 ways. It cuts you holding blue focus, you're in place. It also gives you an opportunity for clinking if you end up going into the soul break, and then you can space off, ice off that pressure, and then you're good to go. But at the end of the day, we learn from our mistakes. That's where we come out here, just making sure we can get, you know, finesse and refine the gameplay cycle. That's exactly what these pro leagues are. Even though they already refined it, they got to refine it 2.0, or just throw in the, you know, the mix of no mix of 1, 2, 3 blue, just to say.
Hey, that 1-2-3, that 1-2-3 be catching people off guard, right? I mean, in the earlier days of NARAKA, that was like the norm, but I mean, nowadays, especially in a lobby like this, you just don't expect it, right? But man, I just want to talk a little bit about Asia, man. Asia is looking very polished. Like he's
clean.
He's clean. He's clean. He's winning these engagements. He's forcing out resets with the greatest players, right? In the pro league, just forcing out those engagements, winning a lot of them. I mean, what can we say, right? He's for a rookie, he's looking amazing, right? I mean, it's rare to see a player going to the pro league and being able to be dominant against a skill ceiling of the caliber of these players in this lobby, right? Just being able to stay up, forcing out resets with a lot of these players. It's just not an easy task, and Asia is just being able to do so. The new pickup there for Alliance, but we have our second round, or we have our round selection here for game 5. Saying once, I mean, the Verse and Mike, they were the last two from game number 4, but now once again in the same group, they are going to be having that Liam pick for themselves. Arano and Fong potentially going to be on that Xiaoyu, the HM and Lipo on the Lani. I wouldn't be surprised if we stay with that top 3 format. That's definitely something that I'm going to keep my eye out for day 2 and 3 as well, to see if the round selection goes that specific way, because throughout the whole night, that's exactly how it's been. Obviously, the Liams are not going to be. I mean, that was like an insta pick. He
saw Mike. Right. He's like, yeah, you already know. All right, come on, get to the next camera.
There's no questions asked. It's just like the prompt came up and it was just already Liam in there. Like, we didn't even get like a blank screen like this. But I mean, obviously, it's still going to Xiaoyu for the second round selection. HM still waiting out to see what character he's gonna play. He's gonna bring out a Justina for his game. We have Wufong and 2225 next. He's like, all right, you don't want to snag her?
We'll take it.
Yeah, bro, you don't want to snag her? We'll take her. As you see here, 3 Lonnies in the field. We saw this bi-weekly final 1, and I mean, it's a problem having 3 of her in the server like that, especially with Firefly maps. She's gonna be able to get super aggressive. I was expecting potentially a Akos for one of these games. Maybe last round, maybe an Asia Akos or a PXC Akos, maybe.
Maybe.
After winning, see how it goes. Tell me for Asia. PXC still locking in. Thinking about if I go Alcos, or can I match? Yeah, okay, there it is. Yeah, not surprising there. He was thinking about matching Asia's Temi, as we saw there. But do see him now locking in that Alcos, alone Alcos for this game alone. Game 5. Our second to last game of the day. Felt like it's been flying by pretty quick today for some reason. I mean, these players are just getting full aggressive throughout the games and snagging up those eliminations. But now, game number 5, locked and loaded. Is Mike gonna be able to bounce back off of that game? Have to wait and see.
Gotta have to wait and see. Liam game is always gonna be one of the more balanced picks, especially for points. Mike has an average of 3.4 points on Liam, but it's kind of going to be a concern because 3 Lonnies are in the game right now. So having to focus on the Lonnies, definitely, it's a precipice.
It's going to be rough.
It's one thing to note that giving Lonnies, giving H&M giving Lonnie available for phase 4 disrupts the potential for that double Akos pick that we would have potentially seen. Didn't happen for that. So Pace is the only one, and he's using the V2 F1 for that. I'm looking at the other ultimates. I'm not seeing any sort of differences from the usual pattern for the ultimates and skills. Combo breaker with the ultimate cast for Justina as well as for Xiaoyu. And then having, to see no V1, because the T225, I think he was a V1 Lonnie at one point. Like, he had used V1 in Holoroth specifically. So for him not to play it out, really goes to showcase that the V2 is going to be the option for the players nowadays. It just doesn't have any sort of value outside the Romiang, because we know how strong it is inside the Romiang, but we saw Mike literally use it in Romiang, succeed. Outside of Romiang, I think Spider had it for V1, over to the Northwest, died. Like, he just got immediately deleted, and he had no opportunity coming back from it. But regardless, meta shift, options are selected, Fireflies are spawning in here. This is the Holorock Dusk. We got Edward and Shang and TRT Fong contesting once more at the Salvation Podium. I can't wait to see that one. I can't wait to see that fight for the swaps out here. Imperial Vale is just going to be pretty cold up there, meaning no one's spawning in. No hand warmers whatsoever. The tech is not given out. 521's Polaris, though, OEG Mike and Wolves PXC, though, they are at the arrival. If I'm not mistaken, over by Yushan Village. Actually, might be super west out. This is kind of interesting because everyone has in terms of going down south if the circle encloses in that direction. Otherwise, if they end up going north, they're in the domain of everything else. Because anyone who's trying to reset is going to be in the outskirts, and players might be looking for them anyways. But game 5 begins. My name is Severio alongside with Creatives. We're starting this off here with a spawn at Camel's Hump with Polaris and Mike are right next door to you, one another.
Gamers United. We got Liam here for Mike, though. First round selection. A-Shot already snagging up an elimination on Traverse. That was the opposing Liam for this game. Already down 1 life. Mike now in the cave. He loves landing here in this spot. We saw him fighting Fong here last week as well. I am with the Akos, where he was going against the Akos, but nice ship pair there for Mike onto PXC. Jump LB, can't go for the scare rush. Let's for the double jump LBs though to confirm the damage. Now another pair here for PXC, sends them back to back, and now the capitalization is gonna go towards Mike's way. Now Lipo showing up to the party and R&B focused. Mike has the F on cooldown, still trying to aggressive here. Now who's gonna be able to take this fight?
Might be a chance here for Mike to look for that chance with the R&B spam for the 1.2s or 1.5s. That's a bow shot. Trying to get some chip damage here. Even in here, he's been maxing. When Mike is looking for it, he's getting it, but he's backing off. He knows the armor swap was there to get a little bit more HP, and now Lightpost going over for the pistol shots himself. There's the R&B. There's an ultimate ready to go here. Mike could be using it to mitigate. As one's available, goes right back in for the ult proc. Gets himself a lot of position checks with this LMBs and the R&Bs. There it is. There's a kill elimination. That is Mike's. That is his second elimination. Back to back. The champ is back. He is looking through with 2 eliminations and has all of this to loot up for himself in the rebound. And for Salvation Podium, Edward and Shang, we're not sure who got the puzzle. I'm not even sure it's done at this point. They've been still fighting up to this stage. Cyro is still available for Edward. He got blue nunnies and a common musket on standby. Just worried about whether or not he is going to get backstabbed for solving this puzzle.
See Fong already in the bottom side of the puzzle, trying to get the information. Choose on the top side. Do have that player on the top there with the musket, could be potentially griefing the puzzle solving there in a matter of moments. But T225 now forcing out Justina ultimate here from HM. HM catches the prowl, tries to catch the dash there off the TP. Try to go now. The stagger does connect there, but no freeze. He's gonna be forced to pop the no ult zone, catches the freeze off of this. T225 now loses all that armor, half of the white health as well. Tries to overhold the R&B, doesn't catch the prowl, but HM full throttle in on the Justina. Does manage to get outside of the zone with 56 rage still remaining here for T225. Jump LB clips him here on the corner. Grapple does connect there onto T225. The F called in here for T225 as well. Does manage to get out of this top side of this terrain, but now the Scare Rush out to the building side. Gets caught up here in the corner. Releases the 1.0 there off the longsword. Gets the damage. Now HM still trying to catch up to him. Doesn't manage to catch the last and final hit just yet. It's gonna be a hard task to do so if he's able to ice off this pressure for a couple more seconds to get that ult back online. And he does manage to get a common armor swap, and looks like the reset might be going towards T225's way pretty soon.
Still got portals to take a look through. Maybe he might go into this cave. HM is right beneath and hoping to catch a stagger. Now for the grapple, not going to happen here. H&M, no grapples. Wow, tough. Scare rushes are good. LMBs might be better for the R&B hold check. There's the combo breaker for T225. Looks like a scare rush pass and an anticipated R&B with a longsword in the opposite direction. Now T225 buys himself some time for a heal here. Both of them are actually going to go for reset. The only difference is that whether or not we can get an ultimate from this Lonnie to counter out and delete H&M, it only comes down after the F2 has been burned. Hold check of Destiny, LMB to the R&B, holding out for Crouch LMB, sees Lonnie ult, backs off. Nice. Scare Rush is up, Scare Rush is back in, throws himself a free pair. This is the F2 I was talking about. This gets burned out. It's all over for HM. If he gets caught by another one, it could be deletion. He slaps, because that's all he got. He's got a Hong Sword to go for the Clink, but T225 throws it out. Ultimate to deny, into the imprint to the dash, but the iframe comes out. The goalie stance is thrown. The tap dodges are heard, and the third party is arriving. Great, as might be a chance here for a 2-piece or just 1 for 1 for 1.
Now Wufang coming on in, trying to have a little Christmas gift, but T225 with the mid-range RB focus gets the last hit there onto HM. Now T225 with no ult online going against the opposing Wufang, cancels the 1-2-3, the grapple stance, does manage to get the LMB there on the top terrain. Now the prod goes towards Wufang's way. F called in for T225, response with 1.0, spaces is out. Wufang though still trying to catch up on T225. Looking for an armor swap of any sort. Does not manage to find so in that troll. In the backside, the Clink comes in off the Scare Rush. Doesn't manage to catch the grapple stun there on the top side of that hut. But T225 now using the side here. Oh my god, what a parry there for Wufang onto T225. I don't even know how he predicted. That was insane. T225 now getting caught up here with the Lonnie V2. Dunk down, doesn't catch him. Now spacing back there for T225. Wufang Trying to see if he can find any sorts of information there onto him. Doesn't manage to do so, but Mike and Asia are going at it, and it's a Temmie against a Liam.
That part right there. Mike is over by the Pinnacle Town chasing down A-Shao. A-Shao gets caught by Staggers. He's jumping to deny an LMB, which is really smart. That's how you should be able to do it. That way you don't get caught by neutral and then you're donezo. A lot of players actually are able to do this just to make sure they don't get caught by that and a TOD occurs. But Mike, he's already on it, man. 3 kills. Finds the no orb confirmation. Unfortunate pistol shot isn't going to be fast enough because he caught the corner. A-Shao looking for an arm swap around the sidelines, and I think he actually finds it. There it is. R&B holds to make sure he doesn't get staggered. Mike's looking to flank out here on this side. A-Shao throws a blue focus around the corner, throws a hooked focus. Oh my goodness. Oh no, he doesn't. Oh no, he doesn't. 1, 2, 3, then scare rush, and looks for the scare rush blue. Gets a parry off of that. And
what?
A-Shao just clean 2 eliminations, and one of them being Mike.
What? Bro. Nah, that was filthy from Asia. That was filthy there from Asia. He just scare rush parry there onto Mike. Mike did not expect that as well. He tried to overhold it, but I mean the scare rush animation came into play and he thought he was safe, but he was not. Asia out there with unlike human reactions, taking out the 2-time OA's Edward. Has a Yang pass in hand. Our first Roman Yang. He did manage to solve the puzzle there with the gold spear in hand as well. So he's going to have that weapon advantage there going to the first round. PXC already posted up on the Plume Castle round gates on the bottom side. We do see him just waiting this out. No, looks like there's not another body around here. So he's going to be getting that for free. HM now on the Justina. Trying to bounce back off of the earlier scrap offs there with 2225. Does manage to get inside this Roman Yang pretty soon as well. Just a matter of time. We do have Mike though with 3 eliminations currently. 2225 with 1. Asia with 2 on the Temmie. Choose with 1. Aggression here from Mike and Arano, I believe. We do have them here in the bottom cave. 2225 getting a little bit of love tap there. Fong in the backside as well. They're trying to unlock this chest. Now both of these players overholding. Mike was trying to get a little bit aggressive. Lipo posted up in the Roman Yang. We're going to have our first round pretty soon. Mike does manage to scatter on out. Looks like the aggression is not going to be happening inside that cave. Arana looks like he might be full throttle in against Mike potentially. We do have a random Bane spawning right on top of Mike, so he needs to get out of this as quickly as possible. Wufang might be getting targeted here from Mike. He looks like he is going to be just going around. Doesn't want to get any sorts of fight happening right now. But our first Roman Yang on game number 5 is going to be Lipo, our game 4 MVP against OA's Edward, our bi-weekly 1 final winner.
Yeah, and Edward has Assassin's Lunge with that dagger. He's going to have a great chance of just surprising Lipo with it. Otherwise, it's an early reveal. It's a mind game at that point. Hyping up here, there's going to be 1 LMB. There it is for Stagger. Lipo burns F almost immediately because he does not want to take any sort of risk, nor containing any sort of opportunity for Edward in case he has anything up his sleeve. Switches over to the spear immediately with the cannon shots. Comes out for the proc shots off the tower of the pillars. Going for a horizontal here, goes for a nice scare rush, and as Lipo gets his up with an uppercut, he burns out the combo breaker for the Syra. This could be a nice pistol swap. Holds the arm LMB, looks for the uppercut, gets caught, F1 again, shifts, but doesn't hold it out just long enough for the Syra ult, and now using his ultimate and to counteract.
Goes to 2.0 beam, just so much damage. Lipo trying to stay alive. This final dazzles is all he needs. In the corner, does manage to get some bounce back there off that V2 Lonnie in the backside. Now the second one connects as well into the 1.0 from the halberds. Big damage to the TP. Looking for the ball bounce. Does manage to do so as well. Edward now with no ult online. Overhold. Tries to parry bait him. Doesn't catch the prior off of this. Now goes spear in hand once again for Edward. Throws the last ball. This is the last one he has. Tries to hold the 1.0. Doesn't get the damage. It's like Lipo still in this fight. Gets hit off the LMB focus there. F caught in for Lipo to avoid the full damage off the gold spear. Quick little reset in. Edward starting to move on in. Swaps on over to a dagger this time around. Now tries to parry bait him. Doesn't catch the prior off of this. Overholds the LMB focus. Now prior here for Lipo. What's going to be the damage off of this? Doesn't kill off of this. Does get a lot of damage from the 1.0. Now pistol shots. Oh my god, he has Assassin's Lunge in hand as well. He has to be real careful. Spins back the uppercut to avoid any sorts of pressure there. Edward now one shot. Lipo as well. 1 scare rush and a 1-2. Does manage to get the elimination onto him as well. Tries to cast the scare rush. Overholds. Pistol shots does not connect here. 10 seconds and counting. Connects off that pistol shot. Scare rush connects. F caught in for Lipo. Now Sour Assassin's Lunge there for Edward. Lipo not happy about that one. He is going to have that Yang depletion timer on his back. H-Hammer is going at it against Versa in the outskirts of the Roman Yang.
Yeah, and actually picking it out here in terms of the other Roman Yangs between Verse winning his. We also had A-Shot winning up against PXC. So PXC goes down pace. Also another like a completely undermined beast in terms of the Roman Yangs and losing it out. I mean, it was a tumult. up against, if I'm not mistaken, going up against Akos. So that was really a counter option for the Akos to be in there, a counter character, I should say. Versto going up against HM, who had the imprint, enhancing that dash and allowing for him to get it through blue focus. The last dash though to use an escape, and Verse proc that V2 Liam ultimate. This gives him pretty much the advantage here. So HM's finding an opportunity to disengage was a nice option here. For this play though, Verse has to look towards it, whether or not he is going to get an orb or not. Otherwise, it's going to be a combo breaker. Otherwise, an armor swap's coming out from H&M, and then Verse has to take time to heal. As a result, the chase is going to go ahead and limited. But Mike, he's on the outskirts. He's looking around. And Rano, he's also looking around. The orb was missed. Verse now has combo breaker active. F2 burned out from H&M, looking for the LMB, obviously, looking to his final swap. He finds it. HM is there, but Arano is nearer and looking to try to go for some poke damage with the pistol shots.
Catches LMB proud, but the terrain not in his favor. The R&B still clips him there off of one story up. Scare rush down as well. Rado now full focusing the Justina in the situation. On the top side, HM trying to stay up. We do have potentially another party moving on in, which is Mike. I did see him in the mini map earlier, but HM trying to scare rush on out. Romo Yang starting to spawn in right next to him as well, so aggression could be happening from another player. Do have him being able to stay up, but with a minute 44, nice little scare rushes here to get out of the situation. Clips that player there as well off of that scare rush. Does manage to create a little bit of the distance here. Common armor swap as well here. Does get hit off of these pistol shots from Arano on the top side. HM trying to stay up, just clinks off that R&B there. Arano now the first one there against HM is going to be able to top off that purple armor. Dual blades in hand for Arano on the Shayo. Overhold, doesn't release, doesn't get parry. Verse now might be playing the realm as we see him a little bit more far distance back until this elimination is confirmed from one of these two players. We do have him getting clipped here. Arano now still aggressing HM. Proud there for HM. Goes for the 2-1-1, I believe. Did get into that blue stance off of that uppercut. HM still applying the pressure. Blue armor swap for himself, so does get a little bit more health back, but still very low. Since the LMB focus, big parry here for Verse. F called in here for the Justina. Has to be careful not to get silenced there, and he is. Both players are actually. Now HM trying to kite on back. Since the LMB focus, big parry for Verse. Slide uppercut. R&B jump LMB finisher there for Verse onto HM. And HM is out of game number 5. Verse gonna snag up the loot. T225 in the realm gate, ready for the pass. Wufong and PXC going at it, as well as Fawn. These players trying to snag up the elimination, but look at T225. He wasn't even in them. He said, man, this is why I always say, man, T225, when I first found out about T225, I went to his doyu, I saw how he was playing. He was very range weapon heavy, and as we see, he be hitting those mid-range shots. It doesn't matter where it's from. I remember seeing him just hitting headshots from long range through windows, just like this. I mean, it's T225, right? Easy elimination there for him. Snags up another one. Edward and Choose posted up on this realm. Might be a little bit of contestant there for Mike, but our second realm is starting to form on up, and Edward's ready to take it.
That's true. Yeah, we've seen the shots coming in through the windows. It actually happened at T225, if I'm not mistaken, day 2. It's kind of crazy. Merciless have it picked up. Shallon Staff, Benthic Descent, Sapjade. This is what T225. He has 16% attack. It's just to make up for the blue rarity of the weapons, to be honest. I mean, at this point in time, I mean, getting the Merciless Havoc is great for the standpoint of aerial control and also the gold focus, just to the night, poke to come out from the opponent. But still, blue rarity. Hex Arm to Spear, though, as well as Sunwing Shot onto the hands of Arano. Doesn't have the weapons to back it up, but he does go up against A-Shell. Akos versus Shayo, another counterpoint matchup for that. So off of this chance, let's take a look, or I should say not Akos, with its Molt. Now, obviously, with Edward having his dagger on standpoint, he's waiting on T225 for the drop down because he wants us to see what reveal will come out from this Lonnie. And there it is, Merciless Havoc, frame 1 option, Scare Rush comes through, blue focus. Has to really hold it off. If he throws a random Wildmaker blue focus, it could be a parry, and that could be T225's upgrade. LMB's comes out, Assassin's revealed early on as the ace up his sleeve, and now the poke comes out. F1 is burned, and he has a double jump to avoid it. Scare Rush back in, blue focus, don't do it. He does it, but that was whether or not the ultimate comes out from T225 because he ate up a lot of damage because of that.
Yeah, now Assassin's Lunch does not connect off the second one. T225, that's the 1.0 there off the LMBs into the 2-1-1. Oh no, goes to R&B LMBs, doesn't catch. Oh, I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to do the infinite there. T225 doesn't manage to catch it this time around. Catches another pile. F caught in here for the Syra. Now both ultimates might be invested here. Do have the Lonnie ultimate getting invested now. Syra ult is online here for Edward. The bounce back, where you going? That's what does not connect there onto T225. The second bounce back, where you going? Edward still trying to apply the pressure. T225 being able to ice off it for now. We do have a lot of the damage happening. The TP does manage to break his ankles just a little bit there, but Edward's still staying up. The Merciless still online here for T225. Edward now, the 1-2 off the dagger. Still has the Assassin's Lunge. Can't forget into the final R&B off that purple rarity dagger. For the elimination onto T225. He's going to snag up the armor plus the gold rarity weapon, which is going to be a Gohan sword for this round.
Man, he also got a Ripple Step and an Aurora Burst in this round. Yikers, bro. 2 single-edge weapons. On top of that, he's got the loadout for the end game right now. For that, it's crazy how much he baited out T225 for that last Assassin's Lunge attempt. Like, the parry from T225 to anticipate it, just to crouch LMB it, and then obviously just chipped away at the RMB and the dashing attack. Like, that's the dagger versus staff opportunity right there. It's a really big loss against a staff, especially against a dagger, because once you throw an RMB, I mean, the dagger could dash past you and then hit you with an RMB next, and you couldn't do anything about it. For that fight, though, T25 will still have to take out the Rummy depletion, whether or not he likes to. Arano in the same boat. Over by Feather Lake, though, we see a 4-man party squad on the tower. Over by Altar Tranquility, T25 actually fighting out between Arano. This is going to be a dangerous game here. We're seeing how much he's throwing the LMB. We're seeing Wufong throw the jabbing, and that gives T25 a little bit of hope left, because giving out towards Arano wants to back off. No Shy ultimate active. He has it ready to go for the Lonnie ultimate. It's just whether or not Arano wants to take a fight towards a Forbidden Seal if it's within the vicinity. Because A-Shao, he's hunting, man. A-Shao's not taking anything for an answer. He won his second Rummy Yang in this game, and he's up to 4 eliminations. Gold fan, gold armor. Having the White Tiger's prowess for about under 100 seconds and just a couple of seconds here. And then for Arano, he's just making sure he can space out. Doesn't have a lot of supplies. 9 grapples to his name. No level 2 armor powders. So if he gets in an engagement, he is really going to be shucks for nothing. Especially if he loses that armor.
Yeah, A-Shao crispy, man. I mean, we haven't really seen a crazy amount of success today for the Temis on the field. We had a game, we had 2 Temis. A-Shao on the lone wolf Temi right now, having a really good game 5. T225 still with 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Wufong cuts line of sight, might be right below him. We do have our replay here for the second Rummy Yang we had. A-Shao against Arano. Since the R&B focus, jump LMB for extra damage. The 1-2 off the gold fan. Shaya ultimate invested here for Arano. Full throttles in here. The Temi F invested. The Whisk connects there for A-Shao. Cannon shots there against the Shaya ultimate. Scare rush a little bit of damage. Temi ultimate here for A-Shao. Runs on out. Catches the 1-2 off the scare rush. Arano doesn't manage to catch the parry, the focus. He does get parried. Now the damage is going towards A-Shao's way into the cannon shot finisher. Supplying mad pressure there off of that weapon alone. Arano against A-Shao, still going at it outside the realm this time around. These players are still getting active. We do have pretty much the full lobby here, as we see in our mini map. Everybody's posted up here in this side of the zone. Bong, though, very low inside the zone, trying to catch a quick reset and might try to lay down some damage there. He might be having slow shot because he was aiming in there with a musket. T225 still has not been able to cleanse anything. A little bit of TP back there to avoid the aggression there for those players. Verse on the top side, Mike as well. Ariel and B. R&B doesn't get the damage off the R&B though. Edward now with the final hit. T225 not happy about that one. Arano does manage to cleanse, I believe. So he is going to be staying inside his game. And he's still fighting out here for game 5. Doing a really good job to stay up. Doesn't get the elimination still, but cleanses. And A-Shao on the backside still with 4. I mean... I don't know, man. A-Shao looking crispy. A-Shao looking crispy. Mike came back online. He's having those pop off, bad game pop off, bad game pop off. It's kind of rhythm going right now for tonight.
Yeah, checkerboard type playing gameplay.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy too is that Arano is actually able to find supplies of the body as fast as possible. So that was kind of the motion. And there, you're right. It's slow shots. He's got the slow shot.
Yep.
With the Sunwing, he's trying to build that one up here. Obviously, getting to that board will be great. Stamina Strike, Benthic Descent on Verse. Has Twin Shot, has Starfall. We're never going to see Starfall, but if we do, I'm ready for it. You know, the prize fall for you is Starfall for me. You know, if I see it and if it kill confirms, I'm going to lose it. Everything comes out for Verse this purple pole sword, or gold pole sword, I should say. Really great defensive operation. Bodger's Grip is also given to Edward. He also had the Sap with the Phantom 7 now built up, like Aurora Burst, like we mentioned before. The Assassin's Lunge, the Rampage, though, that's another kicker, right? Because not just the Aurora Burst, he had Rampage the whole time into his position. Arano getting the loot off of T225, picks up the Merciless Havoc. Common staff, doesn't matter. At least he has that for the end game. Similar to how in trios you see players with the common, even with the common nunchucks for the Dragon War. Talking about Dragon War, not gonna be the case. Actually, this is gonna be a chance right now for whether or not A-Shao wants to utilize. I'm just thinking whether or not he wants to utilize that Dragon like Mike, to be honest. But we have to see if that happens. Otherwise, Mike, Wufang, Edward, Chisheng, there's hanging out here between the buildings. There's a lot of structures off this point. Arano clinks off that Roar Burst because this Spirit Well is a Mystic Might. This is a refresh. This is armor on the swap for them to come back to if they take a lot of points of damage. Edward actually forced in a position to having to use that combo breaker with risk reward. That's what we talk about all the time. And Edward puts himself into the drop down just to try to throw out gold focuses. And he's going to get this for just a couple of seconds before the lobby decides to lobby him. Look at that. No armor, bro. He loses it all.
Oh my God. I was just about to say, like, that was a perfect positioning there from Edward on the outside of that ring, but just completely eats 2 focus attack from 2 players. Just very low as we see. Mike wants to snag up this elimination. Oh my God.
No way.
Oh my God. He crouches over the wall. He crouches over the wall and just tap dodge right through him. And Mike loses track of him. He does not even know he's in that bush right next to him. But Choose catches him here. Now the Cyro ultimate is going to be forced out here for Edward. We do have Choose not trying to kite the situation now. Mike is still waiting this ultimate to be running out. He was still full focusing Edward. As we see, he's going to be able to get that health back a little bit from that ultimate. A-Shao eats the damage there off the Xiaoyu chains in the backside. Temi ultimate invested there for A-Shao. Drops very low. Fong now in the mix, trying to see if he can find elimination onto the Tomo. Gets caught up on the wall there, drops down. The overhold doesn't get the damage off the Wiz. Does have Arano get caught up here. This could be the elimination here for Arano. Arano drops very low, 1 HP in a dream, trying to back on up. And I don't think the eyes are full focus into him. I think the aggression is still going towards A-Zhao's way. Arano being able to pop 1 battalion, but the aggression has not stopped here for the Spirit Well.
Yeah, it hasn't stopped at all. And I know Mike is coming right back in here to try to confirm this. If he does, Lobby's going to have a lot of issues. Oh, man, he is. He's going to get the whole reset. He still has he got preemptive V2. The Moonbane is out, bro. You have no idea how. Oh, my goodness. He's going to get this kill. Oh, wait, there's a lot of terrain to give him the advantage. Mike is going to go ahead and back up for the weapon, go back for the Jades. He's still looking for a target here. Decided not to go against Verse. Oh, man, this man is really coming into the corner. I'm looking for that. That's a Phantom mode. That means it's immunity for Wufang. Crazy time. But hey, at least he still has an ultimate on standby. He really did use it exactly how you're supposed to once he's picking up the Spirit Well and pre-procking the ultimate, because it's not a rage-based ultimate for Liam in this case, right? The V1 is. V2 is 100% usage, and catching another Spirit, which is another benefit of why you're using V2, is that way he can go ahead and have that preemptive for Spirit Well captures and whatnot. So far right now, Mike, 1, 2, 3, throws it. Obviously, there's the F1 coming down though. Versus back in the ring with 100% HP, ready to go and swing left to right with the pole sword. It's only up to the lobby to see it and get past for the parry on a scissor.
This is good for Verse, right? I mean, Mike with the Mystic Might is going to have information of all the players in this facility, right? So Verse being able to play around Mike on the Liam as well. They're going to be able to get aggressive in the mix here with a minute, with 112 seconds still remaining with that buff. He can still continue the tempo or control the tempo of this end circle here for this game. We do have A-Zhao, a Xiaoyu, and Arano there. 2 Xiaoyus and the Temi there playing around each other. Edward still playing the top side on the Syra. It looks like Fong all the way on the top there on the Xiaoyu as well is going to go ahead and wait this out. Edward has that Warrior Burst and be able to control a lot of the top side of this cliff. Mike's going to go ahead and drop back down. He does not want to deal with that just yet. Could be a very strong, could be a very bad situation if he does get caught up there by that Aurora Burst and everybody hears that they're on the top side of the cliff. Ronald, Fong, and Choose still playing on the right-hand side. What do we have? We have Zone 5 starting to spread now. These players are going to start getting more and more congested between the next 2 zones. We do have Fong, though, still in the mix. Trying to see if he can find. Oh, he doesn't have no powders. He can't even top off that purple armor. Does have a purple pole sword in the back pocket if he needs it, opposed to that blue fan that he has in hand. Edward eats up a lot of damage there on the top side of the terrain. He's gonna be forced to drop on down. Oh my God, eats up the pistol shot. Cannon shot flying on in here for A-Zhao. A-Zhao spots this quickly. This was amazing here from A-Zhao, being able to see what the HP is quickly here. The army dropped down, but Mike with the elimination here. That's 5 on the board there for the 2-time. Edward is gonna fall off of that alone. Burst and Mike snagging up all the materials here from his body, and that is just a robbery.
It really is coming out. This might be a chance for Mike to go right with that Valiant Challenger and full send this next 3 minutes. This is going to be just going for pokes out. I know that everything comes out to Fong's benefit because remember, he had no armor powders, but the body right there is for everyone to loot out and wait after the end game circle. Otherwise, in the next 10 seconds, this Mystic Might is done. So, and for Mike right now, obviously, Liam in the lobby, not the only one. Verse is also in this game. versus having the Hong Sword, and I believe he was able to accrue the Aurora burst as well. So for having the combination of the two, might also have the Rampage. And the purple focus is something in the endgame circle that also throws players off. They can't throw blue focus to Clink or parry. They can't parry a purple focus. Either or, they get knocked back and they get knocked into the zone. The verticality right now is actually pointing towards his slope. Not an increased verticality that, you know, is like all ends of the mountain like we're looking at Scar and Lion King. It's just more about getting pushed off from one side from the homing. But that nice musket shot. Wait a second. FPS Gaming coming out from Mike. Naraka BLADEPOINT Melee Battle Royale. More like we're playing... I can't say the name of the game, but, you know, we're going to go ahead and call it a first-person shooter.
Fong, he took a lot of damage. Shot very low. Another bow shot, I believe, connected it on the top side. He's half health here on the Xiao. Asia might be able to catch this as well if he does get the information after lock key choose, though. Applying the pressure on to Justina. Looks like Asia does manage to see the health there on the top side. Mike now, we do have him investing that Liam ultimate here off the V2. Wufong now gonna try to stay up. The whisk connects, and that was Asia's whisk right there into the...
Yeah,
oh my God.
Yeah,
Mike with the musket shots there, and that's a nice finisher there for Mike.
It's a dangerous game right here. Mike finding Wufong. He can find the throw, the verticality. He throws him upwards. He actually throws him in a position that throws him into Arano's Merciless Havoc. It's crazy. The idea for it, the fact that Mike thought about it, impeccable. And now for Mike, in a corner with a dagger with the Assassin's Lunge, most likely. If not, he's just using it to hold the blue focus in place. A-Shot holding this corner. Crazy whisk throw.
Yeah,
really sets him up to be the disturber of the piece for the lobby, especially for Fong there. And Fong's gonna look back at the bottom and be like, who was that? And he sees who it is, like, this man right coming out for the little bit of vendetta. 55 seconds on the clock. We got Mike still holding the ground. Shisheng hitting the wall. He's got to fight his demons, and his demons is basalt and granite. We know that Mike has himself into the musket shots off of the rooftop with the spear. Gets a little bit of pot shots off of Arano for the Xiao. Having the spotlight for A-Shao. Maybe looking for the drop into this. This is tough. 35 seconds on the clock in C8. I don't know who's taking this end, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, it pulls up high. We see Wufong invest in that Lani ultimate there to try to play the high ground. A-Shot now investing the Tomok ultimate on the top side as well. Rana with the Xiao already online. The TP there from the V2. Mike snags up Wufong there for the elimination onto Lalani. Now A-Shot trying to stay alive there on the bottom side of this terrain. Arano, though, being able to stay up. Doesn't have any armor. Is going to eat up a lot of damage on the backside. We have a double chain up there from Arano. And it looks like A-Shot's going to snag out the elimination onto Arano on the top side. The Temi Whisk connects, I believe. No, does not now. The last hit there is going to go towards A-Shot's way, and I'm not sure it's going to be enough there for an MVP. Potentially 6 elimination, and the last one standing, opposed from the 7 kills, and Mike falling a little bit early, and it is going to go towards A-Shot's way. And what a beautiful showcase in here from the Lone Wolf Tomok.
This man is balling, bro, this season. I don't know where he come from, bro. Yo, is this his 7th MVP? I don't even know. I'm gonna say it's his 7th MVP because I call it out. Like a quarter of the matches that were played, he got MVPs for in last week. Just in week 1 alone, bro. What a gamer. And the fact that he killed Mike the way he did earlier too, inside that building. A scare rush was that was disgusting. The tone. It set the tone because everything came out to the mind game. He's scare rushing early. If he does, I'm gonna release his blue focus. He won't get it at 1.0. He thinks I'm a 1.0 blue focus. He's gonna early parry. I'm gonna get the release anyways. But no, he waited it out and then got the parry with the cross. That was it was impeccable work seeing that early on. Then we transitioned to the end game circle off the cliff side. Man, Justine, like, here's the thing. I was looking at the pass to the points through the study hall. I was looking at the chance of seeing about what was the MVPs in all off, and it was Justina. At least one of the Justina games came through, and it was with A-Shot playing it. So having that end game circle in his favor, that's Mulch being in effects, being in his favor as well, that is mega usage. Especially knowing that he was able to counter the Justina on the field of play, and knowing exactly where to position himself out. Kind of tough, especially with the Arano shield. Giving Justina free proc for that dash, it still didn't do enough work. He was still alive. He was still in the air. He was still good to go. Had enough HP to work through with it. Got the end game circle. Got himself another MVP. Man's goated for it.
Yeah, and that's crazy because, I mean, that was Lone Wolf Temi, right? We had 2 Liams running around. One of them was Mike with full confidence throughout the whole game. We do have another answer for Treasure for everybody at home. You guys are on YouTube, so hop on over to Twitch in order to win a random gift spring split. The question will be, which player took the first kill in game number 5? Ooh, we're getting a little bit more complicated here. You know this one? I don't know this one.
Yeah, spoiler, he was using halberds. He got halberds off rip and just killed it. And I was like, before I even reacted when we dropped into Grand 5, I was like, wow, first kill already by X character. Because the question is with A, Alliance's A Shout, B, WG's Verse, C, WZ's Arano, or DOG Mike. I'm gonna give you a hint. The first letter in their team name is W. So that's going to give you a 50-50. Roll the dice. Make sure you can, catch the score lead. We are going to see Asia, though, with a 10.2 game points, 6 kill eliminations in first place. Mike went down in third. That's why he had that 1.5. If he had the 2, potentially, right? Not even, though. Because Mike, even with the 7 eliminations, comes out with 8.5 points. Edward with 5.5 in the third overall. 4 points for Bao Shishang. 3.5 for Verse. YZGT225 with 2.5. 1 point each for Arano and Wu Fong with a 0.53 donuts though this game. PXT, Weimao from JL, and Laris from 521. Kind of putting out to the works that with 1 game left, being a Morris Out Night, now everyone kind of makes notion about what they can go with and be available for. No mix-ups in the first 3 phases. It has been hard locked. Besides the Lonnie option, obviously, that HM allowed to give 3 Lonnies in the field of play, and that still didn't make it into the MVP stages. But overall standings has DRG Fong 4.5 and 12. WZ's Arano in 11th place with 6 points so far. 9 points for JL's HM in 10th. 9th place has always Edward at 11.5. 12 points for 521's is Polaris, and TE's Wufong at 13.5 in 7th place, just right beneath it. This is first day. So I have to see what the overall average is going to end up going through for after day 2 and day 3 gamers having to just fall out or not make it the cut for finals. But our top 6 kind of not going to be a problem in terms of guesstimating. I mean, obviously with the games of the MVP gamers between TT25, between Mike, and between A-Shot especially, it's kind of a notion that you guys understand in terms of who's in there, because 6 has Verse at 14 points overall total, 16 points for Wolves PXT in 5th, Battle Shishang with 18.5 in 4th, so really great averages with the points. Even though the 0.5 still has high points in the median range, but TT25 at 21.8 in 3rd, OUG's Mike's at 27.6 in 2nd, and A-Shot is up by 0.1 points so far. And this next game is going to decide the factor within him staying up there, because Mike's probably going to take this into his Aquas round potentially, because that's just the nature of the game for him, especially for a baller game. Even in the finals last week, even in the performance, the moment he picked Akos, he got 5 eliminations, no problem with ease. So hoping to see that into this next one, because it's also into Morris Isle. Damn, A-Shao just really did the dirty work this week too, man. So we're gonna look at these clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom for the Gamers United.
Oh, here it is. This was the opener here for... Was this the opener? I don't even know that was the question. I don't even think he was on there, right? I don't think this was the first kill. This was an amazing sequence here from Mike, though. Picking up these 2 eliminations. Lipo getting caught up in the V2, into the wall, or into the ground there for the kill onto Lipo there from Mike. T225 gets HM, uses the Ice Blast there, tries to catch the freeze. The TP there for T225. Does manage to kite out the situation, and HM does fall there with the long range R&B focus, and this was here disgusting here for Asia. The R&B in the corner, 1, 2, 3 for the extra damage, overholds the Scare Rush, parry off the Scare Rush into the elimination there onto Mike. That was disgusting. The drop down for Ice Blast there for HM onto Verse, but he's running Liam V2. It doesn't even matter if you catch me. You're gonna get caught up here if you stay there. Verse now, massive parry onto HM, R&B jump LNB finisher there onto HM. Roma Yang, Edward against T225. T225 very low there. Drops off the 1-2 there from the dagger. Asia out here in the last and final moments of this game gets caught up between both of these players, but had the last hit there on Toronto due to the zone, and now Temi Wisp down, doesn't connect off of that. The bottom side, all he needed was 1 last hit. Cat snags up his 6th elimination, I believe, of this game with the MVP. Tamoch, Temi, Sand God, whatever you want to call it, what is going to be our MVP here for game number 5, played by Alliance's A Shao. Booty for showcasing his 7th MVP, like Severio mentioned. A crazy amount of MVPs for a second bi-weekly for this season. At that, on top of that, he's a rookie. It's his first year in the league with 15,000 damage, 6 eliminations on the board. Had Dragon's War, a standard damage reduction ×3, a standard attack gen. He also had quick charge Thunder Call for a pistol if he needed. Running the F1B3 on the Temi. I mean, there you go. He was running the halberds. I think he was the answer, right, Asia?
Yeah, it was Asia. I pulled it sneaky on the chat, bro. I said, yo, first name's W.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Listen, one thing is given for sure, though, is also taking a look at the stat lines. Seeing Asia's damage. Now, you usually see some players, and they end up going with like around 20K, 30K, 25K average, right? Yeah. In terms of being the MVP. And he ends up like one of the other times with 16K damage. with the MVPs, if I can't mistaken, in terms of it, with Polaris, for instance, right? Like he even had like 13k damage coming out for his MVP and just slow rolling it into the end game circle, not taking as many fights as he would want to take to aggress, only taking the ones that he pocketed, whether Roman Yang's, and then taking out a little bit piece by piece from Roman Yang depletionists, because someone has to go, so someone's gonna have to start tweaking sooner or later for them to actually start pocketing ultimate, and then he sees that, takes the weakness out of the equation, puts him in their place and puts him into lobby. But for the majority of the lobby, at the very end, Serpent's Pass, that was the biggest skirmish part, especially that Spearwell. Everyone wanted to look for that Mystic Might Spearwell. Mike obtained it. Just hacking around the corners was just to play around. But just like how we're going to play around the Spearwell, we're taking a quick break before the 3 minutes. We'll be right back for round 6 for you guys in just a moment.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Solos Bi-Weekly 2 Day 1. My name is Creatives. I'm here with Severio. We just have 5 games being played out. We're moving on into our last game of the day. Seen some crazy sequences there from Alliances' A Shao, OUG's Mike as well, having those pop-off games and having a really bad game and then having another pop-off game. But like Severio mentioned right before the break, we are moving into our last round of the day. So potentially be bringing out that Akos here for this picks, which we know that Mike has a very, very strong Akos, if not the best Akos in the league. We're gonna have to witness he's able to break that on-off curse that he has going on right now for today. But needless to say, he's only, I think, like 1 point or 0.1 point apart from Asia in that second place spot. So he's had a very successful night thus far, as well as Asia, right? Alliances is Asia, being a rookie into the league right now, having an extraordinary performance thus far. I mean, between Bi-Weekly 1 and Bi-Weekly 2, right? Being able to qualify into that first Bi-Weekly and still applying the pressure and getting good success into the Bi-Weekly 2, not slowing down and trying to get better at his game and being able to be a lot more polished. We're starting to see this player become a very dangerous and scary player to go against. We see him taking these fights between the top players in the league that have been veterans, right? These players have been in the pro league for years, and he's up here doing it in his debut bi-weeklies, and just, I mean, he's I don't want to be vulgar, but he's just, he's doing his thing.
Diabolically motivated. Sort of that way. he's actually putting in, even though he only has one, like, even in terms of it, like in week 1, right, day 1 solos, he only, he got like 10 points, for that day. Day 2 of playing, Broski got the 3rd highest scoring day overall from any player in that week. So for him to capture 3 MVPs in that single day. So off of Aisha's prowess, it was just a day 1 jitters thing. Man has he's locked in mentality.
I understand it now.
Yeah, he understand it. I see it now. You know, like he's Neo, bro. Everything is locking in for him. But one other part is just where the other players can see to it in terms of breaking out from that. It's not to say that they have something to learn, to learn past it. It's just learn where to go from it. Forcing a fight against a player like that, or knowing a player like that is on the field of play, makes it kind of like, warranted for them to find the time to practice against them. I mean, I know one player, for instance, that always wants to practice against other players was Wufang, and Wufang took the time of playing against multiple players, solos, and just 1v1, zero bands. For instance, if you guys don't know what zero bands is, it's pretty much ultimate skills are allowed, and you're able to fight in the custom lobby for it. And Wufang takes a lot of those fights, especially. But one thing too is signature moves from players, and that's just something that sets other players apart. Wufang and Pace, the amount of times I see Wufang and Pace go for the like 1-2 pistol musket shots or musket shots in general, and point blank, boom, that's a reader on who you are fighting. Some players could use that as a signature tag, just like how players usually play zipping to flash outside Mike inside of the Midoriya region. It's the same mentality, like, oh, this person's using this. Something that sets you apart, puts you blended in the masses, like, who am I fighting? And then finding the fighting style, it comes in too late, or you find it just in time, like, okay, I need to figure out how to extend this pass so I can feel aggro or not. But phases are here, C8. Open to see what's going to happen here, dog.
I don't think we're going to change off the Liam Shayolanis. I mean, it's just been a staple this far tonight. We're going to have to wait to see. H-Champ did throw us off with the Lonnie, gave out 3 Lonnies into game 5. He might be doing it again. He's not going to. Yeah, he might be. Who you think? Tarka?
Shayo.
Oh, Takeda. I was close.
It was the tease.
Yeah, I know. Come on, man, lock it in. Thank you. He locked in Takeda. We are gonna have a Takeda for our last game of the day. Takeda now. Takeda, when he came into the meta, or when he got released, he's very strong with the burn restands. I mean, we saw it. We've seen it time and time again. Dropped down very, very low in the meta. Has not been touched since. What can we say? This is gonna be rough. This gonna be very rough going into this game with a Takeda. I mean, going against a Lonnie, a Justina, even a Liam. I mean, even if you catch the Furians and a Liam has his V2, well, it doesn't matter. You can't full extend because you are gonna be caught up into that V2. So it's a very dangerous game he's playing right now. But we are gonna be able to see it be played out here for this game alone. So hopefully he gets some success, because Takeda, the Demon Lord, is very fun to watch. Asia now playing out his game on an Akos. PXT bringing out a Lonnie. So that's gonna be 2 Lonnies, and the Lonnie's still gonna be up for grabs. Temmie here for choose. Edward now has the last and final pick here for this game.
Wow.
Bringing out for the Syra. I mean, HM is not giving us that. He's not giving us that Liam Shayolani sequence. He's being different.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is he opens the door for other players to want to.
Yeah, he does.
But then again, you look at these players, and they didn't double pick, or they even go in a triple pick for it, because they knew how much they had to burn out in terms of usage for the heroes. But listen, Takeda, it's tough.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. It is tough, because
it is tough, yeah. It's only a matter of time before someone's able to get out of the Furin detonation that occurs, and then they can just turn the fight around in their favor. Kind of like Justina will literally do that against him. They just wait the burnout for one Furin, just combo breaker, and then she can go in with ultimate at that point. But skill selections, most important part. F3V1, obviously for Takeda, that's usually the combination that comes out, because once you confirm an F3 after seeing an opponent hit a blue focus, you will literally blow them up with the ultimate cast into just Furin's Desolation. That's literally everything that comes out from that for the combination of skill. But for Verse, second game onto his Shayol, obviously Pace is taking the opportunity for that Lonnie pick, Justina for Fong. It's more of the comfort picks. Very, very, very tough not to see the Akos for Mike, but that's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. We don't want to show the full potential of what happens when the beast comes out here. Listen, he has fireflies, or Fong has fireflies off of this position where he's spawning in here, but the majority of fireflies over by servants grounds. That's going to be a tough call. Verse, HM, even into the case of YGG TG5, if they want to fight it out over there, that's a differential position, because if they can find better loot off rip and then make their way to fireflies, they can stop the foes going in there. They can come right back into it, and then it's over for them before they know it. There's no active ultimates that are a usage of the skill, unlike like Zai's and trios, or even Zai and solos. But it is a notion just using it to just pressure off and then peel away, disengage if you can, because they still have that shrine off of the drawbridge and the ravine for them to make their way towards. Shipwreck expansion for WZ is Rano, Zest Winery for Bautis Shishang, and TE's Wufang. The fight's going to begin here, folks. Last final round, game 6 into Biweekly 2. My name is Severia alongside with Creatives. We're going to start this one off here at the Sun Cave, where the Fireflies are spawning and they're teaming for Pace as well as for Edward to duke it out.
Pace already has ult too, so Edward's trying to look for another Firefly. He does manage to catch one now, so ult's online for the Syra as well. No armor scrap off here for this first fight of game 6. PXC is going to get grapple stun here into the 1-2 here from the Halberds. Jump LMB clinks ×2. Now the Wingust does not connect. He overholds there to avoid that. Now the ship parry there from Edward gets some damage. PXC is going to be forced to pop the Zev. Be forced to pop the ultimate as well. The Justina ultimate in the back end. Edward there with a double freeze. No, it's Fong with a double freeze off the Justina. And Fong snags up the annihilation. And that's a nice third party there for Fong. Now he has to go against Alani.
Yeah, he might actually catch his LMB. Oh, there's the cast and there's the recast. And now maybe Fong canceling ultimate. Yeah, not necessary yet. The bounces come through. They don't confirm. DXC is going to get a 200 heal off of this. Oh, double R&B coming out from that. Crazy work. And looking for another F ultimate cast. There it is. Big F2 coming out from Fong to deny this. Still giving PXT enough opportunity here for the 1-2s off the windowsill. And there's 1-2-3. R&B's come out. If Paces makes easy work for this, first elimination comes out of this, a lot of Dark Tech coins to be earned. A shot potentially at Sigma Mine, or he has to make his way towards the Jade Pond. Otherwise, Mike versus A-Shao. Ironically, A-Shao on the Yakos up against Mike's Justina gameplay over here by the Gamma Mine. A parry like that. Sap Jade already off rip. A-Shao stacked up here, but I'm curious of whether or not who's going to get the kill between him and Polaris.
Yeah, I mean, A-Shao jabbing plus sap. I mean, it's a very nice combo off rip. Mike trying to make a run for it right now. Scare Rush right back through that doorway. A-Shao tries to run on the backside of the building. Does not manage to do so. Lots of players showing up. Lipo and Pace both now in the mix as well. Mike trying to make a run for it on the Justina. This could be a bad sight here for Mike. Gets clipped here on the sides. Forced to pop to Zab. Now the drop down. Oh my God. Nearly clips him there. Lipo with the damage onto Mike. Everybody fighting here for this elimination onto Mike on the backside. A-Shao still the first one in, but Lipo still aggressing him off of this as well. He stops the pressure onto Mike and goes for A-Shao. Lipo just full changing his attention onto, or Lipo full changes his attention onto A-Shao. The 1.0 halberd is there from Pace, and A-Shao just catching strays out here to be forced to pop the ultimate, but Lipo with the bow shot does get eliminated, and that's just unfortunate there for him.
It really is. I think they realized what he had in his pocket. He wanted to make sure he get those Jades if they RNG'd on the ground for him to get as soon as possible. But Lipo looks for the ult proc after here. Here's Mike with the drop down horizontal, and Pace having his ultimate cast gets caught by the V1 right beforehand. And there's the R&B from Mike. Elimination, Soulbloom picked up. Second block coming through here for Polaris. He's looking for shield number 3. He catches Mike off of this, but he's got to be careful. Free dash, Tash. Oh, nice tap dodge, my friend. This is going to be where Lipo gets an opportunity here for another shield throw. Mike gets the 1-2. RB hold checks. Double tap dodge. Doesn't get any sort of value off of that horizontal, but Lipo will look for the LMB uppercut cramps into the cancellation ultimate for the combo breaker. It's an immediate shield throw. RMBs. Polaris is just working it out here with these purple nutties, but then again, you see PXT. He's back in the ringer. He wants to round 2 situation. 1-2-3s. We release those, and Edward gets a kill confirmation with a headshot against Mike.
Edward comes down with the third party on the Syra now. Lipo's still in the mix, 70% on his ult, nearly already back. Now Pace is going to be potentially popping his no ult zone. He's going to get clip off the LMB there for the 1-2 on the ground there on the nunchucks. Overholds. The no ult zone popped here. Lipo is going to use the F to avoid the damage. Now Pace drops very low in the backside. One shot. The Syra Edward trying to be the first one in there to snag up the elimination. We have the F invested there from the Lonnie. Edward backs on up. We do have still a third party action in the backside. Lipo still trying to see if he can find some sorts of damage onto PXT. We do have him finding a blue armor swap. That was a nice little gift there for PXT. He was nearly 0.1 HP. We can't even see his white health. Now Edward, since let me focus, doesn't get the damage on the top side. Lipo getting that armor back up. Edward though, first one in, find lots of pressure onto Pace. Soulbreak does not connect there for Pace on the backside. Damage is still happening. Mike is now in the mix as well. It's going to be a potential fourth party here in this situation. Mike just being able to see who has the lowest health. Lipo trying to lay down a bow shot. Edward still full focus in here onto Pace. He's trying to make it to the ballista tower there to get the movement game. Has the Lonnie ultimate invested as well. Trying to kite a Ronnie, but Edward's still not letting go of the gas pedal.
Literally isn't, and they're going towards Council Courtyard, finding the Firefly along the way. For PXT though, having the chance to fully resetting will be a miracle in his play, and having the ultimate to give him a little bit of heal back if he needs to use it there. But there it is. We're gonna have a Moonbane to be used as well from TG5. DRG Fong actually purchasing one right at that point in time. for the Rummy Yangs, or even just throwing it off against one person or opponent. I'm not even sure where TT25 threw his moonbane. I don't have to double check that one. But the Rummy Yang hasn't even spawned in yet. So if it was just a completion to try to get the Yang pass off for one, that's just going to be the case scenario. Meanwhile, Rana over by the west side of Celestra, we do see Wufong at Moneytown, aka Artisan's Grove, catching as much cash as possible. 4,100 in the bank right now, just buying himself a Jade, if anything, or a slot, I should say, and just trying to pick up piece by piece, layer by layer. Usually the players would opportunistically look towards and picking up just one bag of each, and just making sure they can pick up them across the field of exploration and finding troves, finding stashes here and there, and just looking for item bags out in the open, or weapon bags, or soul Jade bag expansions. Otherwise, the economy of it does go in towards that first round of the first Rummy Yang, whether or not to get the Moonbane, and if not, save money up for armor, and if then, saving up for later on. Listen, once you get kills in the Rummy Yang, then that's a free low option for you to use the gold that you obtained for Jades, or even for slots. This is something that can come out of it. But regardless, Trifid Junction fight, Lipo versus Edward in the underground, and hoping to see who comes out on top.
Lipo has been having really good success here with these chains off the shield. Edward drops very low. Common armor swap here for Edward now. Clint comes in ×2, ×3 here for both of these players. Tries to overhold. Shield proc there onto Lipo. Still trying to find a prio. Clint comes in once again. The 1-2 there off the nunchucks there from Lipo. Still has the shield if he needs it as well. Syra ultimate is going to be called in here for Edward. Now the damage is going to go towards his way due to the dazzle as well. Has the shield to avoid all that damage. And now Lipo trying to back on up because the Shaya ultimate is gone, I believe. And he still catches the second dazzle into the F there for Lipo. And this could be bad for him. It looks like he might be falling here in this situation. The third dazzle does not connect. But 1 HP in a dream, trying to stay alive. The Scare Rush connects there for Edward. And Lipo's going to fall here in this situation.
Yeah, loses life and loses his life throughout the lobby. That's going to give Edward not only one opportunity here, but two. If he loses the Rummy Yang, he can go back in here for a Soul Bloom. The fact is how long is this going to last? Attack maxed out for Mike, 16%, while Edward has purple armor, purple nunnies, and he's got himself an engraving. But whether or not he's going to be able to use it, we're going to have to find out later on. We're going to see Edward to drop down here for the double RMBs against Mike's fan. Obviously, one blue focus is going to delete, I think, around 700 HP from that. Let's see, take a look and see if he eats a blue focus to the face. Edward taking a wind blast, takes a parry to the opportunity for one RMB. There it is. One LMB to the next part is going to be no armor for Edward, as he may or may not use his combo breaker here just for some sustain for himself.
Oh my god. Just one RMB focus into a pistol shot, took up all that armor there on Edward from Mike's full attack J setup. And we do have him here on the Syra ultimate, just running laps here around this pillar. Weave, moving, weave. Can't even catch him. Making sure he avoids all the pressure here from the Syra ult. The ult's about to go offline now. Still rolling away. Oh my god, into the freeze. Mike freestyling on him. Catches the stagger there off the Justina dash. Into the 1-2 there off the second dash. Into the finisher. And Edward is not happy about that one. That was just disgusting there from Mike. Being able to ice off all that pressure from the Syra. And I mean, we saw this throughout the whole night, right? They're just running laps around those pillars when those Syras are popping that ultimate to avoid any sorts of damage or capitalization off of that alone. When we prior used to see a lot of scale rushing through pillars, but now they're seeing that they're having a lot more success just running around in circles in that pillar like that.
Exactly, yeah. And the fight ended so fast. Edward finds his Soul Bloom. Remember, 2 minutes, and then that Soul Bloom expires. And that's a really tight time frame. 2 positions is where that Soul Bloom is, and the second is where that Soul Altar might be in the nearby position. For that though, Mike takes a gold longsword, has Justina. You know, this is the best in slot option right now for Justina. This is actually a premium position, and he's also on the third party here as Fong and TG5 are on the contesting side. For Wufong and Verse, they are the only ones with the Rummy Yang depletion so far in this game. So regardless of this, 10 players or 11 players on the board total, and for 2 of them, gonna have to stack up against one another. Otherwise, we see Fong, common fan. Wouldn't believe it if you even told me about it if he has a purple weapon on standby, but at the same time, this is for this engagement, and he is spacing the heck out. T25 finds his fight though, and it's going to be against Mike, both of them on the same pillar of success with the Rummy Yang victory.
Yeah, the weapon scouts from both of these players gonna be rough here. See the damage output there off of one jump LMB there from T225, or onto T225 there from Mike. Verse in the backside now starting probably got some pressure onto Mike. We do see him taking off all that purple armor, pistol shots constantly there to avoid any sorts of reset there from Mike. Mike drops very low. Cannon shots connect. T225 there for the elimination. Vermilion's burst might come into play there for Mike. So Gonna have to wait and see how it works out. Verse does manage to back on up. 2-2-5 now aggressing Verse here in the situation. Tries to go for the scare rush. No jump LMB to nullify that though. But the chase is still on for both of these players. We do have, I believe, Verano in the back end. This could be a potential third party. He was charging up the bow. Mike in the mix. Spawns right back. Choose as well. Everybody's starting to move on in. Could be bad here for Verse. Does manage to kite out some of the pressure there from 2-2-5. Ajao drops there against PXC. I believe he still has another life in this. Yes, he does on the Akko. So he's still in this game. Just loses 1 life. We do have Mike with 2 on the board, Ajao with 1, 2-2-5 with 3, PXC and Edward with 2, Lipo out with 1, HM with 1, and DRG's Fong with 1 as well. And the Takeda got elimination. I'm kind of curious to see who he was fighting. And I'm a little surprised. I was expecting the Takeda to get probably full focus going into the first Roman Yang. I did think Mike was trying to full aggress him, but HM did manage to back on up. I think I saw it in the mini map that Mike went straight towards his way and his HP was going down. But we have to wait and see if the Takeda takes one of the second Roman Yang for this game. We'll love to see a Takeda in the realm. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. Wu Fong with a minute 35 has to see if he can try to cleanse. PXC drops very low, but Ballistic Tower shots flying on aim. Wu Fong has the information into the drop down R&B there into the cleanse, and PXC is not gonna live to see another day.
Exactly, out of the lobby, out of the fray, but not out of the cooking pan. Wu Fong's taking ballistic scorch damage passively, and Edward just inching towards his zone and spaces out, goes right back towards the target. I'm not even sure he wants to go full commit towards him, so he's going to space towards maybe a Roman Yang. It's going to be spawning in here. And I do actually want to point out, you know, something interesting I saw earlier, a move from Verse to cleanse his Roman Yang vision. He used his F skill, his F1 in midair to get a free repositioning shift, and then gets the soul bloom because of it. I don't know. I'm gonna look back in the VOD because that was kind of swifty. I'm gonna be honest, and be able to just offensively use his ultimate like that or his skill like that. It's crazy. Mike, though, on the other hand, he's up against Ajao, his nemesis. I don't know what else to say. I mean, listen, this is gonna be the person who goes on top for the scoreboard for today, at least so far. And since Ajao has a Roman Yang pass, Mike wants it. He, you know, look, I likes you and I want you. We're gonna have to see what's gonna happen next because Mike is looking to the Kacha Limbies, the R&B, and taking a lot of points of damage. For Ajao to continuously put it on towards him. You know, AWZ Zorano is not going to shy away from that fight as he is also looking towards Mike the Justina, who is just packing up and shipping away.
And it seems like he's still running that full attack, right? No damage reduction. I mean, he's just eating up a lot of damage, trying to take the second round. He's forced to back on up. HM now on that Fern out. Getting full focus here by Choose. Fong in the back end. I know Fong's not going to let go of this third-party action. He loves to do it. Still, HM trying to stay alive. Cuts line of sight. Choose, though, might catch him there in the corner on the Temi. Does manage to get some sort of damage, but HM responding here. Does manage to kite on out there on the outskirts of the Ballista Tower. Still scare rushing on in. Does manage to cut line of sight. Choose and Fong going at it here in the bottom side. The Temi now getting a focus there from Fong. We have WBG's Verse against TE's Wu Fong for this Roman Yang. This is going to be a Shio versus Liam for this second Roman Yang.
Yeah, bro, going to be a mirror in terms of the parries, but not so much for Verse throwing out his 1.0. Has his pulse sword on action, gets caught by the R&B. Double R&B comes out here for the spread for the shift over. Burns out the Shio ult, so whether or not Fu Fong finds another parry, he's got to look for pistol shots over and over, and then he procs one shield block. Unfortunate. When we go back for Howard, you're looking for the 1 point. There it is. And there's a shield block. There's a shield throw. There's going to be a Liam ultimate as a counteraction here. 1, 2, no 3. Shield block number 3 comes out. First, he can't throw it. He gets caught. That's going to be it. No ultimate's going to be active after this Liam throw, and there's going to be actually 2 shield blocks. Never mind, but he takes a pistol shot. He throws a shield block. He captures it. He gets knocked back because of the V2, and 1 R&B is all Wu Fong needed. After that, even with the immunity in place, he still found the kill elimination.
That was clean. Edward against Ajao this time around. Akko's here for Ajao. Edward on the Syra. Gonna have to wait to see if he finds success this time around in Roman Yang. There goes the Syra ultimate. F1 called in here for the Akkos. Trying to play around the pillar. There he goes. We go ahead and scare rush on out. To be able to ice some of this pressure off, Edward is going to use the ult to get back that health back that he lost. Ajao now is starting to move on in. The ult is about to run out pretty soon here for Edward.
Yeah.
Just watching him at the top, just fighting his demons. The one tap there. Off the fan, overhold, seeing if he can find the damage. The R&B jump LMBs, F1 called in, 30% damage reduction, still eats up the damage off the LMB focus. The 1-2 doesn't get the damage off the jump LMB, gets caught off, and now the Akko's ultimate's online for Ajao. Jump LMB for the extra damage as well, catches the leap. The F called in for the Syra, tries to catch him off the V2, does not manage to do so. Edward now trying to kite out the Akkos, doing a really good job thus far. Now, the leaps does not connect. The clink comes in. The second one connects into the aerial R&B for Ajao there for the elimination. And I mean, what can we say? This man has been on fire all night.
Yeah, it has been. That always will be probably for this match, maybe potentially for MVP. DRG Fong finds himself for a free freeze into an R&B. Oof, a lot of chunk here. Might be an ultimate in 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. There it is, cast it out here. Fong is going to be getting himself a free Whisper into the face, but he's not going to worry. He might scare rush with this log set, maybe. I don't know. It's too much of a risk. Otherwise, we're going to see Chucheng go right back into it, even with the full HP reset. Double army to make sure he mitigates the stagger for the knockback, but a third party comes in here. Verse off of the Romyang loss is going to be making sure he can make this worthwhile in his effort. LMB comes out, F2 is burned. Cancellation of the ultimate from Fong. Scare Rush is going to catch nothing, but Verse puts himself in the spotlight here, right? We know the Xiao ult is ready. We know the players may or may not know that he is tweaking for a kill for that Romyang depletion. Seeing how fast he's aggressing towards it, Tumultuous might be just keeping space but apart, looking towards the Xiao ult before he can fully aggress, because he himself does not have one outright. Armor swap is good for 900 health. So for Verse, it's going to be another journey for him to try to catch up onto. Otherwise, you see towards this winery, 3 players are on Mike, as well as with A Xiao, all in that vicinity, with the White Tiger's prowess still in effect for another 2 minutes from Alliance's A Xiao.
Now the click comes in there from the Scare Rush. Massive parry here for Verse onto Fong. And a backside choose there with the R&B focus there onto the Justina. Go ahead and choose the Xiao out of the bunch this time around. Choose now going to get caught up. The Temiev called in there for the Tumult. Doesn't catch the Wisp. Fong does manage to get a full reset in. Verse as well trying to pop one in. Does manage to do so. Going right back into the aggression there onto Fong. No ult yet just here for Fong, but quickly getting that back. The 1-2-3 releases to get the damage as well. The 1-2 area LMB or area R&B onto Fong. Has a shield ready on lock if he needs it. Justina does manage to Scare Rush on now, and Fong here, calm and fan in hand, has the walls and terrains to continue the Scare Rush momentum. Asia now showing up to the party. Gold armor, gold Hong Sword is going to be able to hit a lot off that Romyang. First though drops very low with 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and he has been changing the approach here to these Yang depletion timers, right? We see a lot of times these players use the timer for their advantage to try to catch the third party. He's gonna fall off of that. He was super aggressive. He did it in the first loss as well, where he came right out of the realm and got very aggressive early on, and this time it did not work out in his favor. He is gonna fall for game number 6.
It's a tough indication, but for Fong, he's still on death's door between the zone and 2 players, both golden armor looking for him. And now it goes out to Fong, and having 20k gold in a shop, not going to be available with his S-Winery this whole round. Mike actually went down earlier. We didn't even get a chance to see him about that with 2 eliminations on the board, but going down gives A-Shot full priority listing for MVP unless we see TT25 pop out here and show up, because he has 3 eliminations. He has Liam on the standby with Wufong, both of them being still in the game. For them to look towards the Akos, they have to look first towards the Tumult. And as the Tumult comes out, it could be denying all their efforts could be denied, especially in the game circle. But Fong puts himself here in the limelight. Everyone's looking in this direction. This Justina is easy, fresh kill. If they can capture her with 1 stagger, burn her F2, that's the next play. A parry like that, Arana really punishes it. And A-Shao still has White Tiger's prowess. If he gets his skill elimination, he gets the White Tiger's prowess. Not going to happen. Chucheng find that bow shot, finds his solo, and Edward is denied it. And for everything comes out here, still got 2 minutes on the board before another elimination, but I don't think the lobby is going to allow for another fight to happen, especially when this endgame circle is coming into a close for Shadow 4.
It's stacked too. I mean, gold armors, gold weapon there for TT25. Just everybody stacked. Edwards trying to see if he can find the best spot or the best situation possible to try to cleanse, but might be a hard task. Skin is blending in there with the grass pretty well there. As you can see here, he just hides behind the wall. Cuts line of sight. Asia still in the mix though. Trying to get some of these resources here from these remaining bodies here from Fong earlier. Fong falls with 2 on the board. HM with 1, Lipa with 1, Verse with 0, PXC with 2, and Mike with 2 for our lost souls for this game. Those players are out, but I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see. Oh, a little bit of love tap. Oh, you thought it was free. I need a cleanse. F1 called in here for Asia. Edward now still trying to full focus the Akos here in the situation. Grapple and bees, big damage here, overholds, releases the 2.0 there from the fist blades. The Akos ultimate is called in here for Asia. Oh my god, he beat you inside the Bane. Now the Syra ultimate called in. Asia very low is gonna get clip off of this, and Edward does manage to cleanse, gets hit by the Bane as well, uses the F to retreat. Big spaces off of that. Dazzle in the back end there for Choose. Another player catches whiff of him. It's gonna be Wufong on the gold halberds, and now the F called in. Another Bane drops back down, does not clip him there. Edward drops very low. Even though he cleansed, he's in a very bad predicament right now.
Yeah, he is. He's gonna get caught by another movement. I'm calling it. There's gonna be 1 knockback to the next. Why'd you walk into it, bro? Why'd you walk into it? Slap your face again, bro, because I saw you walk into it, bro. Please don't do that, please. Oh my goodness. It's
Oh.
a tragedy. She'll call me Macbeth. I'm talking to the school. Of Enoch, where is it going to come through with the RMBs? If Wu Fang puts himself here, he could be chilling out. But then again, Shang is not allowing this one going through here. And having T225 to be in the mix-up, this is, you know, we went from baller status to uh-oh status, and now into the Spirit Well. And look at Arano, man, 1 HP in a dream, man. He might be caught out by a single bow shot. That's, oh, you saw that arrow, man. That would have been it. That would have been deletion at this point. T225 though, looking to chop out here. No Gordon Ramsay. All idiot sandwiches if anyone doesn't want to come after this one. And they're not going to allow him to get that reset. Okay, they allow him to get that reset. That's going to happen. Shang, though, still contesting this with the martial art will form Wu Fang for the hits off the halberds. Gold rarity, by the way, for Shang, though. And he's going to throw this right down there on his face. And he might actually catch a blue. Nope. Wu Fang is smarter than that. You see, the thing about Wu Fang is that you always take a look at his technicality about this, is like how front-facing he takes these RMBs, and then he throws a, you know, a sneaky on you like this. So for this, Spirit Well, not going to be given to Shang, gets thrown out of there, and it gets the whole lobby on the focus of him if he wants to, and then he backs off. No one takes any sort of notion about it, like, yeah, okay, whatever. And then Shang takes his full opportunity because he knew how close he was to clearing this Spirit Well, that this could be a high-risk, high-reward maneuver, 75%, and another Liam ultimate comes out. It is not a good day for Shang.
Wow, he does have Velocity and Toad to get the Mystic Might buff as well. Oh my god, big juggle here onto Wu Fang. Jump LB connects as well. Wu Fang now is trying to run for the hills. He does not have ult online if he needs it. I heard a parry happening in the back end. Not sure who got parried, but I did hear it. T225 now in the mix as well. B2 connects here in the backside. Oh my god, the Bane is the MVP for this game alone. We're just seeing back-to-back Bane hits here onto all these players. Shoes now trying to stay up in this situation. T225 kind of around this Bane as well. Purple fan in hands, gonna try to get a quick reset in. Choose pops one in and going right back in here. This could be very bad for both of these players. This Bane decides to drop down on top of both of these players. The proc comes in into the 1-2, does not let loose. Another player showing back up. This is gonna be Arano in the mix as well. Choose now trying to full reset on now. We do have the Bane in the backside, does not clip anybody. I thought it was gonna clip Choose, but it does not. T225 stops the pressure, stops the aggression. It's gonna back on up. Wu Fang still in the mix. Let's go ahead and play around the opposing Liam here in this situation. 4 players still up. T225 was trying to even out the playing field here, but Choose and Wu Fang, or Choose and Arano, are still in the mix.
It's gonna be an opportunity right here. Phantom Step with the jab, or the jab engraving with a Sap Jade on T225, holding out for dear life. Shang next to the Moonbane. Storm Stride, Martial Wolf from Hook, Sunwing Shot, Phantom Step, Bar Bolt, and a Sap Jade with a Gold Hong Sword, and a Long Sword. And it just has the whole weapon arsenal for this fight. I mean, the Velocity Untold is definitely going to be what he's using. It's not going to be a fun time right now for the lobby. 1 RMB. Might be looking for a hold a horizontal here for the Velocity for boot focus. Look at the water. Throws it. Block extreme, right? Free. Look at his meter. Does not deplete. That's the power of it, folks. Well, a Velocity trigger, once you unlock the trigger aspect of it, your meter doesn't go down. Yep. Unless you go ahead for a meter dump, that's the only other way that it's going to be going into being depleted. It also blocks range shots, but players very rarely. I think the only player I saw in the Pro League to use it intentionally might have been Phosphorus, because he was using Bulk that game in the Hollow. But regardless, RB comes out, parry comes through, Wu Fang takes the blunt force, had to use his Combo Breaker. It's gonna be a 4-man lobby, and this might be a chance here for between one of the 2 Liams to stay alive, because the lobby knows that they gotta make sure they get rid of at least one of them.
And look, this is the beauty here, having that proc right there. You don't have to parry, just hold LMB. If you do get released on, it's just gonna proc, and then you have a 50-50 mix up. If you release or you go for the light, I mean, it's just a wonderful weapon to have, right? Being able to not having to parry, it's just insane, right? He can just keep on baiting out these apps in the backside. Heard a parry happening there. Was Wu Fang there onto Arano possibly. We do have him now trying to cut out the situation. Choose though, still on the tumult, trying to see if he can find elimination here onto this Liam. Does manage to catch him on the side of the wall, but the V2 is going to be called on in. The V2 does connect here for Wu Fang. He's going to send him inside the zone, I believe. Does manage to do so. Choose going to go ahead and roll back in. Now the 1.0 hit from the Halberds gets a lot of damage onto Choose. Overholds. Does manage to weave the V2 this time around. Just very low. Half of that white HP is gone already, so Choose needs to be real careful. The whole lobby might potentially be looking at him now. We do have the Wisp still online for himself. Arano catches the power there off the R&B. Now the V2 slam down there from Choose onto Fang in the backside. Lonnie ultimate invested as well. The bounce back in the corners, there's tons of damage. The Will Hook form, I believe, does connect onto one of those players. I saw them at the animation, but now the scatter on out, and all of these ults are offline now. These players are going to try to build back up raids, and the corner Choose with the proc off the nunchucks, and this battle is not going to stop anytime soon.
Absolutely not. Shang takes the LMB to the R&B. 1, 2, 3, block extreme. And now Shang looks to worry about another one. F invest for it. Lonnie Ball does connect. No shot.
Wow.
That dodges it, but he dies his zone here. If he doesn't get out of here.
Oh no, he's stuck. Oh no.
Tragedy struck, bro. Again? Bro, bring me the Hamlet screenplay real quick. This is crazy. We're in the Shakespearean opportunity for a lifetime, and TT25 is here for it, man. Look, 3 eliminations tied with all the other players, Wufang and Arano. Could get another MVP here. Otherwise, TT25 makes sure he can try to get the Lonnie out of the game. He's going to work towards it. Sees her cool reset it. It goes for a double blue focus. Nicely done because he knew whether or not the Arano's going to go for the scare rush into neutral. Now for TT25, he's at 65%, if I'm not mistaken, for ultimate. 63, 64, I was close. So everything comes down towards the betrayal, the brotherly, the regicide, really, pretty much, for the king to go down. But for TT25, has himself to get caught by another one, unfortunate, and Wufang gets it, guarantees it. Cat Bloom comes down here. This is dangerous work right now because for Wufang, it's going to be a Lonnie versus, with the Liam ultimate. If it comes out, there's the Liam, or the Lonnie, I should say, Liam ultimate, not ready, dog. He's looking for the jump LB to stagger off of that. He may be having the time to escape, but this is a dangerous game right now because once that Lonnie comes through and captures him, he could get TOD'd.
That was trippy right there. I saw back-to-back scare rushes because we swapped on over to Arano when we first were on Wufang, but now the MV2 called in. Arano, you see he can try to find one of these ball bounces, doesn't manage to catch one thus far. The V2 does not connect here for Wufang, trying to see he can find his last elimination currently in this game. Wufang with 4, Arano with 3. Oh my god, system inside the zone is going to take a lot of damage here. The V2 down, doesn't catch the second time around as well. Overholds the R&B. Gold Nut shakes his hand this time around for Wufang. Arano now tops out of the roof, trying to take a quick little reset in, catches the 1-2 in the air. That would have carousel on off. Now the 1-2 on the ground there for Wufang onto Arano. Into the follow-up LMB there. Tap dodges on it, gets clip off of that into the last LMB there for Arano. Taking the MVP for this game. Has had a very quiet night, but cleaning it out here for our last game of the day. Does manage to snag up this MVP. WG Arano, a player that we've seen pretty much last year being very, very strong. The bi-weekly final as well. Didn't have the best bi-weekly that he needed. And today for the first day, did have a very slow start, but he does manage to end it in a great succession for himself. And hopefully he can have that same tempo going on to the next day.
Yeah, especially coming out here with the Lonnie MVP specifically, especially. I think this is the 3rd one so far today. So finding 3 MVPs, not specifically to one player, but finding 3 MVPs as Lonnie, and then having her work be between non-Fireflies and Firefly maps, kind of goes out to showcase her value in terms of the meta, in terms of the opportunity for where she can belong. It's also coming out towards an end game that involved 2 Liams, and not seeing a Liam take sides with the other Liam, but taking him out. I take it to double martial art hits off of that from Wufang's dual halberds play. And the thing is that, Wufang had the Spirit Well to contest earlier against Chishang, I should say, where Chishang had his opportunity of confirming it, and he confirmed the Spirit Well, but he never confirmed the lobby to push back that Liam, even with the active ultimate. Because then the secondary Liam ult comes out from TT25, and then it's like up to Shishang to not get caught, and he doesn't because that wind wall denies Liam's from it because it's a projectile-based skill. And for that, Wufang gets a full reset. Wufang stays in the end game. Wufang comes out through at 2nd place for it. And then it makes it sense, it makes it like a sensory overload with the Moonbane in there too, especially for Edward. I mean, the thing is going back to that point, we've seen this happen already once. I think Verse was the first person we saw in the Holoroth into day 3, where he ended up walking into the Moonbane crouch walking heal. The thing is it's just, I think they're just super adrenaline out because of everything, that they just forget that there's a lingering presence of the Moonbane after it connects off the ground. And then they still, this is the 2nd time we saw it. They learned their lesson, right? Especially Verse. Verse learned his lesson because of that, and Edward just learned his right then and there, which is unfortunate. You saw how heavy he invested against A-Shao, burning his ultimate and going through, where A-Shao even used the V2 within the Moonbane, gets caught out because it knocks him out of animation, and then it works in Edward's favor until late. But points are given to Arano here for that multiplier, 7.8 points total. Wufang with 4 kills as well, but with a placement in 2nd, gets 6 points overall, 4.5 for TT25, Edward with 4, 3 for A-Shao, Fong is with 2.5, as well as with Mike, as well as with Shang from Team Bada. And then for 2 points per pace, HM from JL has 1 point, as well as with Polaris from 5-1 inverse with a 0.5 placement. This is the only game I think we've gotten so far where there hasn't been any sort of donuts, thankfully. Just for the value of the players' mindset in terms of getting these points, but also just to keep the average occurring. And Verse is still on top of the leaderboard, if I'm not mistaken. So he's doing good work about it. He's kind of keeping himself in there, poised and composed. But Mike got eliminated at the Zeds Winery. We might see the replay, considering and getting the elimination for that, because that really set the tone for the top of the leaderboard, which is ultimately given to Asia. I think he is top of the standings right now for his day 1 performance.
Yeah, it would have been super close there for T225. Wufang was like, hey, my fault, bro. I need my ult. So, I'm going to take 2 of these Will Hook forms. I'm going to eliminate you, and I'm going to try to win my chances against Arano there. It did not work out like he wanted to, but our overall standings here for day number 1 of the bi-weekly 2 2025 season, man, it's insane that we're already in our second bi-weekly. Fong with 7 overall game score, JO's HMs with 10, 521's Lipo with 13, WZ Arano with 13.8, WBG's Verse with 14.5, and OA's Edward with 15.5. It's not bad. 7th place. He is our bi-weekly 1 winner, so still staying in that middle side of the pyramid right now. Obviously, a whole group has not played, but we're gonna have to wait and see how those days pan out. Wolves PXC with 18, T Wufang with 19.5, Balda's Choose with 21, YZG's T225 with 26.3, OUG's Mike with 30.1, and Alliance's Asia with 30.7. The rookie doing it here for his second bi-weekly, taking day 1. But hey, man, I mean, it's day 1. Obviously, you want to try to rack up as much points as possible. But at the end of the day, you want to stay consistent. I mean, just look at a player like T225, right? He had pop-off games, but he was making sure he remain getting those points, 5, 6, 2.5, 4.5, right? Obviously, pop-off game 7.8 for his game number 2, but being able to stay consistent there, to be able to stay in that top side of the pyramid is pretty much the name of the game here in these bi-weeklies. And we are going to be taking a quick look at our replays here for our game number 6, powered by China Unicom. Tavario, take it away.
Gamers United, Takeda kill off rip. We saw him get 1 elimination, and there it was.
It is.
That was the value of it. Then we saw into this fight over in the Tri-Fit Junction, which is tough for Polaris, considering a Syra ultimate inside of a room is like a microwave in the oven, right? He's looking at it through the window, so one of those hot pockets can get ready. Everything comes out towards it. Mike, LMB comes through for the stagger as he catches the uppercut against Edward with the elimination. And then Wufang finds pace right beneath the drawbridge, and then the bridge itself, and then finding the Blizzard sports shot. Then Arano finds Mike. This is the elimination we're talking about. Whether or not what happened here. 1, 2, 3, parry. Oh my goodness.
Behind the
Nasty
back.
work. Nasty work. Just like this. Kabului, Kablamo. Edward finds his ultimate, and I was like really worried about him because he had to cancel ult as soon as possible, and the lobby went towards that Soul Bloom, and then he just walks right
Oh my.
double step. Bop. Three piece. $4.99 off the special. Listen, everything comes out here towards Wufang with the martial art Wolfram hook. The Kablu makes it happen. Then the carousel magically occurred from the terrain, but Warano, man. He takes all this damage, just don't care about it. LMB dashes back. LMB. Not immune frames, but he mitigates the stagger by spacing out, and it goes right back in. There's nothing to give to Wufang for that. Just because the longsword, in the way it was a nunchucks versus longsword fight that happened. For Lonnie, MVP. Like I said about it, third Lonnie MVP so far today. First MVP for Arano in the league this season. For 18,000 damage with 22,000 healing. My God, we are just playing support game today.
I mean, he's in there though. I mean, 22,000 healing. He was getting active. 4 eliminations. A lobby like this is a lot. I mean, 4 kills, 18,000 damage. It's just, you can see just 4 kills, 18,000 damage. If the damage to kill ratio, those resets are just happening time and time again. It's just so rough, especially with the movement that these players have. It's hard to try to catch somebody. They'll stay in the pocket, but once that HP hits a certain threshold, I mean, the chase is on, right? Everybody has to try to see it. They can try to stay alive. And those situations, I mean, it's just third party central. Lots of the time, a lot of these players get caught up in the wrong situation. I kind of wanted to see the Takeda a lot more to see how like the remaining of the players responded for like a random Takeda being spawned in for game number 6, because there's been a while since we've seen that. I think the last time we saw a Takeda was 2-2-5 in a bi-weekly final. He brought it out for his 8th game and was able to find a TLD off of it alone. That was probably like over a year ago. So you know, it's just random to see, but still, I mean, we've had an amazing set of games throughout the whole night. A Zhao, I mean, what can we say, right? The rookie looking mad crispy, winning his engagements against one of the top players, or more than one of the top players in the league that have been competing for a very long time. I feel like HM though, off of watching HM alone, I think he just needs to get a little bit more reps in. I see him playing a lot slap heavy still. Like even going into the last Holleroth game, he still was trying to get active with the slap. Not sure if that's like a muscle memory type of thing that he's been doing, or if it works different online when he's playing. But you know, LAN is obviously different, right? There's lots of timings that are a whole lot different than they are online. Even though they play on lower ping on their side for the online, even on LAN, the game feels completely different. So I just feel like he just needs to get his reps in. To get more accustomed to these sets that are happening here for the bi-weekly, and just getting a little bit more comfortable fighting these players, right? I don't really know what he does outside of the Pro League. We'll have to wait and see how he responds for the rest of the bi-weekly final, but we are going to be having an interview with one of these players and wait and see what one of these players have to say.
Hi everyone, this is Igor and welcome to the post-game interview. And now our player standing here and let him say hello to our audience.
Hello everyone, I'm 521 Liberators.
Yeah, welcome Polaros to the post-game interview. And also I would like to say again, welcome to the Nbpl. Yeah, and I know that you are the first time this season and came to the post-game interview, and I would like to know, so how's your journey as an esports player in Nbpl right now?
I've been playing this game for like 3 years from now, so yeah, I think my journey is kind of good, and this Nbpl tournament is a place for me to improve my skill and experience so that I can get a better result in the future.
We know that you have a long time to adjust yourself, so could you please tell me like how long time or how many training time you just use to like you can adjust the you can adjust the status and psychology now in Nbpl?
I think for a solo player like me is just playing more and more.
Yeah.
Playing much is like about 8 hours a day or more,
Oh.
just like that. But I think I haven't touched that. Yeah, maybe for me, I think like I haven't played like 8 hours a day, so I need to play like that in the future.
You're really working hard, really Polaros. I want to say cheer up, okay? And I think it's time
Yeah,
for us
thank
to move on to next part, answer for treasure. Okay, so we can see the question: which hero did Polaros you choose in the game 6? Okay, so I know you know the answer, and we just want to talk about today's matches. First, I would like to know, because you know today is the first day you get MVP in the Nbpl, so how's the feeling?
I think I'm pretty happy, but not that happy, because to me, I need like my average point is high enough for me to get in the final week and the final of Nbpl too. So it's like what do I say, like mindset for me, so that I can play a little more, like yeah, and I'll be more cautious, careful, and yeah, more aggressive, I think.
Yeah, I think today is a really meaningful and a day really need to memory, right? And also because we talk about the game 6, the latest game, we know that that's really pity at the last. I would like to know what happened, why you just finished with Edward out of the realm of Beyond.
I would like to go young, and then he come and fight me. Because I am more stuff than him. Like I purple armor and purple weapon. I think I can win him. And then my fighting blood is just rising. That I make a wrong choice to fight him. Then I die. Like so.
You know, I want to say it's okay because you know what? We should pay attention to the championship of the bi-weekly final, right? Just a joke, and I think our players prepare. And let's start counting, okay?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. Please find
It's
us.
D. Shy away.
Yeah, the correct answer is D. Okay, and we know that because you already here for 3 years, but it's the first year for Nbpl. And I would like to know, so what's the difference you think between the World Championship and the Nbpl?
I think World Championship is easier than NBPL because in World there's many other reasons of players like NA or SEA and AS. And I think NBPL is the most powerful player. So compared to them, NBPL is much harder than I think.
And I think it's a good environment for you to improve yourself. So rest of the season, we would like to say cheer up and wish see you more, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you
very
for
much.
today's interview. Thank you, Polar Ross. You're really lovely and cute, our player. And thank you for today's interview. We'll get back to our casters.
You know, it's great seeing that interview, bro. You might man say you shout out to NA. You know, I don't know.
He flaming NA, man.
Shout out to NA. But you know, one thing that is making it interesting, right, for Polaris is like he knows how difficult it is. This man said 8 hours a day practicing because he has to acclimate towards the CN side and having all the players there. I mean, he's dead set on locking in with no vindication towards his opponents. He knows how strong they are, how much he has to prepare. That's a whole other level of the deal. No matter how many hours he's got into it already, he's got to put more into it just regardless because he has to stay on top, especially in the league. And giving that shout out towards the MPO, knowing that this is the peak of where players are at their most evolving sense of the word. They're setting the tone for the future of his future as well as a pro league player, but also in the natural scope of things on the gameplay of the field, whether he's queuing in the solos or he's going in scrims. Either or, man's getting set up.
Yeah, he's trying to clock in the hours. I didn't know that was his first MVP. I know I haven't seen him win an MVP personally from like when I've been casting. But they just confirmed that was his first MVP in the league, and they had asked him if he was happy about taking an MVP, but he was saying that it doesn't really matter. And I mean, I agree with that. Like, he wants to be a lot more comfortable and being able to be more aggressive and win his fights. And I mean, that's how it has to be, right? Like, being able to come on top is more important. And MVP, it's not whatever, but I mean, you got to do that as many times as you can in the game. So if you get one, I mean, I love that mindset he has where it's just one, like he's not over geeking about it. So I mean, yeah, I mean, he knows the name of the game. He's clocking in the hours. He's seeing he needs to play at least 8 hours a day. He just has to try to get his reps in. And, that's what I was kind of saying as well about HM. He just needs to get his reps in, right? And, I mean, that's a typical thing in esports. Just how hard are you willing to work if you're a pro, right? If you're a pro, it's one thing. But if you want to take chips homes, you really got to put in the time, the effort. And, I mean, being a pro in any video game is not for anybody, right? It's just, you really have to be determined to be able to take a chip home. And, once you do so, I know it's just, I can imagine how that feeling is, right? It's probably like the greatest feeling for those players. After just a whole year of hard work, just take a look like J-Cup, right? These players go out their whole year competing, try to be their best at their craft, and being able to take the big chip home is just, I mean, it could be surreal.
It really can be, yeah. Standings, though, showing up here again for you guys to keep track of this. 7 points so far for Fong in 12th place. 11th place has HM at 10. 13 points for Polaris in 10th. Arano in 9th with 13.8. 14.5 for WBG's Verse in 8th. OA's Edward in 7th with 15.5 points in the bottom of the 6th. So I haven't seen the top 6 in terms of it before we can just create some points about that too. Yeah, because there's a lot to talk about in terms about where it stands for him as well. To the other players, Wolves Pesto 6th place, 18 points. 19.5 for TE's Wu Fong in 5th. In 4th place, Baudis Shishang with 21 points, 26.3 for TG5 from Team YZG in 3rd. And then in 2nd place, OUG's Mike, 30.1, 30.7 for Alliance's A Shao in 1st, taking the highest points so far in this week for bi-weekly too. And to the points with it, having into the competitive mind player, one thing that makes it very, very, very important, right, is we always make a mention of this. It's it's like a shoehorn into it, the mental, right? But it's also support. Support from not only to people around, but also to have the people in terms of behind him. And I know that for a certain fact when I saw him at Worlds with having, his people just hanging around with him and just making sure to keep the morale up. But this is going to be where we're going in for tomorrow's schedule for trios. Having game one to be Midoriya Morning Dew, second game with Holoroth Sunny, third round is more solid midday. Then we go into Fireflies for the final 3 rounds. Love to see it. Not sure why Solos decides to switch it up for Midoriya first round, but you know what? We got to deal with the cards that were dealt. We got to deal with what we got going on here, and it kind of makes sense considering that with everything kind of coming out for trios, not having a first round Fireflies can set up the tone for the phase pick ban system for having the players go in with the first round, and for the first 3 rounds being Firefly or non-Fireflies. That just makes it so that they can prepare themselves off of just choosing an off selection pick rather than just going all in with a Kazifen comp in the first round. And then afterwards, it trickles down to Kyle Informer, into AOT or Blind Date comp. We're seeing more success out of the shout out to YZG for actually bringing it up with the Viper, Wuch, and Tessa and working with it and earning themselves a bi-weekly final win for week 1. Viper's only going to get stronger. I don't want to talk about it, but with the perm patch, y'all know what I'm talking about with the V3 being, or the V2 now, being able to do not only that 5-second silence for the cast of the V2, but then 4-second silence just proc that because why not, and having the F2, which actually brings out the Matari comp with Wuchen and Viper even more prominence for the team comps. ASC has been using that comp as a staple for themselves this season, but seen with this season patch, having a refresh from Matari up against the Viper off the F2, that's just going to be the play. Sorry, I yapped about trios even though we're on a solos day, but we're about to wrap up here for a second. But like I said, AHL working out, Polaris and 5-2-1 pushing through, making sure he can get all the experience he can get, and just having all of the tenacity that he can muster for this, because this season is only at right below the midway point, because we're still going to have to go through finals, and if not, we got last chance qualifier C8.
Yeah, and that's going to be it for us today. We had 6 amazing games here for the Biweekly 2, day 1 for solos. My name is Creatives, and I was here with the one and only Severio. Catch you guys tomorrow for more trios, our first day of Biweekly 2. Hope everybody has a good night.
走，恶天论。